Good morning and welcome to the Best of Woman on Fire and More. I am Dorothy Wilson and I am one of the founders of Success Women's Conference. I am joined this morning with the other directors in inviting you to join us today for keynote speakers from the Woman on Fire conference in January. We're delivering them back to you today. We're so excited. We know that you did not have an opportunity to enjoy all of the content we presented in January. And so we have put it together and brought it together for you for one day of fire today. So get some pen and paper and let's get going.
Good afternoon, Success Women's Conference. My name is Tiffany Bell, one of the co-directors for Success Women's Conference and Your Nonprofit Pro. Dorothy Kern and myself are so excited to have you with us again this weekend. Woman on Fire, when it originally aired, had over 17,000 people that joined to hear the powerful messages that our key speakers came out and brought. So get ready. This is going to be wonderful. If you're not a part of the Success Nation, join it. 5,000 women, 5,000 professional entrepreneurs, corporate leaders, nonprofit women that are making it happen. Join our league. But for now, I want you to go ahead, grab your pen, grab your paper, get ready, because this is going to be epic.
Hi, I'm Kern Cherry, Butts in the Seat Queen, co-founder and director of Success Women's Conference. And I'm so excited about the special edition of the Best of Woman on Fire and More. Today, as you tune in from noon to 8 p.m. Central, we'll be featuring speakers such as Dr. Cheryl Wood, Eric Swanson, Natasha Grunow, Maggie Cook, and then you'll also have the directors, Tiffany D. Bell, Dorothy P. Wilson, myself, Kern Cherry, and also Dr. Yolanda Jerry. In addition, we'll have other special speakers such as Queenie Davis, Andrea Morrison, and so many other speakers throughout the day. So make sure you stay tuned in from noon to 8 p.m. Central for a special edition of Woman on Fire, Best of, and More.
I am me, my empowerment. Who am I? Let me tell you my story. I am blessed to be born to parents who valued education and emphasized learning. We were predisposed to arts and culture, global thinking, civil society activism, and public service. Much of what I learned to love, I learned at home. I'm the youngest and only girl. I was very protected and sheltered. I went to an exclusive Catholic girls' school and was active in leadership roles. I was tested to have a very high IQ. After a psychology degree at the Premier State University, I went for further studies in London in early childhood education. Then I worked as a preschool teacher at the Family School of Manhattan, a UN accredited school which still exists until today. Upon my return, I got married in my mid-20s. Admittedly, I felt the pressure. I saw the red flags even before I got married. But I put on blinders, thinking the institution could change the person. I was physically abused for the first time in the first month of my marriage. I was slapped in the face for not having cleaned the top of our white refrigerator. I felt blood streaming through my fingers from the corner of my mouth. He dropped down on his knees, sobbed, and uttered, "You should have married someone better." He was right. Together we lived in my mother's house. Then I should have kicked him out. One slap is one too many. But I didn't. That was bad judgment. Over time, months and years, it continued and got worse. I learned to relinquish full and unreasonable control to the husband, to be very obedient to his whims and to give in to his demands, and provide undulating attention. I created an image of what I wanted the public to view of me as a happily married woman who had it all. I wore rose-tinted glasses, and I gave everything the benefit of the doubt. Mom was my lifeline. I could not have made it through without her. Not only did she take care of my sons, but her support allowed me to run a successful preschool in her house for 7 years with over 100 children. And we also illustrated and wrote early childhood development beginning reader books together. The real joy in my life were my sons, my mom, and my Center for Little Learners. The ex-husband, of course, asked for the unthinkable, for me to establish a school 3 hours from where we lived, in his province, on his turf, in his terms. I cried. This meant I would be away from my sons, from my mother, and I would be totally under his control every single day. Every part of me, of my being, wanted to say no. But I couldn't. I had no option. And so I thought. I knew what he wanted. He wanted me to establish the school so that he could eventually take over. I was the goose that laid the golden egg. I was his trophy wife who did his bid. I learned to pray anytime, anywhere, and all the time. I was reminded repeatedly that I was a guest in his conjugal house, in our conjugal house, and an employee in the school that I founded. I was not an equally respected partner where I felt loved, respected, and appreciated, while at the same time seeking to reciprocate. All these had a toll on my health. Breast cancer, a severely compromised immune system, learned helplessness, and crazy making. I was the classic textbook case of the battered woman syndrome. I stayed too long because of the dictates of religion, societal norms, culture, the children, the law, or the absence of it, and my ego and pride. I believed I was a woman that could make everything work and everything beautiful. I went through a major, long denial phase. He took control over all my physical assets. He got my school on a silver platter. I started it with 30 children, and I left with 250 students. But the biggest asset he took was me. And in my not valuing myself, I gave him time, my time, the most precious commodity that I can never, ever get back. I managed to have my marriage annulled. No divorce till today in my country. The stakes were high, but so were whatever was left of my self-respect, my self-worth, my sanity, my right to physical and emotional safety, and those of my boys. I mustered enough courage and left. I was so beaten up inside to the point that I couldn't bear to hear my name, Rayla, a name that I treasured. My whole insides and backbone would shatter violently into pieces. Rayla allowed herself to be abused in all forms: emotional, mental, financial, physical, and neglect. Still and all, it is not about anyone else but me. There are no tyrants if there are no slaves. There are no abusers if there are no persons that allow themselves to be abused. What am I today? I am thriving. I continue to be an educator. I am the global educator, leading a legacy with the books my mother and I illustrated and wrote some years back. These 30 ebooks to start with shall now be available online, and these have a tested and effective approach to teaching reading to children to be independent and, more importantly, to still that confidence they need in life. GlobalEducator.co empowers children and youth in the areas of character and competence. I am an international speaker, mentor, and coach. I am a green entrepreneur with strategic partnerships for clean energy, water and wastewater treatment. I am a climate reality leader trained by Al Gore. I am a co-founder of the I Am Sam Foundation, which develops shakers and movers of the United Nations SDGs and focuses on the development of self-worth as a means to alleviate poverty. I am the regional director of Global Woman Club Manila, with headquarters in the UK. Now, what have I learned from this experience? Number one, that nothing is wasted in His kingdom. I have used all the emotional energy for good and for greatness. I have never felt so fulfilled and so beautiful. And I am in the business of saving souls and helping each one get financially strong. Number two, what did I learn from this experience? That there are only 3 questions you need to ask yourself to be happy and successful. Let me share you the first one. Who am I? Ask yourself, who am I? I am are 2 of the most powerful words, for what you put after them becomes me. I am indomitable. impossible to subdue or to defeat. I am unstoppable. Borrowing from Ayn Rand, the question isn't who is going to let me. The question is who is going to stop me. The sooner you ask and answer authentically this question, the sooner you will be happy, happier, healthy, healthier, wealthy, wealthier. Number 3, that we can be super. What else did I learn? Well, that the world is harsh and the world defines self-worth according to 3 things: physical attractiveness, mental ability, and wealth. 5, that I needed to love myself. Now, with all this, I have created a signature course which I would like to share with you. I want to say that this is for you if you want to make me happen. And me stands for my empowerment, my economy, and my environment. Number 2, this is for you if you need to value yourself more and value time especially. I will take you through the acronym Transformational Intelligence for My Empowerment, and we will go through your life cycle in a very personal manner. Number 3, this is for you if you want to become super. You need to know what makes you special, unique, and precious. And you need to be empowered, entrepreneurial, respect-filled, and respectful, or full of resources, and resilient. And number 4, this is for you if you want to get yourself finally safe and financially strong. Sweethearts, I would love to be me, your mentor of empowerment, your mentor of energy, your mentor of effectiveness, empathy, enjoyment, enthusiasm, ethics, etc., etc., etc. You and I, we can make you happen. So please email me at rayla@allertson.net if you want me to continue this conversation. And for the 2 bonuses that I am giving today in this wonderful special Success Congress, one is a personalized I Am mini poster, and 2, the 5 simple rules to make me happen through affirmations, another poster. Let us start 2021 with you are your best asset, you are your best treasure, you are your best brand, and you are your best treasury. Have a meaningful and energized 2021, and I pray to hear from you soon. Thank you, Tashi Delay.
Hi, and thanks for joining me. My name is Adriana Morrison. I'm a fitness professional of 19 years, empowerment speaker, author, and let me first start off by saying Happy New Year, or should I say Happy New Decade? Why don't I say both? Happy New Year and Happy New Decade. You see, this time every 10 years, this very debate comes up. Does the decade end in a 0 or does it end in a 9? Did the new decade start January 1st, 2020, or has it just begun January 1st, 2021? About a year ago, CNN published an article covering this very topic. And they noted that the US Naval Observatory, which is the agency that governs the United States master clock, had stated 20 years ago that the millennium started January 1st, 2001. Farmer's Almanac covers the same stance. They follow the Gregorian calendar, which as does most of the world. With these two sources, it is proclaimed the new decade has begun, January 1st, 2021. Isn't that exciting? It's amazing. It's mindset. It's a do-over. I mean, let's be honest. How many of us found ourselves thinking last year when 2020 began, this is the year. This is the turning point. There's no turning back. Good things are going to happen. Anything can happen. Let's be honest. How many of us found ourselves in that abundance of statements where we found ourselves thinking anything can happen? Our turning point is about to appear. Turning point. The day was March 18th, 2020. And I was anxiously pacing the floor of our bedroom, waiting for the phone call of my area manager. The hour before, the senior leadership team of the franchise fitness boutique company that I had worked for had arranged an impromptu conference call. They were going over immediate plans as to how the franchise, on behalf of the company, was going to stay alive. Our lockdown here in Colorado had begun. And it was made point that everyone in the call, all management, was going to keep their jobs. Everyone else would lose theirs. I remember getting off the call and feeling relieved, a sigh of relief. I mean, after all, I had a few things going for me. I was employee of the month for January. There was a really great vibe amongst the team where I was working. Everyone was on the same buy-in level in terms of the corporate mission. Great conversations were being had by all members of my team, not just those who I was managing. The only thing that I had worried was the type of conversation I was going to have for those losing their jobs. So after the conference call, I remember getting on the call with my area manager. And about a minute into the phone call, she cuts me off saying she will call me back in a moment. A moment turned into an hour. I found myself anxiously pacing the bedroom floor, waiting for her phone call. Finally, the phone rang, and it was her. "We've decided to move on without you. You are not a good fit for the team." I was stunned. It took me a moment to gather my thoughts, catch my breath. I paused. I remember saying, "I'm shocked. Can you please explain to me what happened?" I've been giving strict instructions to direct all questions that you have to the regional manager. That was my turning point. Now, as with turning points, there comes a level of shock if it's unexpected. And shock can turn into several, it takes its different characteristics. There's the physical aspect of shock. my breath, I was breathing fast. My heart was racing. I had to compose myself and to collect my thoughts, trying to figure out what was happening. The realness, the shock was real. This couldn't be happening. This was not a dream, and this was not a prank. The unexpected. This was not supposed to happen. How many of us had that turning point? Now, you may not have had that type of unexpected turning point for 2020, but how many of us had had an unexpected health issue? How many of us were impacted by a health-related experience in 2020? It was the beginning of May, and we finally got into the routine, my family of 6 and I. And my kids had just taken a break from their remote learning to go have lunch. My older 2 were at the breakfast table eating their lunch. The younger 2 happened to make their way to the dining room table to do the same. I remember being on a Zoom call. My husband, their stepfather, was on the other side of the house, and he was taking care of a few things. And then suddenly, without warning, my daughter, Callista, the older daughter, was screaming for us to come running to her. She was worried about her brother, Isaiah, my oldest, who has moderate autism. We came running, and there before me, I saw my son have his very first seizure. Now, if you're a parent and you've experienced a medical emergency with your child, you know how paralyzing that feeling is. And I remember feeling comforted by the first responders and the amount of support we got from the hospital. And still that moment of feeling like your hands were tied. And then 8 days later, I was hit and involved in a car accident that sent me to the ER, and I found myself in a neck brace for over a month. Twists and turns. Now, you may not have had an unexpected medical emergency where it was that type of trauma, but how many of us were affected by COVID? How many of you were inflicted by COVID, or you know someone who was affected by COVID-19? The twists and turns that have come with this incredibly insane year has been nothing short of profound. Nobody expected any of this to happen. So let's talk about the medical piece for a moment. In our time frame of lockdown, as nearly all of us, so many of us had experienced, we were in a moment in which we couldn't move. And in that moment, COVID did something for us. It amplified whatever situations we were going through. Whether we were taking care of a specific situation within the house, or whether something was an element that we found ourselves completely avoiding, whether there was tension going on, whether there was something we had procrastinated and put off. That paralyzing moment where we found ourselves trapped, where we thought, this is a situation that I can't take my eyes off, or maybe I do want to take my eyes off, but I don't know how. And so then the unique aspect of COVID, in spite of the uncertainty, the fear that so many of us had, one of the many coping skills that ended up happening was eating. There was no way, no other outlet we found ourselves being able to rely on that we did on a routine basis. And so the temptation to receive comfort under these unprecedented times was incredibly high for so many of us. How many of us were reaching for those comfort foods that weren't necessarily the healthiest, or those type of habits in which we were soothed in the immediacy, but it wasn't something that was happening in our benefit for the long term? The twists and turns of 2020. Mindset is key in so many ways. And here we are at the start of a new decade, of a new year. It's our do-over. Many of you probably didn't expect for me to come out with that statement. And for the moment in which I thought, hey, this is our chance to do it over again. We started off last year thinking this is a fresh start for everything. This is a fresh start for the decade. This is and now it's setting in that we have the horizon to look upon. So this is where my challenge is to you. We've had a lot go on. There's been a lot of loss. Maybe you didn't expect the job loss the way that I had, or maybe your job loss had taken its toll or taken its course in a unique way. Maybe you were furloughed. Maybe you just recently lost your job. Maybe you discovered once this is all over, I don't want to go back to how things were. And maybe the health piece of 2020 and how it impacted you or your family, people who you cared about the most, or that you care about the most, made you stop and think, how are we handling things? How am I handling things? How many of us found ourselves thinking, I don't want it to be this way. It can't be this way. We're still here. And the golden question that I often ask myself, as well as the clients who I work with, is what happens next? What happens next? Brand new year, brand new decade. This is the part where I encourage you to take back your decade. It's not lost. In theory, it is a do-over. And it starts with that mindset. So for the next 15, 20 minutes, I'd like to go over with you 3 profound approaches to taking back your decade: dominating your mindset, elevating your health, and rocking your body. So let's start with the first one, dominating the mindset. Now, you've heard this time and time again throughout 2020, and you've heard it in recent times. It's almost become cliche. At the same time, it's an important concept to understand. Mindset. What is that? It is the theories that we hold dear and close, the theories that we recognize and that we embrace as our truth, the theories that we look upon as explanation for what's happening or how we want for things to happen. And if we take the time to understand our frame of thinking, we're going to move the needle in profound ways, in ways that perhaps may not have happened before. So we start with dominating the mindset. There's 3 keys that I would love to explain and go over in detail with you as to how I like to approach mindset. And the first one is this: accepting responsibility for my actions. Accepting responsibility for your actions and what you bring to the table. What does this do for us? It's profound. Here's what happens when we look at our efforts and our actions and how they have evolved and impacted our environment. It takes away the blame and it takes away the victim's role. How many times have we found ourselves falling into that trap of, look what happened to me. Look at this. And I'll be honest, I'm going to flip-flop back to when I lost my job. Oh yes, that did happen. How could this happen to me? This should not have happened to me. I worked so hard. Full disclosure, it ended up becoming a 3-day cry fest, ugly cry fest at that, day and night. And poor husband of mine, he hung in there. On the 4th day, he finally got some rest. It was going day and night. And then when the tears began to dry and I sat in my truth, the one thing that I understood was I did the best I could. Yes, I do believe that. At the same time, I always knew that there was room for improvement. I could have initiated more conversations with the leadership team, the management team that I was a part of. And I may not have been able to have changed the trajectory of my position. But what it did was it cleared my mind of any guilt. It is what it is. And it brought some light to my situation. I remember myself thinking, I don't ever want to be in that situation again. Taking that inventory, I thought about the tension, the sporadic tension that had come up, and just how we were moving as a company. Not everything sat well with me, but here's the upside of it. It gave me the opportunity to look at my future. How do I want to go ahead and proceed forward? Am I really doing what I want to do in the manner in which I want to handle it? Am I really growing and spreading my wings and flying? Or am I flapping my wings in a confined birdcage? Mindset, responsibility. The second piece behind dominating your mindset, lessons learned. Looking back in any situation that we find ourselves in, whether we spurred it upon ourselves or whether we were part of what was happening and the timing was what it was, there's always a lesson to be learned. When I look back at my job, I know that I was able to handle the incredible pressures that came prior to landing the distinction of being the Employee of the Month. That studio was undergoing we were without all the employees. It was Christmas time. It was nose to the grindstone. It was 14, 16-hour days on some days. My family did not see me as much for that Christmas, but I realized that I could handle more pressure than I gave myself credit for. Instead of nervously biting my nails, I could step forward and understand that if I was okay with giving everything that I knew I could give and being okay with the outcome, no matter how foolish I think I looked, I'd be fine. The other thing is this: lessons learned that come out of a situation you can't handle, such as my son's seizure or my accident. What I learned was the importance of coming together and relying on your support system. When my son had his seizure, the three of us, that was myself, his stepfather, and his father, we have a great relationship, co-parenting, were able to immediately come together and come up with a game plan to make sure that we were ready if it were to happen again. Luckily, that wasn't the case. And then the third thing, read up on successful people. This is the third key to dominating your mindset. Not reinventing the wheel, but understanding how successful people, anybody from powerful leaders of the last century to women within our industries or women we admire. What were some of their principles? How did they step forward and handle and toe the line a situation that they knew they had not experienced before? And the key factors with these: accepting responsibility, lessons learned, and reading up on successful people allow you to step by step begin to have that positive mindset and step away from the victim's role. It's critical, especially as we continue to navigate through these COVID times. As of this recording, we're not out of the woods yet. And so plan to fail. Fail to plan to fail. So this helps us to have that roadmap to keep us going. The second piece behind taking back your decade, I want to talk about elevating your health. This is so key. And let's do the first piece behind the three keys of this important factor. The first key to elevating your health is taking personal inventory. Now, what I mean by that is during COVID times, we found ourselves reaching and grabbing for things that were likely giving short-term gratification, helping us feel better. But let's be honest, it's not meant for us to feel bad about ourselves, and it's not meant to browbeat what we've done. What this does, it allows us to come full disclosure, total honesty with how we have been moving and coping with things. And that's the key. If we are honest with ourselves, no judgment, no shaming, but it is what it is, at least we can identify where is our stepping point from this. What junk food have we been reaching for? Can we start to have a conversation with our support system? And that not only includes people around you at home, but it also includes those who you rely on for your medical care, your primary physician, any specialist you speak to, anyone who works with you, on you in some capacity. That leads me to that second piece, communicating your needs, opening your mouth. Guess what, team? We suck at mind reading. I know I do. If you're great at it, we need to talk, because I've not been able to conquer that one. But in order to verbalize, we can do it in a way that we can step forward with dignity and say, I'm struggling with this area of my life. I want to do better. I'm letting you know where I'm at so that I'm asking for your help to see if you can lock arms with me and if you can help me move forward. That's a very dignified way to say, hey, I'm struggling. It's not easy for me to ask for help, but at the same time, I know I can count on you. So being able to communicate those needs. The third piece behind elevating your health, besides taking personal inventory, how we've been coping, communicating our needs to our support system and all that implies. The third piece, raise your standards. What this means is we know how we've been behaving. We know deep down inside. And again, it's not a judgment piece. Have we been acting and communicating in the ways that we can state we've been putting a better foot forward? What kind of standards do we think we should be at? Better yet, what kind of standards do we believe inside we must be at? And this one means raising the bar if it's been lowered. And standards as taking care of how you feed your mind. What are the things that you entertain your mind with? In addition to that, how are you feeding your mind? Are you reaching for things that can really push the needle for self-development? Raising the standards. Are you towing your own line versus shying away from the things because we don't feel like it? Now, don't get me wrong. In all reality, there are moments in which we really, truly don't feel like it. Hey, let's be frank. There's been a lot of 2020 when we don't feel like doing something because the horizon appears to not look so appealing. Looks can be deceiving, and what will carry us through is raising those standards. How much sleep are you getting? How much are you feeding your mind, your soul? How much are we doing nurturing ourselves? And how much are we doing stepping into that leadership role for those who are depending upon us, like us parents, those who are depending upon you? If you're leading a team, a business, how are you leading your standards? So the next piece, we've covered those two elements, taking back your decade, dominating your mindset, elevating your health. Now I want to talk about the final piece, and that's rocking your body. Look, it goes hand in hand. The body is a beautiful, beautiful machinery. If I were to ask you, if you were to change the channel surf on your TV, and you saw one of those classic car auctions, and I were to ask you, hey, check out that 1958 Corvette. What do you think the fluids they put into the engine of the car to keep it looking and sounding how they're demonstrating on the TV? What would you say? You would say nothing but the best. It's got to be to maintain. So why not do the same for us? Now, this is going to piggyback off of what I was telling you about personal inventory. Rocking your body, 3 key pieces here. Seeing it as it is. Many of us can walk, many of us can talk, many of us can dance, run, sing, jiggy, all of that. For the movements that we're able to do, let's embrace it. Now, let's see where we can start. Let's look at ourselves and let's pick the pieces of what we know to be true about ourselves and label it as positive. Hey, I can stand. Hey, I love to dance. I love to move. I love to demonstrate to my kids how to be active, seeing for it what it truly is. It is beautiful. And if you're not used to using those words, then I strongly challenge you to look in the mirror starting today and say, I am beautiful. I am unique and I am beautiful. The second thing, the second piece behind this, determining what it is, what's required for you to move to the next step to start elevating your health. Now, this also piggybacks off of raising your standards. How have we been eating? Are we eating the color? Are we eating fruits and vegetables? If you're thinking, whoa, now that's a little too overwhelming, let's take it back step by step. When I first lost 50 pounds after being overweight and over 200 pounds a good bit of my 20s, I remember I started eliminating one bad thing at a time every single week. That was my little hack. And each week thereafter, I added an additional elimination that I implemented for how I used to be eating. And then after a while, it got easier and easier to continue to take a bad thing away. And then in its place, I began to put something good. I often tell my online training clients, the fewer process steps between Mother Earth and your mouth, the better. So if that's something you need to be doing more of, or what are some foods that you can begin implementing? What are some foods that you can honestly step away from? Now let's be clear. Anything that you're thinking, I really don't want to let go of this, or I really don't want to let go of that, I recognize. But look at it this way. You're merely stepping away. That particular item has not vanished off of planet Earth. You could technically come back to it. However, here is the point where you are challenging yourself to do something different, because if nothing changes, nothing changes. Determining what steps you need to take. And then the final step, the final key to rocking your body is committing to the discipline, not the feelings. Motivation is fleeting. Many of you know this, but in case it's not a concept you're used to, newsflash. Some days you're going to feel like, wow, new year, new me. Other days you're going to be feeling like, hell, I don't want to get out of bed. Screw this. I don't want to get active. I don't want to eat well. It's a decision to move the needle. It's a decision to commit to the process. The steps that we talked about, the steps required to get to that next level, just take it a step at a time. Give yourself permission to growl and swear and just kind of fuss underneath your breath. Allow yourself to process those feelings, sure. Don't allow yourself to stop in your footsteps and move that needle. Dominating your mindset, elevating your health, rocking your body. These are profound ways to taking back your decade that begins now. This is an amazing time. 2020 took us for a rough ride. Yes, it was an incredible train wreck, and yet we are still here. So my golden question to you is, what happens next? It's an amazing time. We have an amazing opportunity to step to our greater self. And I am super excited to have had this time and opportunity to spend with you. As I said, my name is Adriana Morrison. I'm a fitness professional, I'm an empowerment speaker, and I'm an author. A couple quick ways to find me. Here is my information. My website, my direct website is adrianaamorrison.com. And also my online fitness and nutrition platform is synergizedfitness.com. I'm super excited to share with you, as Women on Fire attendees, a freebie. And so if you will log on to synergizedfitness.com, you will find a link to my brand new trainer app that I've debuted in January. And this is going to be a comprehensive step-by-step at-home approach for busy professionals, moms, and all women alike to be able to start a program, be comfortable for the safety measures behind it, and be able to start to get active. The nutritional piece is part of it. And so the code to use a free week is Women on Fire 2021. You will see that code as well. In addition to that, I'm super excited to have on my link my latest book that I will be sharing with you. It's entitled From Embers to Fiery Blaze, a Power Woman's Guide to Torching the Old Mindset and Bringing Back Your Youthful Flame. I'm a 47-year-old. Age regression is a true thing. We can certainly take advantage of it, maximize our time that we have here. Check out the link and you'll see that my book is in pre-launch. Would love to connect with you and have a conversation. All of my social links, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, you can find on my links here. And for this, I will tell you my final quote to you that I leave as I've appreciated your time with me today. New year, new decade. Know your limits, not to honor them, but to smash them to pieces and reach for magnificence. Thank you for joining me.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Power of Your Womanifesto. I am super excited to spend just a few moments with you guys talking about how you can use your Womanifesto to boost your authority, your credibility, and basically dominate your space and become the expert in that same space. Let's get going. So why me? Why was I chosen? Why am I here? Why am I spending the next few minutes talking to you about a Womanifesto? Well, first, my name is Tamara Zantel. I am a daughter, sister, friend. I'm also a corporate dropout. I'll tell you a little bit about that in a second. I'm a foodie. I love food. I'm a New England girl and I'm obsessed with it. I also love red wine. I'm an activator, a movement maker, and I'm also the CEO of Raising a Mogul. Raising a Mogul is a boutique consulting firm and brand development agency. And I have the amazing opportunity to work with parents who have children who want to start and grow businesses. So we fill that small void in this huge world for these amazing kids that want to be seen, heard, and paid. So as you're looking here, as you can see here, this is my amazing family. So they are the reason. This one young mogul right here in the middle, Zandra holding her glasses, she is my daughter Zandra. She is the reason why I became a corporate dropout. What happened was she started this small lip balm experience at my kitchen table. And just about 6 years later, she turned that kitchen table hobby into $1 million brand. But she didn't do it alone. She was able to do it with the help of our whole entire family. So this is our unit. This is our family. We have successfully been able to build a family farm, and it has been really miraculous. So what you're looking at is my son-in-law, my husband, our 5 children, and my 2 grand beauties. So that young mogul, Zandra, is the reason why I dropped out of corporate America. I was done helping other people build their $1 million brand, and I wanted to help her build hers. And that's exactly what I've done. And now my goal is to help other parents do what we did in building our family farm in half the time or less. These are just a couple photos of our manufacturing facility. We have a full-blown production and manufacturing facility, and we're definitely the real deal and growing. We're in, thousands of stores worldwide, including over 600 Target stores. So you heard a little bit about me. Let's talk about you. Why you? Why are you here? So I'm going to guess, we don't know each other too well, but I'm going to assume that you're here because you want to start or grow your own business. You want to increase your influence, possibly, and you might want to brand yourself as an expert, build your authority, make an impact on the world. Just based on your why. You might want to make more money, and that's okay, because the more money we make, the more people we can help. And I'm sure you want people to buy your stuff, right? And I want you to know that I want you to understand that being an amazing woman is just the beginning of the journey to getting to all these other things that you want. So that's why you're here, I'm hoping. Because if you're here for any other reason, I don't know if you're going to vibe with this too much. All right. So before we get going, I have a few disclaimers. First, you've probably noticed I like to have fun. I laugh at myself. Life is hard enough. We got to keep it going, and we got to keep it, hype and enjoyable in all occasions. So I want you to know that this presentation is normally about an hour, but I'm not going to hold you long, because I know you're super busy. And here at the Women's Success Conference, I want to make sure you get all that you need very, very quickly, so you can grab it, eat from it, implement it, and start to grow your business. Other disclaimers: one or more of these may apply to you. So here's the hard truth. This is probably the only time I'm going to lay down the hammer and be like, listen, I need you to pay attention. During this presentation, and even when you sit down to implement everything that we're going to talk about over the next few moments today, I want you to be real with yourself. These are the things that I want you to do. I want you to own your stuff. Think about where you are and where you're going, what you're doing and what you're not doing, okay? I want you to be okay with not being perfect. In order for you to grow your business, boost your authority, and become an expert in a specific niche, you have to be okay with doing it scared and sometimes screwing it up, okay? I want you to be okay with talking to everyone, right? Bust out those, I can only see myself showing up in front of these people or doing and working with those people. You have to be willing to spread yourself and to find those pockets of amazing everywhere they might be, okay? I want you to do it anyways. No matter what it is, whatever the excuse is, whatever you're feeling, whatever reasons you think it can't happen, I want you to do it anyways, okay? And while you're doing it, I always want you to be authentically you. That's it. Okay. And then I want you to follow metrics, stats, and analytics. So this training is not really about that, but I want you to understand that as you're building your business, growing your expertise and positioning yourself as an authority, it's really important that you understand what's working in your business and what's not working. We're going to be talking today about different things that you can do and how you can attract people to you with your Womanifesto. But as you test things and you try different things in your business, you won't even know what's working if you're not tracking. You won't know what type of posts to put out. You won't know if the podcast works better than the YouTube channel. I want you to follow your metrics, stats, and analytics. We're building real businesses here, and these are things that need to happen. And then lastly, you can't be the jack of all trades, the jack of all things, small business or not. You have to create a plan to eventually hire a professional. Okay. This is one of the things that I did in the beginning is my ego got in the way. So I was like, I can do it all. I don't need anyone. And I promise you, it probably kept me from moving forward faster for about a good 2 years, because I kept telling myself that I could do it. But as soon as I started to outsource and hire professionals who were expert in their specific fields, in their area, right? And it could take over the spaces that I was iffy in or that took me longer to develop, that's when the business started to take off. So once again, few moments, but I'm going to tell you, if this was an hour training, I would talk to you all about the significant setup. So my significant setup is a formula that I developed in regards to support entrepreneurs and specifically women and helping them build their authority and their influence. So today's training is mostly about the Womanifesto, but this is what's going to get us here. So I want you to take note of the significant setup and notice that it is a circle, right? And right here at the top, it starts with the clarity. It moves to the content. And then it talks a little bit about the communication and understanding and how to communicate with your people as you build your brand and grow the audience around that brand. Then we talk a little bit about consistency. And then also we end end with the connections that brings us back to clarity. So it's an ongoing wheel or circle of development as you work to build your business. So when you think about the significant setup, I'm going to teach you a little bit about this just so you understand as we transition into the Womanifesto. Most people really think, okay, I need to build a business. We normally get, I have to build a platform. I need a website. I need a social footprint. I want to be Googleable. Right? We develop our arsenal of goods. We need our bio. We need a headshot. We might need lifestyle photos. We need a place to send people for them to do, the contact us page on our website. And then we start to think, when we think about branding, we think about, color schemes and logos and, and all these visual things, right? But some of the things that are often missed when developing the significant setup or developing a brand is the mission, the vision, your human, who you're actually here for and whose problem you're solving, right? And most importantly, your why. We miss that part critically, the why we're doing it in the first place. Because I'm telling you, you already know this journey can be really not so kind at times, right? There's many times when we want to just forget it. I'm done. But if you understand and you connect with your why and you are sharing that every day and everything develops from that, those days will be less effective. Those days will hold you down a little less longer. Okay. So why and how is your process or service unique? Why should anyone care? Right? Why should anyone care? These are the things, those questions, everything I just brought to your attention, that's what this significant setup formula, this wheel, this process rather, answers those questions specifically. So let's hit these really quickly. So clarity. I want you to go beyond your ideal client avatar, right? Think about their hearts, the thoughts, the pain, the joy, get clear on the why. What are you bringing to them? How are you solving their problem? All right. Ask questions, poll your people, create a focus group, interview them and use their words. That helps you get super clear on what it is you're selling, why you're selling it, and who you're selling it to. Okay. And then we move on to content and communication. Even a tiny brand can take a stand and position itself. And that's what today's lesson is all about. That communication that comes from the development of the Womanifesto. Okay. So this involves your vision, your mission, and of course, your Womanifesto. All right. So, and then when we talk about consistency and connections, continuing with the connections, because this is all about connecting initially with our own idea, with ourselves to develop our why, and then developing the content to connect with our people, communicate with our people. And then that, that consistency piece when it comes to the connections, that you must show up. And you need to have a consistent brand message when you show up. We don't want to confuse people. And one of the key mistakes that I see a lot of brands doing, a lot of entrepreneurs doing, a lot of, CEOs doing is your brand messaging is confusing. Depending on when people show up, they get a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and they're not really sure what to latch onto, and they're really not sure what you stand for. So we want to talk about how you can develop your credibility in order as you're building and creating this consistent brand message, and how that can be so significant to the brand that you are building. All right. So I say all that to bring us to our Womanifesto. It is time to get down to the nitty gritty. Okay. I hope you have your notebooks and your pen because it's on. All right. So manifesto. So of course, this whole presentation is all about the Womanifesto because this is the Success Women's Conference. So why not, right? But I want you to know that manifestos are public declarations of your intention, ideas, values, and principles around your area of expertise or industry. You got it? Public declarations of all these things. That's the important piece. All right. So what does the Woman Manifesto do? Like, why do we need it? How is this going to help us? How is this going to serve us as we develop our brand message, Tamara, as we get clear, as we connect with our people, as we communicate with our people, and how in the world is this going to set us apart, boost our authority, and increase our visibility even? Here's the list. This is the list I made for you specifically. And it kind of encompasses the purpose and the mission around the Woman Manifesto. Number one, it's going to evoke polarity. When you show up discussing, talking about, standing in your power about and taking a position, you are going to attract the other people that feel the same way. People are going to resonate with your message. They're going to be like, wow, I feel the same way that she does. Let me go see what else she's talking about. Let me watch all her videos. Okay. And we're going to dig into this a little bit more. And I'm going to tell you exactly what you can be doing to actually kick these things off, okay, in your business and as you create your content. So your Woman Manifesto, it also pokes holes in the existing competition. So this is a less shady way of, letting your people know, well, this is what we're working on, and this is how we do our thing. And this is what they're not doing that you deserve, or they're not giving you that you deserve, or these are the things that we are doing for you that they might not have considered, right? So it's poking holes at existing competition in your market. It also challenges the status quo. Okay. So this is a way where you can be a little edgy. You can show up and say, I know everyone thinks that mom should cook, clean, and do the laundry and have the house perfect by dinner time. Well, I'm going to let you know that I haven't done laundry in 4 months, and that's okay. Because you know what I did? I hired help. I'm challenging the status quo. And I can also explain to them with the extra time that I saved from not cooking dinner or possibly even doing laundry, I was able to start a small business that helped pay for our family's last 3 vacations. Challenging the status quo. It's okay. This is what I did. Now you can make a decision to join me and also do something different. Okay, you see how that works? So your Woman Manifesto, it also creates an us versus them scenario. All right, so this is what we do. This is what they do. You customer, you human avatar or ideal client, you have to make a decision, right? It reinforces your values, it labels your people, and it shares your strong point of view on a topic. All right, so dang, I wish I had more time, but this is good. This is so good. All right. So now it's time for you to develop your Woman Manifesto. All right. This is when the work comes in. So I created some prompts for you so that way you can get started with the development of your own. All right. I'm not going to read through all of these because you have access to this, but I do want you to get a feel for where we're going with this. Okay. So prompt number 1, I believe, and I am not afraid to proclaim it. So do you see how it's challenging the status quo, but it's also letting people know that you're kind of maybe a rule breaker or that you're willing to stand on your own power and declare something different, right? People turn to me and I never disappoint. So that might feel a little funny to some of us, but that's that power. That's that strength. It's letting people know like, hey, I am the bomb. I'm amazing. And I promise you, if you work with me, here's what you're going to get. Here are the results. This is why you should. Okay. So then that's another one of that. You can kind of use that for an us, them versus us scenario. My people are, and I can spot them a mile away. So this is where we start talking about labeling our people, right? My people are movers and shakers. My people are go-getters. My people are moms who don't care what other people think, right? So you have to think about how this relates to your business and your specific niche and your the audience that you're working to build around your brand and whose problem you're trying to solve. Okay. I want to exit this world with, right? Tell the truth. Give people, this is the when you can evoke the polarity, other people, make them cheer for you, make them feel like they want to be connected and on your team. Okay. I will not rest until I don't believe in, right? That's drawing the line in the sand, letting people know like, this is what I'm for and this is what I'm not for. Okay. So when your people come to your page, your social media handles or wherever they're going to, your website, your blog post, wherever, they can hear you speaking, they can interact with you, and they can instantly make a decision whether you are for them or you are against them. And believe it or not, that's what we want. I believe that many of us are trained to think we don't want people to be against us, but I do, because I don't want to waste my marketing dollars, my time, my effort, my energy, trying to sell to or connect with or build a know, like, and trust factor with people that are clearly not my people, that clearly don't vibe with me, don't believe in me, and don't, believe or connect with my specific message. Okay, that would be a waste. So this whole idea is for us to work to get to the root, and to show those roots to people so they can make a good decision whether or not they ready to rock with us or not. Okay, so now we connect. You've built your woman manifesto. You're pretty clear about how you're going to evoke the polarity, how you're going to draw the line in the sand, what you're for, what you stand for. This is all, all these things bring together your vision and your mission, your core values, all these things. Now it's time to connect, and connections are a must, because this is why the Women Manifesto is so important. You don't just do the work and keep it in a notebook. No, you do the work and you eat from it. You do the work and you allow others to eat from it, and you use it to build this business and grow your authority. Okay. So not only with your customer base, but also with those who are already where you want to be. So when I talk about connections, we're not just talking about the people we're trying to reach and that we're trying to bring into our fold and get to buy from us, but we're also looking ahead. We're like, okay, I'm here now, but as my business grows in 3, 5, 10 years, I want to be here. So I want you to use these things to also connect with those people as well. Right? We all know success leaves clues. And in order for us to be climbing consistently, we need to be connecting with people that are already where we want to be. Okay. So the next piece you're going to want is your credibility piece. Okay. So we're putting this all together. So these are all different sections in your notebook. And it's all going to develop your Woman Manifesto. And then we're going to talk about how you're going to use it. Okay. So in order for these connections to become authentic and for people to gravitate, to kind of speed up the connection process, where it's like, okay, people see you, they connect, they buy. We want people to see you, right? So if you have and then connect and buy. So if we have a credibility piece built in, it speeds up the process. It increases that know, like, and trust, because people are like, maybe she can help me build my website. Maybe she could help me, build a better relationship with my children, or maybe she can help me lose 5 pounds, or maybe she could be the person that I publish my anthology with. Your credibility piece. Okay. So when you're building your credibility piece, I want you to think about these few things. What have you done? What do people say about you? What can you do better? And what stories can you share? Man, I wish we had more time, because stories is a huge one. It will take your business from here, can't see me, but to here, from 0 to 100 real quick with just the story share piece. Okay. So these are the things I want you to consider, and don't be shy. Make a list of as many things you can think of. Okay. And then as you're building this credibility piece, I want you to think of, personal stories that must have vulnerability and credibility. Think about those. What are those stories as you've been growing your business, or if you are a weight loss coach or someone that's helping them share, women share their story through becoming published authors, whatever that is. Why? Remember, it goes back to that why. Why is this important to you, right? And what have you done that's going to make them see you as the expert in this space? Okay. What makes you credible? So have you published a book? If you're a stylist, have you styled at least 5 people or 2 people that you can share a story or the behind the scenes or the process or the success series about, right? Have you made your first $500? If that's all it is, that's fine. That's an amazing accomplishment, because there are people out there that are still working to make their first $5. So I don't want you to count yourself, cut yourself short and just assume, well, this is all I have. That's why you have to make this list and think about all the things. What accolades, what awards have you gotten? I don't care if it was the best mom of the year. Why? Why were you considered the best mom of the year? It doesn't matter if it was just your 3 kids that said so. Right? So let's use what we have in our hand to build. And as we use these things, we'll start to collect more credibility pieces. Okay. Do you have an extremely organized household? Okay. So I don't. So to me, you're an expert in an organized household, right? So do you know how to balance your family budget? Do you know how to cook dinners for $20 or less? These are all things that you can use in your credibility to boost your credibility and to make people connect with you and know, like, and trust you. So let's continue with the conversation about connection. So now we're going to get into things that you can do. You have your, you've done your credibility piece. You've developed your Women Manifesto. These are all things that from that Women Manifesto, as you write it down, as you answer those prompts as many times, do each one 3, 4, 5 times if you can. Now you should have pages of content. Okay. So now this is where you're going to go share that content and find your people. Okay. You're going to approach relevant podcasts for interviews, approach relevant live shows for interviews. You can pitch the media. You can ask influencers to promote and partner with you. You can write and distribute a press release, right? A lot of people think press release is only like if I did something super huge and amazing. No. Did you launch a new product? Did you get a new major client? Are you, have you been in business for 5 years? Let's celebrate that with a press release. Let the world know that you've been in business for 5 years. You beat the odds. And this is why people should continue to work with you. Okay. Email, please email your people as often as possible, Sometimes we think with email that we're bothering people, but you're not. They wouldn't be there if they didn't want to hear from you. So give them what they want. Okay. I'm going to skip through this a little bit because I want to make sure that I respect your time. Share your process, your backstory, create a featured end page on your website with all your media and other interviews. Encourage people to leave reviews for you. If you do a service or you develop, or deliver a product or a service, go back and ask people for a review. And if anything, make it a part of a funnel so it automatically happens so you don't have to think about it. Do giveaways in your space. Become develop that, that space of giveaways or being the person that does the polls, the giveaways, the live stream parties, whatever. Be creative. Okay. And I want you to start looking for speaking opportunities. Don't be afraid. Look at your Women Manifesto, look at your credibility pieces, and figure out who you can talk to, where you can speak about, even if it's just the one thing that you are freaking amazing at. Announce a blog tour on your page. Offer to guest post for anyone looking for a new blog post for 30 days. People would eat that up. Link your content to trending topics and write blog posts about it. Write a mini blog post on medium.com as excerpts from your larger training or content. So if you already have bodies of work and trainings and content put together, pull pieces and post them at Medium. There's a whole lot of other sites that you can use that SEO and the interwebs love, so that when people Google you, they will find your name. They will find your work. Okay. Create an audio podcast from your content. Some of us don't want to be seen all over the place. So this list of connections I'm giving you and ways to make them, you find what works and what's comfortable for you. If you don't want to show up on video, use your voice, right? You can also create a short video series if you're okay with being on camera. Use your IG and Facebook stories, quotes or testimonials from customers as social media posts, short trainings, tips on Facebook Lives and IGs. Those literally can be 5 minutes long. Okay. Offer trainings in relevant Facebook groups. Go to the admin and say, hey, listen, I see you have a group of women who love to cook, and I happen to be a meal planning prep coach, and I would love to offer them, a free training, next week. Everyone needs content in their space for their people. Why wouldn't they? Okay. Share infographics of your process, your framework as social media posts, screenshots of positive reviews, leverage Twitter for media and niche markets. But above all these things, above all, these are the 4 things I want you to remember. Be raw, authentic, honest, and bold. Okay. There's no time for you to be afraid of who you are. I hope this was good for you. I know it was quick. I know some of you are like, Tamara, come on. But I want to thank you for spending this time with me. We talked today about the power of your Womanifesto, and I am so excited. You can find me on Facebook inside the Raising a Mogul community. If you happen to be a parent who is raising a child who wants to start or grow a business, you can go to raisingamogul.org and join me and 3,000 other amazing parents who are doing just that. You can also find me at tamarazantel.com, all over the interwebs at Raising a Mogul and at Tamara Zantel. You guys have an amazing, amazing day.
So I know you have enjoyed this afternoon and probably have seen so many speakers. Your brain is full, right? And I know you didn't get to all of the workshops and hear all the dynamic speakers. So if you missed those moments and you want to have an opportunity to enjoy in some of the things that you didn't get to hear, we want to encourage you to go by the Video Vault. That's right, the Video Vault. You'll have a chance to see everything all 3 days. When you spend that money to get the Video Vault, which is only $47. So I want to encourage you to go right now and get your Video Vault right now.
And of course, you know, our goal with Success is that we want to be connected with you year round. And so we want to make sure that you have, if you've not already signed up, we are strongly encourage you to go and join our Success Members Network. And so, Success Mentors Network. And basically that gives us a way to provide excellent content, opportunities for training year round with you. And so the Success Mentors Network, it's really cheap, $15 a month. Now that price will be going up in the new year, later on in the new year. But for right now, for anyone who's attended our Woman on Fire Success Conference, you all will get it for $15. So that's a great number, great value. You know, that's a couple cups of coffee throughout the year. I mean, throughout the couple cups of coffee.
That's right. It's so good. She
Couple of
can't
cups
even
of
get it
coffee
out right,
a
y'all.
month is what
That's
she's
right.
saying.
And
That's right.
you can save even more by paying $150 and wipe it all out in one swoop.
Yeah,
So,
and that
yes,
gets you 20% off. If you pay the $150 throughout the whole year, it's 20% off. It's 2 free months. So it's definitely worth it.
yes.
And if you're wondering what else we have, let me just tell you about tomorrow.
Yes.
We're starting back early,
Great.
8 a.m. So you already know from today, get your snacks prepared early, get your coffee ready, okay? Get your tea. I'm a tea person. Whatever it is, you get yourself prepared.
Glass of
Join us at
wine.
8. Yeah, glass of wine. Hey, on Tiffany.
Hello.
All right. Listen, so look, these are some of the folks who are going to be coming at you tomorrow. Candace Camille, Maggie Cook, Brian O's, and the butts in the seat queen herself, Kern Cherry, is going to be the keynote tomorrow night. Yes, it's going to be all the way lit. Okay. And then the directors, we will be joining you, and we love hanging out with you in the Zoom room. We're going to be joining you live at 4:30 Central Time for the Woman on Fire panel. Okay. And so I can't tell you how many presentations, how many speakers we have. I lost count. You know,
Yeah.
Kern, look, she's booking speakers in her sleep. So
Yeah.
look, all you need to know is whatever it is that you need to get lit, to be ignited, to be on fire, you will be able to get that tomorrow. How many of you want to put your hand out and say, all right, light me up, I'm ready. I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
Hey, it's Dr. O'Shea here, the doctor of rethinking, helping you to remix your thinking so you can make money, manage money, and of course, multiply money. And I want to offer you a free case study video about changing your mood, your mindset, and your money. And so are you one of those people who find yourself kind of addicted to the struggle, find yourself not living in the abundance of peace, love, and joy around your money as you know that you should be? You make good money, but you really don't understand how to make your money work for you? Well, that's what's going to get started. Get into the mind on your money, learn a couple of manifestation tools as well. And then, of course, jump on a call with me. I would love to talk to you, get to know you a little bit more. What are some of your frustrations, your challenges, some of your concerns around money, and even what's your vision of your life that you're finding yourself hard to get to because you're holding yourself back from maybe some psychological money, memories, identifications, or thoughts. So, check it out. And I would love to get to know you a little bit better. Bye.
Hello, my friend, and welcome to Back and Neck Pain Relief, the surprising gut and brain connection. I am so excited you're here because I created this online video healing series specifically for you. And I know that you're suffering with pain, and I know that these techniques that I've been sharing with my patients for the past 15 years are going to help you really move forward on your healing journey. My name is Jackie Castro Cooper. I have a master's in physical therapy, and I am so happy to share holistic and alternative techniques so that you can heal.
Hey, Woman on Fire. How are you ladies doing? I hope that you've enjoyed the conference, but I see that you're here in the expo, so that means you're taking a real quick break, and I would love to be able to share an opportunity with you. I am a 2-time best-selling author. I just released a book in November called Leading with Uncommon Courage, which was an international best-selling author. But my next book project called Parenting with Uncommon Courage, I would love for you to consider being a part of it. So now when you think about parenting, especially in light of COVID, culture has changed tremendously over the past decade, over the past 2 decades. And for several, we can see a difference over the past 4 to 5 decades. And so my goal is to help women, to help men, to help families be able to grow and to grow in strength and to have clear vision. And I believe that the best way of doing that is for us to learn from each other. So I'm inviting you to come aboard with me. Consider sharing your story of parenting, or perhaps you're an adult and you feel as if your parents did a wonderful job and you want to be able to share your childhood experience again as a way to help other families and communities grow. And so if you have a story, perhaps you have a story, an adoption story. Your story really could be an abortion story. It's to parent or not to parent. Perhaps your story deals with dealing with a difficult teenager, or perhaps you're dealing with a child that is connected or addicted, dealing with some type of addiction. And again, just being able to kind of share the tools that you found that help you and your family cope through these difficult situations, the tools that you found in providing an environment for your child to thrive. All of that is very valuable information, and I would love to be able to share this platform with you so again you can help other families grow. If you're interested, I need you to do 2 things. 1, I want you to send me an email, tiffany@uncommoncourage.cc, and in the subject line put, hey, put a book anthology or Parenting with Uncommon Courage, and I'll be sure to respond with you as soon as possible. The second thing that you can do is go on Facebook and connect with me. Send me a private message or just comment, hey, Tiffany, I saw you at Woman on Fire, and I'm interested in being a part of your anthology project. Whichever way works best for you. I just want you to know that I would love to have an opportunity to have a personal conversation with you so that we can learn how we can best help each other and help strengthen family and help strengthen our community. Thank you so much.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, whatever time of day it may be while you are watching this presentation. Thank you so very much for joining me. I appreciate you as well as your time. I am Samantha J. West, and I am here to speak with you about becoming who God created you to be, and so that you can light the world on fire. The topics of this presentation will include an introduction and why it is important to actually become a woman of God, the foundations that you need in order to become a woman of God, how to become a woman of God, the power habits that you will need in order to become a woman of God, and then what? Once you actually have your foundations and your power habits in place, then how do you actually apply those habits to light the world on fire and finish strong? Of course, we'll have our conclusion as well as ways that you can contact me. So who am I? I am Samantha J. West, founder of Samantha J. West Enterprises. I'm a life coach to women. I actually help women who struggle in their faith as well as their confidence to grow both spiritually and personally so that they can shed who the world has told them that they are and become the woman that God has created them to be. I am also a motivational speaker, a founder of Aspire to Impact one-on-one coaching program, as well as I do have my very own podcast called Revelations Unmasked, and I am an author as well. So what exactly is a woman of God? A woman of God is a woman of noble character. She is more precious than rubies and lacks nothing of value. She is a woman that chooses God's way always. She acknowledges God in all her ways, and she commits herself to God completely. So why is it important for you to become a woman of God? It helps you to lay a solid foundation to be who God created you to be and walk fully in your purpose. Before I became a woman of God, before I became the woman that I am today, I lacked confidence in myself. I was full of self-doubt, and I didn't have a solid relationship with God. I was always chasing the wind, catching nothing but air. I knew I needed to change, so I started with changing my foundations. I started to place solid foundations includes placing your full confidence in God, becoming a woman of confidence, and focusing on the positives. So I started to place my full confidence in God. And most people tend to place the highest value on scarce commodities like high quality diamonds. And women of God, women of noble character, just like high quality diamonds, are hard to find. Women who are of noble character are capable, intelligent, and virtuous women. Placing your full confidence in God helps you to stand out as a woman who has something valuable to offer the world. When you have full confidence in God, others have full confidence in you, which helps you be more confident in yourself, and the more you place your confidence in God, the more you'll become the woman God has created you to be, and walk boldly in your purpose. So to be a woman of confidence, I have grown more in God and placed my full confidence in Him. And the more I grew in my own confidence, I actually became a woman of confidence. As a woman of God, it's important to keep God as your first priority. God needs to know that He can trust you and have confidence in you. So when you choose to make God your first priority, it helps Him know you will bring Him good and no harm all the days of your life. Take a moment to examine your life. Is there anything you are doing or not doing that may make God question your reputation? Living with integrity and being truthful to yourself helps God to trust you and helps you grow in your confidence of yourself and become a woman of confidence. Do a self-analysis and identify all the areas of your life that may be holding you back from becoming confident in yourself and the woman who God has called you to be. Another reason it's important to become a woman of God is so you can focus on the positive. Women of God take 100% responsibility for their life. They stop blaming others for their life and they stop complaining. Women of God are capable to take action and change their excuses into decisions instead of continuously complaining about situations. Having an optimistic, positive attitude actually helps your physical, emotional, and mental health. It is a proven fact that joy and laughter are healers, while negativity is a destroyer. There is always positive in every situation. The more you focus on the positive, it helps you become more patient, more compassionate, and wiser. Becoming the woman who God wants us to be helps us to discipline our minds to focus on what's right versus what's wrong. Thinking positive helps you to focus on God's word, renew your mind, and focus on the truth of God's word. And it also helps your thoughts and attitude about life to change as well. And so how do you become a woman of God? Creating power habits is essential to becoming a woman of God. So you create power habits and observe and practice these habits for yourself. And so how exactly do you become a woman of God? You have to become selective, read the word, and through prayer. So as you become selective, which means protecting your spirit. You have to be mindful of what you allow to come in, because whatever you allow into your spirit and into your mind, it can fester and actually start to take root. And you're responsible for protecting your spirit. So being more selective, you have to be more selective with the music that you listen to, the movies that you watch, and the television shows that you watch, the people that you allow into your life, and the choices that you make. Changing your habits to become the woman God created you to be means you have to start being more consciously selective and start asking yourself questions such as, is this the best use of my time, energy, resources, and money? Is this God's best for me? Start to think more about your choices and how they benefit you, your life, and your future, and then focus your attention on those things. Becoming more selective about who and what you give your time and energy to in order to truly become the woman God created you to be. So another way to become a woman of God is to read the word. Meditating on God's word helps you to remain faithful. It helps you continue to persevere even when you don't see instant results. And it helps you to stay in a space of peace. Staying in God's word helps you learn to trust God's timing and be patient through the process. Many give up during this process, but those who stay planted in God's word are the ones who are blessed. Become a student of the Bible. Read, study, memorize, and meditate on the word day and night. You will yield more fruit. Everything you do will prosper. You grow in your confidence. You know who you are in God, and you grow in your strength and dignity. And lastly, another way you can grow in God is through prayer. Prayer works. And when we pray, God works. You are as good as your prayer life. Prayer has to become as natural as breathing for you so that you can start to pray without ceasing. Prayer is not just something we do, it's a mindset, an attitude, and an atmosphere we create. The more we pray, the closer we draw to God. As you pray, take time to listen so you can hear from God clearly. Allow your prayers to become a two-way conversation and see how much of a difference it makes in your life and in the lives of others as well. And now what? Now you know why it's important to become a woman of God and how to become a woman of God. So now, what are your next steps and how can you finish strong so that you can step into your power and light the world on fire? So you have to actually, in order to walk fully in your calling and be who God called you to be, you have to be diligent on a daily basis. Diligence is pressing forward when you don't feel like it. It's working even when you feel like being lackadaisical. It's continuing to press forward towards the higher calling on your life. Start to commit to a specific wake-up time and start to awaken at that time each day. Only sluggards continue to hit the snooze button. As you age, you'll find your body needs less sleep. Start to listen to God and your body. He will give you wisdom as to when to sleep and when to rest. Learn to be diligent like the ant. Work diligently at growing in your relationship with God and with yourself. And so becoming who God created you to be so you can set the world on fire means you have to maximize each day. And maximizing the day means to use your time wisely. Work, but also have the tools needed in order to succeed and maximize your day. Being able to manage our relationship with God, ourselves, our family, and our household effectively requires that we make the most out of each day to have profitable days. Maximize your day by creating a list of things you must get done. Place them on a calendar, plan them out, and create a routine to make them happen. Whatever doesn't get done can be transferred to the next day to complete. Writing things you must do helps you to focus on what needs to actually get done, and it helps you to maximize your day better. And finally, to be who God created you to be, you must encourage and strengthen yourself. The reality is you can't always rely on someone else to strengthen and encourage you. You truly have to strengthen and encourage yourself. One way you can encourage and strengthen yourself is to listen to spiritual-led courses, mentors, and teachers that can feed your spirit and pour into you consistently. Find some podcasts and or audiobooks you can listen to so you can have things in your ear constantly to encourage you. There are a wide range of resources available to help you encourage and strengthen yourself. But of course, none outweighs spending time with God and in God's word. Make the most of the opportunities and resources available to you so when the trials and tribulations come, you can stand firm in faith and encourage and strengthen yourself. And so becoming who God created you to be is a journey. But with perseverance, diligence, and prayer, the journey will lead you on a path of peace, happiness, and joy. So you can walk fully in your purpose, become who God created you to be, and light the world on fire. So I know you are just as excited as I am to connect with me. I can't wait to connect with you guys. So here are ways that you can actually connect with me. If you'd like to book me for any coaching services, you can definitely schedule your free impact call at www.aspiretoimpact.org. You can I also have a free gift for you. Everybody loves freebies. So be sure to visit dreambigwithsam.com for your free gift. And here, my website is samanthajwest.com. My email, you can definitely email me at info@samanthajwest.com. My Instagram, if you'd like to follow me on Instagram, please feel free to do so. My Instagram handle is I am Samantha J. West. And you may also follow me and friend me on Facebook, which is Samantha J. West as well. Thank you so very much for your time. I am so very grateful and I appreciate you, and have a great evening.
Hello, Woman on Fire. How are you? I am Clexing, the Purpose Coach with mypurposecoach.com. I am really excited about being able to be here and empower you and just charge you forward and helping you to reach your destiny in 2021. So today I'm going to be talking to you about the art of convincing yourself. Because listen, you're going to be hearing about how to plan, how to set goals, how to move it forward. But you are not going to be able to move it forward. And all these things about planning and goals are really good. You need that. And so make sure you take lots of notes. But you're not going to be able to move your forward if you don't know how to convince yourself to move forward. So that's what we're going to do today. We're going to learn how to convince ourselves to move forward. So listen, Isaac Newton said, what we know is a drop. What we don't know is an ocean. So as I go through this, I don't want you to think, oh, I already know that, I heard that. If you're here, if you're listening, it's because you know it, but you don't believe it. I'm going to say that again. It's because you know it, you've heard it before in different ways, but you don't believe it. Belief is what moves us forward. Belief is what pushes us and moves on us to do what we need to do. So we're going to be talking about how to believe and how to convince yourself to move forward. Listen, there's three types of people in the world, Einstein says. There's the people that know what you know, right? Like, I know how to help women build a successful business. I know how to cook. I know how to drive, right? But there's also people that they know what you also know what you don't know. So I know that you cannot come to me and ask me to fix your car, put in a transmission, because I know that I don't know how to do that, right? And that's good. However, the majority of people also, or most of us, have these blind spots. Psychologists call them scotomas, where you don't know what you don't know. What does that mean? That means that you have a blind spot. You don't even know that you don't know this. It's a blind spot, but it's what you need to move you forward, right? So I want you to keep an open mind as we go forward this morning. So if you're watching this video, I want you to understand that you're in this right place and you're here. You're supposed to be here. If you're tired of allowing fear to be your driver, if you are so tired of always talking yourself out of doing what you need to do, if you want to boost your confidence, you're in the right place. If you want to focus in and pursue your destiny in 2021 and be that woman on fire, then you're in the right place. If you want to focus in and pursue your destiny, you're supposed to be here. And if you're tired of always allowing your reasoning and your questioning to talk you out of pursuing your destiny, your fears, you are in the right place. Now, this is not for you. Listen, I'm not for everybody, but this is not for you if you're not ready to be a success. If you want to stay in your place of comfort, because listen, we want to stay in our place of comfort. We just don't want to stretch. We don't want to go out of our comfort zone. This is not going to be for you, honey. If you're not ready to be stretched and be the success God has designed you to be, this isn't for you. And that's okay. That's okay, right? So let me just share a little bit about me. I've always had a teacher spirit. I was born and raised in England. I came over here when I was almost 13. And when I came over here, I did a little research and realized teachers don't make a lot of money, so I'm going to pursue something else. So I decided to pursue engineering because I was good at math and science. But 2 years into it, I realized that just because you're good at something, just because you have a skill in something, does not mean that that is your purpose and your destiny. And I learned that the hard way. I was in a career engineering where I ended up not liking it because I saw how my colleagues were really passionate about engineering. I was not, girl. I was in the wrong place. So I wasn't passionate about it. Well, thank God I prayed for 6 years, and finally, 6 years later, I got laid off on my birthday. I was so grateful, trust me, because I did not like engineering. I hated it. And I wanted to find the passion that my colleagues had. I just knew it wasn't that. So I got laid off on my birthday and propelled into my destiny of speaking and empowering women of faith in business to their destiny, to real businesses, successful businesses, and not just doing it on the side or as a hobby. So I established myself as an international speaker. I authored a couple of books, which you can find on Amazon. I designed business building programs and mind bending and mind elevation programs for women of faith in business, programs that help women to be successful. One woman increased her income by 306%. Another woman built her dream business with a consistent flow of clients. And I love doing that. I was passionate about that. So I had finally found my passion. But here's the problem. I had a lot of challenges just like you because we're no different, okay? Just because I'm standing here does not mean I'm any better than you. I had challenges and mistakes just like you. And you might be able to identify with some of these, right? So I was afraid to ask for help. But it was disguised as nobody wants to help me. Have you ever said that? I can't find anybody to help me because I was looking for someone to help me for free. And yes, I had some mentors, but they could only take me so far. And I didn't think I could invest. But again, it was disguised as nobody wants to help me or I don't have the money. But really, what was happening was God was trying to teach me how to stretch myself, how to be creative so that I could find the way and make the way, find that money in a creative way so that I could make the investments that I needed to make. So I wasted many years on trying things on my own. Listen, I'm a smart girl. I'm intelligent. God gave me a lot of intelligence and gifts and smartness, just like you. That's why you're here. But it took me quite a few years to realize, listen, girl, you cannot do this on your own. God has put people around you that have made the mistakes you're making, but are successful and they're doing it consistently. Follow that pride and do what you need to do to partner with them. And so I had to learn to do that. So I also had challenges of allowing my fear to be my driver. I did it all the time. And it, again, was disguised as smart reasoning. I listened to people that were not where I wanted to be. You know, your friends and family that love you and are smart, but they are not where you want to be. So they don't know the other things, the blind spots, the scotoma that I talked about, the things that they don't know, and they're giving you advice. So I played it safe. But finally, I had my breakthrough. I stopped listening to those who didn't know with love. I started listening to those who were where I wanted to be. And this is the thing that really was the breakthrough for me. I had to work on my mindset and shift my beliefs, because your beliefs is what drives you to take action. That's the way God designed us. Your beliefs drives you to take action. And when you reprogram your belief system, it takes the hustle and the struggle out of everything. So, oh my goodness, hallelujah. It was a hallelujah day when I finally got my breakthrough and figured that out. So here's a couple of things what I want you to understand of the art of convincing yourself. Two major things, right? There are other things, but we only have time for two. Use your imagination. Use your imagination. So you don't check out yet, because you're probably going to say, I have heard that before. Get it? I've heard it before as well. But here's the thing. The reason why you're here is because you know it, but you don't believe it. Let me just let that settle. You know that you need to use your imagination because you've heard how Navy SEALs use their imagination to press them forward. You've heard how athletes like Michael Phelps and other athletes use their imagination to press them through the challenges. But why aren't you doing it? Maybe you don't know how to do it. So let's move on, right? So everybody has an imagination. That's how God designed it. Everybody knows how to use their imagination. We use it for the things that we like. We use it for the things that are easy. If I were told you to imagine something that you really, really like, right? It's going to be quick and easy, and it's going to start making you smile. You might even start getting hungry. You know, I love chocolate cake, or actually I'm a chocoholic, so anything chocolate, I love it, right? And if I start thinking about it, then my body responds to it. My feelings, because your feelings, write this down, your feelings always respond to your thoughts. Your feelings always respond to your beliefs. So I'm going to start maybe feeling hungry and get the cravings because your feelings are going to follow your thoughts and beliefs. And so you're going to have a physiological response to that. So we all have an imagination. We've just got to get intentional about using it and using it in the right way. So here's the thing. You might be stuck. You've been trying to move forward into your destiny. You tried all kinds of things. It's now at the end of 2020, and you had set some goals in the beginning and you're still in the same place. Well, listen, you got to start with your belief system. And the reason why you might not be able to move through to the belief system is because your mind is cluttered. So you've got to figure out what your limiting beliefs are, where you're stuck before you can even start doing what I'm going to be sharing with you today. All right. You got to figure out where you are stuck in your mind. Like, what are your limiting beliefs? What beliefs are limiting you? So start here. What are your fears? What fears are holding you back? Those are the things that have your mind cluttered in such a way that you've gotten so used to it that you've gotten comfortable with being stuck. So I'm telling you, in 2021, in order to be a woman of fire, you have got to move past that comfort zone. Einstein said, imagination is more important than knowledge, and knowledge is limited. Imagination encircles the world. But I really like how Les Brown says it. He says, live out of your imagination instead of out of your memory. Let that sit in. You imagine what's going on. You keep thinking about what has happened, the bad things, the wrong things, the challenging things, instead of creating a new thought in your imagination. Martin Luther King said, everything that we see is a shadow cast by that which we do not see. So you have to see who you want to be. Listen, in my book, The Art of Convincing Yourself, which is what this presentation is about, I say when you can envision your next step, you can convince yourself that you must get there. If you can't see it, you're not going to be able to convince yourself. Hands down, that's the way that God designed it. And it's no different for anybody. So here's a simple process you need to use. You need to do the B method, right? You need to be. You hear that all the time, but I'm talking about B-E-A. You need to B-E-A. You need to believe. And the only way to believe is to keep repeating a thought until it becomes a belief. And not just any thought, but the right thought. Until it becomes a belief, meaning until you start to really feel it in your soul and you start to think about it more without you intentionally making yourself think about. And then make your beliefs become expectations, and then your expectations move you to action. So here's a very simple process that I want you to use. Write down what you want to believe. I know you've heard it before, but listen, you're listening to this because you don't believe it yet or because you're not practicing it. Write down what you want to believe or you need to believe to go to your next level. Write down what you need to expect or what you want to expect. And then write down the actions that you need to take. Like if you were making $100,000, or if you were in that relationship, or if you had that business, what are some of the actions that you would do to go to that next level? What are some of the actions you need to take to be a woman of fire in 2021? This is the B method, BEA, right? So in order to create a belief, let's talk about that real quick. You need to create a thought, a new thought. Let me tell you a little secret. Your thoughts, now I know a lot of you do affirmations, you might do affirmations that great, but guess what? The reason why you're not seeing much of a shift with your affirmations is because you've got to use this method. So when you're doing your affirmations, open up your mouth and say it out loud. I teach my clients, go in the mirror, say it out loud. It makes a big difference. It deepens it into your neural pathways 10%. 10% more than what you're doing if you just say straight out affirmations in your head. You got to say it out loud. Let your spirit hear it. Let the world hear it. Go in the bathroom, say it out loud. But here's the thing, that 10% is not enough. I get you. So listen, when you say it out loud, also picture it as you're saying your affirmations. Create that picture in your mind. Now, if you have a hard time doing that, let's not use that as an excuse to not do it. Go get a magazine, rip out a picture, look at the picture while you're saying the affirmation, or go to your computer, Google up an image, and start to visualize that as you're confessing. It's going to deepen it 55%. So that means it's more powerful. Okay, so let's make it even more powerful. Your confession and imagination plus emotion. So instead of saying, I am fearfully and wonderfully made, because you're not going to believe that, your spirit isn't. You say, I am fearfully and wonderfully made, right? I want you to say that right now. With conviction, with energy, it's going to boost it up to 100%. When you do that for about a month, your belief system will start to take root, but you got to do it every day. You've got to do it every day, right? So that was the first thing. Use your imagination. Athletes use it. Successful people use it. Tyler Perry, Steve Harvey, Oprah Winfrey. Listen, they all talk about it. So why should you be any different, right? Use your imagination. The second thing you got to do that I talk about in my book, The Art of Convincing Yourself, is be curious about yourself. Be curious about yourself. Listen, it takes courage to be curious about yourself. It does. Listen, we're curious about everybody else on Facebook. We're curious about everything on the news. We ask questions, we give our opinions, but it takes courage to be curious about yourself, because you're going to hit the hard questions and it might make you cry sometimes, and that's okay. Just press through those tears, because on the other side is where you need to be. So very quickly, I want to share the 3 key questions you need to ask yourself in order to convince yourself to move forward. So the first thing is, am I willing to take the risk? Am I willing to take the risk? Oprah says, do the one thing that you cannot do. Fail at it. Try it again. Do better the second time. And the only people who never tumble are those who never mount the high wire. This is the moment. Own it. So in other words, you need to take the risk. You're going to have to take the risk. You're going to have to get out of your comfort zone, because your destiny is outside of your, I don't call it comfort zone. I call it confidence zone. Mark Zuckerberg said the biggest risk is not taking any risk. In a world that's changing really quickly, especially in this pandemic, the only strategy that is guaranteed to fail is not taking risk. So listen, look at this image I have right here. Within your confidence zone it's good stuff. It's 90% of the population lives in the confidence zone. Mediocre life, just survival, fear, tiredness, depression. Outside on the other side, once you press through the depression and the fear, is excitement, success, wealth, belief, passion, fulfillment. It's confidence, your dreams. That's what's on the outside of your confidence zone. So the second question is this of value to me or my business or life? Depending on if it's something about life. Is this of value to me? So you're not going to be able to answer that question. So you need to ask people outside of yourself, ask your mentors, ask your friends and family, ask clients, ask people that know you, because we are our worst enemy and our worst critic. Ask people outside of yourself what your gifts are and whether it's it's of value to you. And also sit still. Sit still. Some of us are afraid to sit still. And get quiet and ask yourself that question. Think about what you will feel like when you are reaching your destiny, when you reach that goal. What will you feel like? Ask yourself that question after that question, and then you'll get the answer, is this of value to me? Robert Kiyosaki said, money is not the goal, money has no value. The value comes from the dreams money helps you achieve. So why is such value placed on diamonds? Which, valuable, right? Because someone had to dig deep. The struggles in your journey will bring value to your business if you let it. You got to go through the struggles, because listen, on the other side of your struggle, outside of your confidence zone, is where you want to be. So the last question is ability. Do I have the passion and ability that is needed? Again, you might not be able to answer that question. Go outside of yourself to those who love you, to those you have helped in the past. Write down the gifts you have. You've got many gifts, and you'll see that you do have the ability. So as you build your abilities, you will also build your confidence and belief to press you forward to your destiny. Listen, I had a client, 73 years old. She put everything into all her savings into investing in a program with me because she said, I got to do this. I see the value. And because of that, she reached her destiny. So I want to end with this. Action without vision is only passing time. Vision without action is merely daydreaming, but vision with action can change the world. And Nelson Mandela was the one that said this. So if you want to find out more about me or my programs, go to mypurposecoach.com, and thank you for being here, and be that woman of fire in 2021.
Hi there. Happy New Year. I'm Nicole Mason. So excited that we made it over. I know you are just like me. Excited that you made it through 2020. Excited that you are here in 2021 at the precipice of this year. Looking forward to all of the possibilities and all of the opportunities that lie before you. I want to thank the organizers of this amazing conference, Woman on Fire 2021, for inviting me to participate alongside the other amazing speakers who are encouraging you as you rev up for this year, as you begin this new year with the fire that's down deep in your heart to make a difference and to make impact. I want to talk with you from the thought, how to springboard to your success. How to springboard to your success. When I was a teenager, I had the awesome opportunity to attend Howard University for a program for junior high school students and high school students. And of course, they were introducing us to the college, the campus, all that they had to offer, as well as allowing us the opportunity to participate in several different programs that they were offering: dance, basketball, gymnastics, and I chose gymnastics. I was very intrigued with learning how to flip effectively. I knew how to flip. At that time, of course, kids would be outside flipping and doing walkovers and cartwheels, some of the things that we don't see so much today. But you might remember that during your childhood and how much fun that was. And so I found myself at Howard University participating in this program. And every day we were being taught how to flip. And one of the exercises or activities involved running as fast as you could, seemingly, and hitting a springboard that they had before this particular instrument that was called a horse. And of course, the springboard was to help you to get over this horse or get over this particular piece of equipment. And it was very interesting because one of the things that happens when you are faced with the reality of doing something versus hearing about it or seeing it is your thought process. And so that's number one, as we are talking about how to springboard to your success for this year, a year that I hope will be different than any previous year that you have lived and have been following your purpose, that you've got to get your mind right. And that's what we had to do when we were participating in this class. You had to get your mind right if you were going to run and then hit that springboard to assist you in flipping over the horse. And one of the things that was critically important was you needed the coaching, you needed the instruction, and you needed the practice. But it had to start in your mind. And when you stepped up to the carpet and you were the next person, of course, all eyes were on you. And I want you to know that when you begin to succeed and you begin to move out in what you have been called to do, what you are passionate about, all eyes are going to be on you. But I want to encourage you as you are preparing for this new year that you put blinders on. You know, when horses are working, they put blinders on them so the horses won't look to the left or to the right, but that they have tunnel vision. And I want to encourage you to have tunnel vision as you begin to get your mind set on what it is that is before you. Just as I did when I stepped up to that carpet, I had to get my mind right to stay focused on what was before me. I had to get my mind right to rev myself up to begin to run towards the springboard that was going to assist me in getting over the hurdle that was called the horse. And I want you to know right out of the gate that there will be hurdles that will come in your life this year. There will be obstacles and oppositions. None of us can escape those things. But what we can do is have a mindset to springboard to success and have a mindset to stick with whatever that goal is in front of you, so that when those obstacles and oppositions come, that you won't be so knocked off kilter, that you will be able to bounce back and get right back at it, whatever your it is. And so you've got to have your mindset right. And so if you're taking notes, the first point or the first thing that you have to do to springboard to success is to master your mindset. And that's very important. I remember the times when I was practicing on this horse and hitting this springboard. And the thing that was always glaringly apparent is you couldn't run too fast, because if you ran too fast, that would of course put you over and put you further along than what you wanted to be. You couldn't run too slow because you needed the momentum of the run to help you to keep going. You had to run at a pace that would cause you to be able to get over that hurdle at the appropriate speed and have the appropriate outcome. And so that's the first thing. You have to master your mindset. I know that for many of us, 2020 challenged us in ways that we had never experienced before. But I want to submit to you that just as 2020 challenged us. 2020 also gave us an inside view on what we were able to do, what we were able to accomplish and overcome by getting our minds right, by putting our minds to what it was that we needed to do, wearing our mask, washing our hands, practicing social distancing. That took our mindset to be right because we knew that there would be a result at the end of it. And we continue to maintain those particular standards because there is an outcome that we are all wanting to achieve. And just like we have a collective outcome that we are looking to achieve, there is an individual outcome that you are looking to achieve this year. And I want you to know that you have everything on the inside of you to do it. You already came to the earth with all of the gifts, all of the talents, all of the skills inside of you that you need to move forward and to move out. And I want to encourage you to continuously keep your mind focused on what it is that you are intending to do. And then once you have your mindset right, let's go to step number 2. You've got to meditate on the method. Meditate on the method. Write that down in your notes. Meditate on the method. And what does meditate mean? It means to ponder. It means to think about. And one of the things that 2020 did give us was some time to think about our lives, to think about what's important, to think about who is important, to think about who we wanted to be connected to, who we needed to remove from our lives, and really have an inside view on what it is that you really like, what it is that you really enjoy. And so 2020 allowed us to be able to cross over into 2021 with some thoughts about what we would plan to do. And so you've got to meditate on the method. What is the method that you're going to use to get you from point A to point B? Just like in that gymnastics class, I had to meditate on point A, which was at the beginning of the carpet, to point B, to hit that springboard to get over the hurdle so that I could accomplish what I was setting out to accomplish. And so I want to encourage you to take the time to think about what you want to do. Plan what your method is. And, you know, in my other life, I am an attorney. And, you know, there's something called the modus operandi. You probably know it as the MO. What was the person's MO? What was their method of operation? What was their method to do what they did? What was their method to organize their company, to scale it, to sell it? What was their method to bring in more business? What was their method to get their estate plan in order? Everything has a method to it. And so whatever it is that you are working on this year, whatever it is that is revving up inside of you and you feel it deeply in your heart, you're passionate about it, you need a method of operation. You need a method of execution and implementation. So take this time to think about your method. You've got to meditate on it. You've got to be open to change and course correct. Don't let it be in stone, but let it be a plan that is open for change, and a plan that you allow others that you trust to give you good wisdom, to give you good insight. And so you need to meditate on your method. And then number 3, you've got to make a move. And, you know, I'm reminded of this gymnastics class. There were people who would start at the carpet. You know, again, it's one thing to know about an activity. It's another thing to really do it. And I would just submit to you that there are many people who want to be great. There are many people who want to do great things, but it is the movement and the action that stops them. And so I want to encourage you to make a move, and I want to encourage you to move consistently. And this reminds me of another story that I want to share with you. In 2018, I decided that I was going to run my first 5K. Yes, run my first 5K. Now, just like in that gymnastics class, I needed a whole lot of practice. I needed a good coach, and I needed good instruction. And so you need to write that down. You need a good coach, you need good instruction, and you need practice. And so I started out 2018 and I was practicing for my first 5K. And wouldn't you know it, the first day out, I took off down that trail like I knew what I was doing. Can you believe that? I started running, and you know what happened? I gassed out. And so here comes my coach. My coach started to tell me how I should run. And so when you begin to make a move this year, I want to encourage you, just as my coach encouraged me, you got to pace yourself this year. I know we like to get started and we like to start strong, but I want to encourage you not just to start strong, but then you need to get a pace for you. Don't compare yourself to anybody else. You got to get a pace that works for you. And so she gave me some instruction on how to set my own pace, and I loved it. She also told me about controlling my breathing. And I want to encourage you that when situations arise this year in your life, that you control your breathing, control how you respond to it, control how you allow it to overwhelm you, control how you respond to the naysayers and the haters. Listen, you're going to always have them. In fact, I would say if you don't have them, you're really not making that much of a difference or that much of an impact. And so when you are faced with opposition this year, I want you to control your breathing. Just as my coach, my running coach taught me, control your breathing. And then I want to encourage you to watch your cadence, right? Watch your cadence. And what is that? When we're moving, we all have a cadence. We all have a flow of how we move. And so sometimes we can move too fast. Just as when I was in that gymnastics class, when I was running too fast, the outcome would not be what I wanted because I was going too fast. And sometimes we can move too fast, move out of turn, move before it's time. But only you know what the timing is for you and your life. Only you can decide that. And so I want to encourage you to watch your cadence. And then I want to encourage you to flow with it. Yes, flow with it. When I finally got my cadence and I was intentional about my movement to run my first 5K, I was consistent with my practicing and consistent with my movement. And so I want to just leave you with this. Number one, you have to master your mindset. Number two, you've got to meditate on your method. And then number three, you've got to make a move and you've got to pace yourself and you've got to watch your cadence and you've got to control your breathing. And then you have to flow with it. Let me tell you something. It was so awesome on the day of my race. After I had been coached and practiced and took that instruction and appropriately applied it to my life, on the day that I ran that race, let me tell you, my time up until that point was 3.2 miles and 48 minutes. Well, I shaved that time off on the day of the actual 5K down to 43 minutes. Let me tell you something. I did that. And I want to say to you, you can do it. Whatever it is that you're working on, whatever it is that's in your heart this year, flow with it. And flow with it so much to the point that you surprise yourself. Let me tell you, I surprised myself when I shaved off those few minutes. And I came across that finish line with my hands lifted up, and I was hollering for so many reasons, but I was hollering because I did it. I did something that I had not done before, and I did it. I had momentum. I was on fire. And I want to say to you that this is your year. This is your time. This is your season. Yes, to springboard to your success. And I want to encourage you to keep those steps in mind as you are starting this year and you're starting on fire. Make sure that you maintain your momentum as you're going. And at the end of the year, that you'll be able to look back and you'll be able to say, I was on fire all year long. And not only was I on fire all year long, here are the results that proves that I did exactly what I set out to do. So, springboard to your success in 2021. Master your mindset. Meditate on your method. And then make a move. I am Nicole Mason. You can contact me at www.nicolesmason.com. That's NICOLESmason.com. You can also text Show Up Great at 22828. Again, Show Up Great at 22828. Again, springboard to your success. Have a great year.
Well, if you are enjoying Woman on Fire, if you attended Success Women's Conference, I believe back in October, you know there's so much richness as a part of success. And I want to tell you how to connect to success. We want you to connect with us year round. We want to make your experience to be a premium one year round. We have a video vault. We have the Success Mentors Network, and we have Success Women's Magazine.
So we want to encourage you. We realize that there are a lot of speakers, coaches, authors that are participating in this conference, over 120. And we know in 3 days, you cannot see everything. So we want to give you the opportunity to go back and relive Woman on Fire over and over again. So for $47, you can do that every day that you choose for a year. So sign up right now.
And of course, we have our Success Mentors Network. It's $15 a month. And the wonderful thing about the network is that you have an opportunity to connect to other people that may represent the same brand that you are in. You're able to make really great connections and collaborations. Our monthly coaching sessions and trainings for the network, we have guest experts that come in and connect with you again. We have a private Facebook group for those ladies. And again, that we're able to get on each month, us as directors, and then the invited guests that we have priority. Our members network, they get priority when it comes to anything success related. And so as you'll see, there's several members of the network who are actually speakers this time around. And those are just a few of the highlights that we have. But again, for $15 a month, we are able to bring to you very valuable content to help you grow personally and professionally. So we want you to join up.
Yes. And Success Women's Magazine is one of the latest visibility platforms that we offer as part of Success Women's Conference. I am so excited about that. As you know, I'm in the publishing field, and so I'm passionate about magazines. And magazines are an opportunity for you to elevate your visibility. And so we have so many very reasonably priced opportunities for you to showcase who you are. You may want to promote your next book. You may want to promote your coaching program. You may just want to introduce yourself. You may also just want to have a feature, full page feature, so that people can learn your backstory and get to know you better. The Success Women's Magazine is a great place to do that. And you can get more information about it at successwomensmagazine.com. Go online, take a look at it, email us. We're here to help you find the visibility opportunity that works for you. So all of those are great ways to connect to Success Women's Conference. If you haven't been onto our website, go right now to successwomensconference.info and check us out.
How you doing today? My name is Jumi Ogunyemi, and I am the founder and creator of Glam Naturally Oil. I hope you're having such an awesome day today. Thank you so much for tuning in. I am so excited to do this. This is like so amazing. So thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you for coming and tuning in into our brand. Just a little brief history of how we started. So I suffered postpartum alopecia about 3 years ago, and I wanted to create something which was organic based that was going to work for me, and that was what birthed Glam Naturally Oil. It's been such a blessing to be able to bless thousands of women to grow back their hair to health. I'm telling you, this is the brand to go to if you've suffered alopecia, or you suffered postpartum hair loss, or you suffered any kind of hair breakage that you just cannot control. We have so many amazing products to cater to your needs. So thank you so much and have an awesome day. Bye.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lee Mariano. I am a life and success coach, a C-suite executive, and the founder of Alexidom Coaching. What I want for you in 2021 is for you to show up, show out, and change the game. Now, I work with women who are frustrated with their current level of success, whether it's in their life, career, or their relationship. We work through how to remove those limiting beliefs holding them back from getting to the next level in their career. And so my free offer for all of you is a free 1-hour clarity session where you and I can talk about what's holding you back. It's free, no expectation, just you and I having that conversation. So make sure you schedule your free 1-hour clarity session with me, and let's get you to the next step.
Well, hello. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm so excited that you're here. I tell you, I am Lynette Brown with the Brown Benefits Financial, and I want you to go to my site, click on book an appointment, brownbenefitsfinancial.com, and book an appointment. Let me tell you why. As an entrepreneur, even if you're a home-based business owner, you're a mom, you're thinking about possibly opening a business, or you just want to know about all the tax loopholes and the tax shelters, go to brownbenefitsfinancial.com. And I'm gonna tell you why else. Did you know that you could actually write off insufficient funds? Yes, your bank fees are actual tax write-off. I tell you, I'm so excited for 2021. There's some major things coming down the pipe. We have the PPP, we have tax incentives for anybody that had COVID. I mean, there's so many things. So let me tell you this, you don't need a tax preparer. You need a tax professional that will definitely help you plan your tax life, because that's really where you'll be able to see the majority of saving your money. It's about what? How much money you keep, not necessarily how much money you make, right? And so definitely excited. We'll look forward to all of you joining me at my site, as well as all of you who actually click on the link and sign up for a free consultation, you'll actually go into a drawing for a free Google Mini, a home Google Mini. So I am just blown out the water with this wonderful event. I look forward to meeting all of you. Take care.
Hi, I'm Kern Cherry of PRN Home Care. We've been serving the Mississippi Gulf Coast for over 23 years. As a professional and personal caregiver, I know what it's like to provide care for your loved one. Our goal is to help you keep your loved one in the comfort of their home. We provide sitter service, homemakers, bath aides, errand runners, light housekeeping, and shopping service. We serve veterans, the elderly, and the disabled. For your friendly and reliable caregiver, call PRN Home Care at 888-782-3316. That's 888-782-3316. And if you're local, 228-385-8503. That's 228-385-8503. Call us at PRN Home Care.
Greetings, everyone. My name is the Inspiring Stylist. My mission today is to inspire, motivate, encourage, empower you to take action now. Despite what's going on in the world, especially 2020, that was the year with all this COVID, now is to take action. Now is the time. Either you take your time or you're going to take your time. So let me say that again. Either you're going to take your time or you're going to take your time. So a little bit about me. My journey began at the age of 14 with the desire to do hair and become a dermatologist. At 16, I had the opportunity to go to a trade school. I officially became self-employed working in a hair salon. My senior year, I got pregnant with my first child, but that did not stop me from graduating from high school with my advanced diploma, and I attained my full cosmetology license. I did, however, lose my scholarship into college, but that's okay. So being a single parent at 18, fresh out of high school, was not easy. And it readjusted all of my life's plans, all of my moves, but I didn't let it stop me. So as I tried to make it, especially during the recession, because back in 2008, 2007 through 2009 was the recession. I was told numerous of times that I should just quit doing that hair thing, go get a real job with guaranteed income, benefits, and then quite frequently throughout my journey, I was told that when you had kids, your dreams and your life ended and your primary focus became your kid. But I had a different vision because I just honestly didn't believe that my life had to end. So I sacrificed a lot of time with my son in his younger years because I just knew that if I put in the work now, then later on when he got older, I wouldn't have to work as hard. So at 20, I had this inner voice come. Some events started happening. This alignment started shifting, and it was just time to leave Virginia. I knew deep down inside if I stayed that I would have been content. I would have made it, but I knew somewhere I would not have reached my full potential. So 2 weeks before my lease was up, I just up and decided to relocate from Virginia to Charlotte, North Carolina. I only had $5,000 saved in my account, and I just knew I was balling. But if someone had told me the struggle was going to be real. So 3 months after my move, I was broke. Zero in the bank account, eviction. I had to get on government assistance. But through it all, I still had a vision. I could see the light at the end of the tunnel. People thought I was crazy. They thought I was selfish. So fast forward a year to me being in Charlotte. At 21, I took a step out of faith and I opened up my own salon suite and I became my own boss. And 11 years later, now with 3 kids, I am officially retired. So if you did the math, I am 32 and I'm officially retired. I own a hair salon, Salon Suites, a private hair care line, and my coaching business, Inspired by Faith Coaching. I now have the freedom to cater my time to what matters most to me. I can spend my days how I want. There are 3 things that I must contribute to my success this far, and that's being intentional, being uncomfortable, and owning my own vision. So before we dive in, if you felt like there was some setbacks in 2020, then get ready because 2021, this is all about bouncing back. So before we get started, I just want you to take a moment, close your eyes, and just take a couple of deep breaths. Slowly in and out. And while you're doing that, I just want you to think of one positive intention 2020 had for you. With so much going on in the world, we get caught up on focusing on the things we cannot control, COVID and other things. We let it stress us out, and worse, we let it distract us from our vision. Today, give yourself permission to surrender things out of your control so you can focus on what you can control, your vision. Don't be distracted or worried about the things we cannot control anymore. Instead, shift your energy into what you can create. So it's 2021, and like a lot of people do vision boards. So let's talk about that. Number 1, be intentional. Set your main goal this year and break it down into tiny, achievable components to make your goal inevitable. Remove distractions. Distractions are anything that's taking your attention away from focusing, anything that's just not in alignment with your goals. So when you start to think about that, just ask yourself, what's one thing I can remove or reduce in your day-to-day that will allow you to be intentional? For me personally, it was my addiction to TV. I used to have a TV show for every day of the week, Monday through Friday, the show, the repeats, and then on the weekends when I got off, I was binge watching. And before I knew it, I was spending 40 hours a week at least watching TV. And that's a full-time job, and I was not getting paid. So number 2, learn to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. Staying comfortable equates to staying content. Your vision plus being intentional is designed to take you somewhere that you've never been before, which means it's a new place. And most times, whenever we're faced with something new, we tend to want to stay where it's safe. Why? Maybe because we're afraid. Sometimes it's because we're so excited. But it's hard to distinguish between the two because sometimes it gives us that same reaction, that same jitters, the chills. So when this come up for you, just remember your vision is greater than your fears. I remember when I decided I was going to become a motivational speaker and I was going to quit the salon doing hair. I was scared. Sugar, honey, ice, tealess. But my desires surpassed my fears, and now I'm here taking action. Number 3, Own your vision. As long as you can see your vision, that's all that matters. People may think you're crazy. Some people are going to think you're changing. And to be honest, it's probably true. True, because who would leave their guaranteed job, their benefits, for what they deem as uncertainty and start their own business? It's too unpredictable. So you may look crazy. You also may say that you're changing, because when you start to pursue your vision, you become focused, and anything that's not in alignment with that becomes clear, and you begin to outgrow old habits and sometimes people as well. But again, it's okay, because what they think doesn't matter. Sometimes I often think, what would have happened if I was too caught up in listening to what other people think? Would I have gotten this far? Probably not. Sometimes we also have to be careful about what we think about ourselves, because we will talk ourselves out of doing what we know we should do. And we'll just keep procrastinating and keep holding back. Oh, well, no, I can't do this because XYZ, or no, I can't. Well, I'm here to say, why can't you? Why can't that be you? It's all you. So just to recap, for this 2021 bounce back from COVID, reclaim your year. Be intentional. Really think about the things that you want to do. Write it down. Maybe break it into monthly components to achieve the bigger goal by the end of 2021. Be okay with being uncomfortable. The more okay you get with being uncomfortable, the more uncomfortable will start to feel normal, in a sense of being comfortable. And lastly, own your vision. It doesn't matter what people think, it is your vision. As long as you can see it, you can achieve it. So, are you going to take your time, or are you going to take your time? My name is The Inspiring Stylist, and I thank you for your time.
Woohoo! Hello, ladies. I'm excited. It is the 2021 Woman on Fire Conference. Are you fired up and ready? I'm ready. Let's go. Listen, my name is Pastor Andrea Homer, and I am so excited to bring the next 20 minutes of fire to you. Listen, wherever you are right now, this is a good time to put your crock pot on low, turn the fire down low on your stove, DVR your favorite show, tuck the kids away, go ahead and grab their iPad and get them together, sister, because we're going to be sharing some experiences about pain for your purpose. Pain for your purpose. And I know you're thinking, wait a minute, Pastor Andrea, did you log into the wrong conference? This is 2021. We're coming right out of 2020. And are you sure you want to speak to me about pain for your purpose? Yes, sis, I do. You are in the right place. So listen, for the next 20 minutes, I want to share with you my personal experiences, and I'm going to give you 3 areas that you can be able to transition your pain to your purpose. And it's interesting because so many of us, we're like, okay, finally,
out of 2020, right? All of us are looking for the next best thing ahead. All of our vacations we put on pause. We're ready now to press play. All of our business plans, all of the ideas we had for 2021, we are ready to launch those, and we are on fire. Well, listen, let me share with you 3 key areas on how to transition your pain to your purpose. You know, it's interesting, the Department of Labor quoted over 40 million first-time unemployment filers for 2021. That's the first area I want to discuss with our finances. And it's interesting because many people have dealt with financial impacts from 2020, myself included, right? And as we're looking at our investment portfolios, or we're looking at the money we have in the bank account, we're thinking financial pain to purpose. How do you transition your pain to purpose? Listen, I want to paint a picture for you of a very real experience I had for myself. I can remember hearing a knock at the door. And that knock was from the cleaning ladies, the maids who were coming by a hotel room. Can you imagine getting that knock at the hotel room door? And my heart is pounding, and I'm trying to work my way through how I'm going to spark up a conversation, because we weren't staying there for a vacation, but this is the place where we lived. Can you imagine? I'm not sure if you ever looked at the daily rate from staying in a hotel room, but I experienced that life. And I'm coming to tell you, there is a pain for your purpose. I know you can imagine, wait a minute, a daily rate to put a roof over your head. Listen, absolutely. A time where even in that moment of transition, we were in a hotel room, not knowing where the next meal would come from, not knowing how we would keep a roof over our head. But I'm coming to tell you, sisters, women, that there was a pain, and that pain, it had a purpose. So many have experienced financial struggles, but we can't talk about financial struggles without talking about the challenges of health. Even on last year, myself, I had experienced, I know, the worst anybody can expect. I had experienced a positive test with COVID-19. I can remember it like it was yesterday, sitting in that drive-through. And in that drive-through, peering through the windows of all the vehicles around me, seeing the look of despair, the look of turmoil, the look of what's going to happen next. As you pull up to the next car and the next car and the next car, and you finally roll down your window to a first responder, peering in the window at you from a lens of a mask over their face, a face shield and a mouth shield and a full jumpsuit. And you're thinking to yourself, how did I ever get here? Listen, I want to tell you, there's a pain, and that pain, it has a purpose. Even as I sat in that line at the drive-through, and I remember getting that call, looking at the number on that phone like, oh my goodness, on top of everything else I'm dealing with, now I'm logging in to see that I was positive for COVID-19. Listen, I've been there. Just a month ago, dealing with the stress of COVID-19, having to call my employer, my loved ones, thinking what's going to happen these next 14 days, walking through that process of the late night heart palpitations and the visits to the emergency room. At 41 years old, thinking, this pain of 2020, how can it be transitioned into purpose? Listen, going from that to receiving a phone call while I'm in recovery, the next phone call is another positive test. This time it's a spouse. What do you do when the pain you experience, when it travels all down your family line and it goes through the lineage of everything you built yourself up to? Women, ladies, what do you do? I found myself at a dilemma. I found myself laying in the bed of despair and thinking, I don't know if you've ever been there, what on earth could happen next? I get from that moment to another phone call. I know I'm thinking, one, maybe there's somebody out there, even right now, who's listening, and it's been one phone call after the next for 2020. And it's one painful experience after the next. You ever been in a place where you're trying to quarantine from your spouse and yet you're wondering who's going to take care of the children that are also dealing with the same issue? Have you ever been to the place where you felt powerless, the place where the pain was almost so unbearable? Well, listen, you're in the right place, because there was yet a purpose for my pain. As I'm trying to recover from this COVID and I finally try to get my head above water, I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'm getting through this. I'm starting to feel a little bit better, starting to come back a little bit stronger. And all of a sudden, boom, I get knocked right back down again. A phone call saying, Andrea, I hate to be the one to break this bad news to you, but we just lost your dad. After losing my only sister just a year before, now I lost my dad. And a week later, losing my aunt. But listen, when I saw the graphic and the vision for the Success Women Conference, and the Success Women Conference spoke to me and said, woman on fire, there is a purpose for your pain. Somebody out there has dealt with the same thing in 2020, where there was loss after loss, calamity after calamity. What do you do when there is a pain and you're looking for that purpose? I talked to you about the pain that we deal with finances, and then another pain with health circumstances. But what do you do when the pain, it comes in a health circumstance, when you don't know what else to do? Ladies, I got something for you. I got the answer. All I could hear was a small, still voice telling me, you've got to push. Don't just lay there and die, but you've got to push. Some days you won't feel like getting out of the bed. You have to push. And where's my midwives at out there? Where's those who are in the medical field, or those who ever had to deal and experience with childbirth? Listen, they tell you to push when it hurts. They tell you to push when you're in pain. They tell you to push when you have contractions. And listen, for those of us that had a childbirth experience, when the contractions were not coming fast enough, they tell you, listen, we're going to have to induce you. If you can remember that childbirth experience, I tell you, as though the pain isn't enough, they have something called where they induce your pain. Listen, Pastor, why are you telling me this? Because 2020 has been an inducing process to allow you to push some things out in 2021. There's going to be some new businesses that need to be pushed in 2021. There's a new revolutionary idea that you have that you can push for 2021. I need you to type on those comments, push. If you have to turn around and get you a sticky note and just write that word down, push yourself, and put that sticky note on your refrigerator. Put that sticky note all around your bathroom mirror, and remind yourself each and every day that you do not have to stay there and take it. But listen, this is the time for you to live. You know what's interesting? When I had my battle with COVID-19, I began to read through articles of the news reports, and I began to see all of the things that were going on. And I saw that even over 350,000 deaths as a result of COVID-19. And I had to shift my mindset. That's another wisdom key for you. I had to shift my mindset, and I could not be overcome and absorbed with those who passed on. But I had to figure out, wait a minute, what about those who live? It's interesting that they reported over 328 million people that were living and survived out of 2020. What does that tell you? Don't tell me about who died, but I need to know who lived. Because see, when you are a survivor, there's a shift of a mindset when you begin to survive and you thrive. Where are my surviving sisters are? I know that you're out there. I know that something drew you to this conference like it drew me, and it drew me from my pain. It drew me as there's finally quoted that there goes from a transition from beauty to ashes. It drew me out of my pain and into my purpose. I found myself at a time where I wanted to hunger and thrive for those who would survive. Listen, my mentor, Les Brown, he said, the graveyard, as he was getting ready to provide a quote, he said, there's a graveyard, and the graveyard is the richest place, because that's a place where there are songs that were never written, where there were businesses that were never built, where there were scripts that were never written. But listen, he said another thing. He said, rob the graveyard. Listen, when death comes knocking at your door, sister, this is a time for you to fight back. This is a time for you to begin to push forward and know that when you survive, arguments don't sound the same as they used to. When you survive, you got a new pep in your step. When you survive, you begin to push away the dust from your hopes and your dreams, and you begin to have that mindset, that mind concept, as Les Brown, he said, it's not about what stays in that graveyard, those songs that remain unsung. Where is your song? This is a time where you've got to gird your loins with truth, as the word says, and you've got to be able to dig your heels in the mud and know that there is a purpose for my pain. So ladies, I want to leave you with this. I want to leave you with a 2021. A 2021 that starts with a new mindset, that you can't just sit there and let yourself go. You can't sit there and let yourself die. You can't sit there and let yourself embellish in a pity party. Cancel your invitations to that pity party that you have sent, and begin to rescind those invitations to your business plans. Begin to rescind those invitations to launching that new idea and becoming innovative and becoming creative and allowing your mindset to transition from surviving to thriving in 2021. Put that on the comments. It's time to thrive for 2021. Listen, I want you to buckle up your seatbelts, and you take your hopes and you take your dreams and you take your innovations and you run into 2021 like a woman on fire. I'm gonna tell you something about when you have been through a thing, you begin to push even when it hurts. You begin to push when other people slow down. You begin to push across every obstacle, and your obstacle, it becomes not a stumbling block, but a stepping stool. Listen, it's not by accident that you found this conference today. It's not by accident that we all connected during this Success Women's Conference. It's not by accident. There's a voice if you listen to it. That voice says 2021 has something better. That voice says, woman, get up off the couch, woman. Don't let yourself go, woman. You have what is in you to thrive, woman. You are on fire, a fire that cannot be quenched by your pain. Why? Because there is a purpose for your pain, and there is pain for your purpose. And you may be sitting here and thinking, wow, all of that she's been through. Listen, we all have a story, and it's our stories that keep us connected. Listen, my name is Andrea Homer. I have truly enjoyed this opportunity to share with you. Take 2021 by storm and push through that fire to your greater purpose.
So we are again excited to kind of talk to you guys about our virtual expo that's happening right now. We have over or nearly 50 vendors that are sitting there waiting to share with you their products and their services. Kern, tell them real quick about the giveaways that they can get what they visit.
So what we want to encourage y'all to do is to go over there and make sure you visit each booth. All the booths have giveaways. Of course, we have people giving away products, people like us that are giving away different things in our booths, maybe a card, Visa card, things like that you can utilize, y'all. These are free giveaways, but you got to click on the link. You got to click on the booth so that you can register and get sent a link in order to find out who won. So Dorothy, tell them a little bit about how everything works.
Well, the thing that I love about our virtual expo is that we have participants, merchants, coaches, professionals offering services and products from all over the world. And if you're looking for a coach, you attended Woman on Fire, you've been here with us, and you're like, you know what? I need some help. I know that now. Go over there to the virtual expo, check it out. Check out the coaches who are in there. If you're looking for some products that have been developed by successful women, go to the virtual expo, check it out. There are all types of products and services that are in there to help you be more successful, to help you be healthier, to help you look great. And so go check out the virtual expo. Be sure you register for all of the giveaways, and then also make sure when you get a follow-up call or email or whatever from those in the virtual expo, take the opportunity to get to know that professional and support their business, because you know what? When you give first, you always get back. Okay?
So make sure you go down below on the broadcast screen and click the virtual expo link. And if you can't find that, you can always go to successconference.info. So click the link below and visit all of our exhibitors in the virtual expo.
Thank you for stopping by my vendor's booth. I'm Natasha N. Mackey, Empowerment Specialist, and my specialty is to help people who have everything put together on the outside but are broken on the inside. I help you to live an empowered, fulfilled life and find clarity on your vision. I'm like an angel with supernatural wisdom and counsel, and I'm here to assist you in reaching those goals and your God-given, God-designed purpose and destiny for your life. And so as part of the mission, I have several different products. Today, I'm showcasing my new program, 90-day transformational program called From Pain to Purpose, 90 Days to a New You. So if you haven't been meeting your goals and you're feeling like a failure, you haven't met the success that you expected in your life, your business, relationships, in your health goals, then I am definitely the one who will undergird you and support you in that endeavor. In addition to this wonderful 90-day transformational program, I also have t-shirts that I've designed based on scripture. In addition, I'm also a published author, speaker, singer, and songwriter. So I have worship CDs as well as books that are available on Amazon. So you just Google Natasha N. Mackey and you will find exactly what you're looking for. I have one book, Touching Heaven, Shaking Hell. It's a book on prayer. And then also another book, Walking in Kingdom Authority. If you want to know how to gird your loins up and how to stand strong in the confidence that God has given you as a kingdom citizen, then you definitely want to grab a copy of that book. And of course, if you want some good worship music that's going to motivate you and going to encourage you, check out some of those worship CDs. One is called Whispers from the Heart of God. Also, I have a new single called Do You See Jesus? Thank you so much in advance for your support.
Hello, beautiful women. I am your girl, Tanisha. My friends call me T, so feel free to call me T. T stands for tenacious. Are you ready to dare to love in 2021? I wrote a book called Daring to Love, and now I just developed a coaching program to go along with it. You can get my book from my publisher, Wordee, WORDEE, Wordee.com, and pre-order the workbook. I can't wait to go into 2021 with you, daring to do all the things that we dream about doing, especially about love. Shoot me an email at contact Tanisha, TANEISHA, now at gmail.com. Because it doesn't matter who we were in the past. All that matters is who we are now. Let's get together. See you soon. Bye for now.
Hi, my name is Adriana Morrison. I'm a fitness professional, women's empowerment speaker, and author, and I'm super excited to share with you the title of my book, From Embers to Fiery Blaze, a Power Woman's Guide to Torching the Old Mindset and Bringing Back the Youthful Flame. This book will launch on January 25th of 2021, just in time to take back your decade. I'm super excited about this book. This book is designed for any woman who has experienced profound setbacks and want to go ahead and crush it and elevate it to the next level. As a mom to 4 kids, special needs mom, going through job loss, going through a severe car accident, failed marriage, all of that, I share with you my journey, and I share with you a specific call to action to set you up for success, never looking back, and embracing age regression that allows us to put our best foot forward. Please join me at FromEmbersToFieryBlaze.com, where you can get the link to purchase the book at pre-launch and all of the details. And I'm super excited to see what you think. Thanks for joining me.
I know you have enjoyed this afternoon and probably have seen so many speakers. Your brain is full, right? And I know you didn't get to all of the workshops and hear all the dynamic speakers. So if you missed those moments and you want to have an opportunity to enjoy in some of the things that you didn't get to hear, we want to encourage you to go by the Video Vault. That's right, the Video Vault. You'll have a chance to see everything all 3 days when you spend that money to get the Video Vault, which is only $47. So I want to encourage you to go right now and get your Video Vault right now.
And of course, you know, our goal with success is that we want to be connected with you year round. And so we want to make sure that you have, if you've not already signed up, we are strongly encourage you to go and join our Success Members Network. And so, Success Mentors Network. And basically that gives us a way to provide excellent content, opportunities for training year round with you. And so the Success Mentors Network, it's really cheap, $15 a month. Now that price will be going up in the new year, later on in the new year. But for right now, for anyone who's attended our Woman on Fire Success Conference, you all will get it for $15. So that's a great number, great value. You know, that's a couple of cups of coffee throughout the year. I mean, throughout the couple of cups of coffee.
That's right. It's so good. She can't even get it out right, y'all. That's right. And you can save even more by paying $150 and wipe it all out in one swoop.
Yeah, and that gets you 20% off. If you paid $150 throughout the whole year, it's 20% off. It's 2 free months. So it's definitely worth it.
Yes.
And if you're wondering what else we have, let me just tell you about tomorrow.
Yes.
We're starting back early, 8 a.m. So you already know from today, get your snacks prepared early, get your coffee ready, okay? Get your tea. I'm a tea person. Whatever it is, you get yourself prepared. Join us at 8. Yeah, glass of wine. Hey, on Tiffany.
Hello.
All right. Listen, so look, these are some of the folks who are going to be coming at you tomorrow. Candace Camille, Maggie Cook, Brian O's, and the butts in the seat queen herself, Kern Cherry, is going to be the keynote tomorrow night. Yes, it's going to be all the way lit. Okay. And then the directors, we will be joining you, and we love hanging out with you in the Zoom room. We're going to be joining you live at 4:30 Central Time for the Woman on Fire panel. Okay. And so I can't tell you how many presentations, how many speakers we have. I lost count. You know, Kern, look, she's booking speakers in her sleep. So look, all you need to know is whatever it is that you need to get lit, to be ignited, to be on fire, you will be able to get that tomorrow. How many of you want to put your hand out and say, all right, light me up, I'm ready. I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
Hello, everyone. I am so happy to be here today with you to present some awesome life-changing information. Now, my name is Queenie Davis, and I'm an entrepreneur, a business owner, a patent holder, soon-to-be author, but most of all, I'm a lover of God and all things good. I'm so excited to be able to share this message entitled, When You Think It, You Ink It. And my scripture reference is coming from Proverbs, the 23rd chapter, and the 7th verse. And it says, as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. But before I get into the message, I want to tell a short story. I think I heard Wayne Dyer tell this story many years ago. Nevertheless, the story is about a man who lost his keys. And he lost his keys inside of his house. Now we know that keys are very important, and we'll tear a house up looking for our keys. No doubt he had on his house key, his car key. He may even have had a financial key, the key to his safety deposit box. But he could not find his keys. He just searched and searched, and as luck would have it, the whole house got dark. The power went out. He still searched in the dark until he looked out of his window and he saw a street light that was bright, shining bright. And he said, you know what? I'm gonna go outside and look under the light for my keys. So he left his home and he went outside and began to search under the light for his keys. His neighbors came out and they asked, what's going on? What are you looking for? He said, I've lost my keys and I cannot find them. And they began to help him to search for his keys. Now, what is wrong with that story? Did anybody catch it? Exactly. This man was searching for that which he lost in a place where he did not lose them. Let me say that again. He was looking for what he lost in a place where he didn't lose them. He lost them in the house, but he went outside to find them. And as idiotic as that sounds, this drama is played out over and over in the lives of many people on a daily basis. You say, what do you mean, Queenie? Well, many have lost the keys to their happiness. They've lost the keys to their peace. They've lost the keys to their hope, to their health, their mental well-being. And instead of looking where they lost them, they're trying to find them in all the wrong places. I submit to you today that everything that you are searching for, everything that you think you lost, the keys that will open up every door in your life, they will never be found outside of yourself. Now, the scripture declares that we should guard our heart because out of it flows the issues of life. Anybody got any issues that you're dealing with? I like the NIV translation because it says, guard your heart, because out of it will come the course that your life will take. What is in your heart today that is causing your life to take a certain path? So now we got to deal with the heart in order to find the keys to the issues that we are facing. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. Now, in this teaching today, we're going to first talk about the direct link between your thoughts and your things, okay? And more importantly, how the thoughts become things. Next, we'll discuss becoming aware of your inner mental conversations and how to be free from the tyranny of second causes. Lastly, we'll conclude and we'll discuss heart thinking, the ability to know, to sow, and to grow any condition that you want to create in your life. Is that okay? So let's get started. So we're going to first talk about the relationship between your thoughts and your things. More importantly, how do thoughts become things? Because if we can understand this process, we can get some things done. We can stop idle thinking, and perhaps we can even develop a formula to create the conditions that we'd like to show up in our experience. Perhaps we will start thinking on purpose. Now, let's get a baseline. The Bible says that the world was formed by the word of God. Further reiterated that in Hebrews, and it said that we understand that by faith, the worlds were framed by the word of God, so that the things which are seen, they wasn't made out of things which appear. It was God's creative word that formed the world. And as he is, so are you in this present world. See, you're made in his image and his likeness. So it is your words that form your word, both spoken, which is the audible word, and unspoken, which is thought. Life and death are in the power of the tongue. Remember that. But see, what happens is many of us look at our conditions and we look at what's going on in our life and we say, hey, I would never speak into this into existence. This is not what I would want for my life. We're completely unaware that our words are creative and that they are seeds, and that our thoughts are creative and that they are seeds. And when these seeds are sown in the absolute, they embed in the heart and they take root and they grow a harvest. But we don't recognize our harvest. We say, no, not me. But these are seeds. Remember, when seeds are planted in the heart, they will take root and they will grow. Now, not all thoughts and not all words take root, but we have no idea which ones will and which ones won't. That's why the Bible admonishes us. It says, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of a good report, is on these things. Why? Because our thoughts become our things. Now, our thoughts are creative. Creative, the word itself means beginning, starting. They don't go into the past, but they go before us into our future to meet us as our future. So your thoughts that are sown will produce conditions that are grown, good or bad. So how do they become things anyway? Let me give you a picture analogy. Anybody sew out there on a sewing machine? Anybody sew anything from scratch? Well, I used to sew from scratch, and you start with all these little pieces, right? And then piece by piece and stitch by stitch, you start bringing them together. And it begins to take form, and voila, you have a finished product, which is your garment. Now the heart, which is the spiritual mind, is a master weaver. It weaves both the inner garment, which is our character, and the outer garment, which is our life's circumstances. See, so what happens when that seed and that word is sown in the heart? Stitch by stitch, little by little, piece by piece, line upon line, here a little, there a little, a bridge of incident is built, and it forms the framework of our end condition. And if it takes the entire universe to line up people, places, and things, it will come to pass. And see, when we initiate purposeful thinking for a certain desire or condition or manifestation that we want to show up in our life, all we need to do is trust the process and let it work. Why? Because the vision is for an appointed hour. It will blossom and it will flower. Though it tarry, please just wait, because it will come and it won't be late. Oh my goodness. But here's what we do. We can't be patient. Here's what we do. Let's just say you're going after something, perhaps a job, and you went to the job interview and you met with the boss. You felt so good about it, and you knew that job was just for you. You was perfect for it, and it was perfect for you. But when you went home and you didn't hear back from the employer in a day, and then 2 days pass, you start thinking idly. What you didn't know is that the man who conducted the interview caught a cold and he was out for a few days. And you were completely unaware that he was excited about you. He wanted to hire you. But because you did not know this, you started thinking all crazy. All kind of thoughts started running through your head. You conjured up all kind of reasons why you wouldn't get the job. You started saying things like, oh, I don't think he liked me that well. Oh my goodness, I don't think I'm right for it. I don't have the right education. I don't even have the right paint job. There's more people way more qualified than me, and so on. You begin to mentally argue for your limitation. And you do it with such vigor and surety that you convince yourself. And when your friends call you and they say, hey girl, how did that job go? And you tell them, I don't think that job was for me. No, that's not the position I want anyway. You know, I'm going to get something else. He probably gave it to somebody else anyway. All this that you conjured up, and it's your words and your thoughts. They took root. They built a bridge of incident and caused a door to open and let another more qualified, as you said, as you thought, candidate walk right in. You gotta think about that. Inner conversations. See, your adverse words and your adverse thoughts that was sown caused the whole entire deal to be blown. Inner conversations. How do we conquer these inner mental conversations? What are they anyway? It's that thought. It's that those conversations that go on in our head, that self-talking that we do all day long. Everybody does it. And it's kind of like this. You ever went out to meet a girlfriend and you're going out for lunch and maybe you haven't seen her in a long time, and then when you meet her, you are so excited. You give her a big hug, but in your mind, you saying something like this. No, she didn't come out the house with her head looking like that. And as she's hugging you, she's probably saying in her head, now this woman knows she's too old to be wearing this short dress. You know, you don't say none of this out loud, but this is all what you are thinking in your head. It's that self-talk, but you exchange your niceties and tell each other how beautiful they are, and you keep it moving. But this self-talk, now most of it is harmless. Some of it is judgmental, but the worst of it is self-sabotaging. Now, while we may not be able to stop that inner talk, we can control it. We must control it. Because if we do not control it, those adverse thoughts will produce conditions that we don't want in our life. And because you do not know that it is you that's producing these, you start blaming everything on the outside. That's what I mean by we must be free from the tyranny of second causes. What is a second cause? Let me just tell you, you're the first cause. Second cause is anything outside yourself. Oh, I can't have peace because of my children. I can't be successful because I came from a broken home. I'll never get a good man because all the good men are taken. You know, anything that is outside, you gotta stop the stinking thinking. Next thing, listen to this. I love what Paul said. He said, put off that former conversation. And I know he was talking about this inner conversation because he said it's corrupt. But be renewed in where? The spirit of your mind, where these conversations are going out. Because our inner conversations will carve out the path of the course that our life will run. See, by your words, you are justified. And by your words, you are condemned. As we said, life and death, it's in the power of the tongue. So when we change our inner conversations, we change our path. And the quicker we understand this, the quicker we will be free from the tyranny of second causes. We'll no longer look outside ourselves or blame the other folks. We'll say, I am the phenomena of my life. I can control it. It's me, it's me, it's me, oh Lord, that is standing in the need of prayer. So our thoughts are creative. And as we said, they don't go in the past. People think that you can say something and drop it. But again, they go before us into our future to meet us as our future. The prophet said that my words, they go forth out of my mouth He said, and they will accomplish. They ain't going to return unto me void, but it's going to accomplish that which it is set out to do. So what do? We must do what Jesus said. He said, take no thought. What do you mean? Take no thought that comes from hurry, worry, or hurt. Take no thought that speaks ill of his neighbor. Take no thought. And we must begin to start thinking from the heart, or doing what I call as heart thinking. Why? Because then we will be able to know, sow, and grow any condition that we want in our life. So we have to embrace it. We have to start thinking from the heart and let our thoughts grow naturally and organically out of a heart of love. Why? Because ends always run true to origin. If your end goal is to have a life that is fulfilled, we must start with a heart that is filled with love. Now, we're in a time where everyone is fighting for everything. People fighting for climate change, people fighting for racial justice, everything. But I want to admonish you to fight for love, because it is the quickest and the easiest way to get to what you want. See, love is far reaching beyond the realm of thought. It creates without limitation. And not only does love stretch our boundaries, but it gifts us beyond the depth and breadth of anything that you can imagine. Love will open every door for you. Beloved, let love be the Alpha and the Omega of your thinking, the beginning and ending of all your thoughts, actions, and words. Because then you will be able to say, I am love. I am what I think. And when I think it, I ink it. My time is up. I am so happy that we had this time together. If you'd like more information, you can find me at my website, QueenieDavis.com. You be blessed, and God bless you. Thank you.
Hi, ladies. I'm extremely excited for this opportunity to present at this Woman on Fire virtual conference. My name is Rochelle Hemingway, and I'm currently serving as a 28th Bomb Wing Command Chief stationed at Ellsworth Air Force Base near Rapid City, South Dakota. I'm responsible for the health and welfare of over 3,200 enlisted airmen. My almost 30-year experience in the United States Air Force has given me an insurmountable breadth of professional and personal experiences. As I serve in the highest enlisted position and began my transition to live in my purpose over the next 6 months, I reflect on my journey filled with ups, downs, and everything in between. When I step back and reflect on my career, I realize that I've worked extremely hard, and I finally stopped letting my imagination be my limitation. At one time, I only imagined becoming a master sergeant, and when I did, I didn't think it was possible for me to become a chief master sergeant. And when I was selected as the command chief master sergeant, I realized that I had placed too many limitations for myself. I strongly believe my success in the United States Air Force was the birth of my #Slay mantra that I was applying throughout my entire career in my daily personal and professional life. This word was introduced to me around my 23-year mark of service, and it was a life-changing aha moment. This was it. The word spoke to me and resonated with me, and I just knew it had to be mine. My #Slay mantra gives me self-confidence, strength, and willpower, manifest love and happiness in such a way to help me to endure the most enduring and challenging times of my career. According to UrbanDictionary.com, the word slay means to be on point or impress greatly, the ability to dream it, work hard, and grind till you own it, to kill it, to dominate it, and to nail it. And today, I want to inspire and motivate each of you to harness your own #Slay success. Each letter of the word slay stands for the grounding philosophies I've adopted over the years to keep me pushing towards being the best version of myself. The S stands for staying ready to be ready. Military life has taught me that you can show up to work, either have an uneventful day or receive a short notification for a new job, a task, deployment, or even a stressful, heart-wrenching situation. Every airman, including myself, is required to be ready to provide combat power anytime, anywhere. That requires each member to be trained to the fullest scope to embrace the warrior ethos mentality and to build and maintain their resiliency. My ready involves getting up every morning and at 04:30 and exercising, eating a healthy diet, learning and improving at work, taking care of my family, and getting enough rest. Anything can happen, and if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready to face them. I have served as an independent duty medical technician where I was specifically trained to operate by myself in deployed locations and worked in many different fields of medicine. I became knowledgeable in dentistry, pharmaceuticals, blood work, logistics, physical assessments, diagnostics, public health, and environmentalism. I had the opportunity to deploy to Jamaica, Vietnam, Curacao, Africa, Jordan, and Kuwait. I also had the opportunity to serve as a first sergeant while stationed at Nellis Air Force Base near Las Vegas, Nevada. And I was responsible for providing sound advice and counsel to commanders. I was the critical link for all matters such as health, esprit de corps, discipline, mentoring, well-being, career progression, recognition, and professional development for all of our enlisted members. Also, I had the opportunity to serve as an inspector program manager, conducting multiple inspections while stationed at Langley Air Force Base in Virginia. Opportunities can come from anywhere and any time. Les Brown famously stated, "It's better to be prepared for an opportunity and not have one than to have an opportunity and not be prepared." Staying sharp, focused, and aware of what you're saying and doing is the name of the game. And when the time presents themselves, tackle them with a kill it, dominate it, and nail it mindset. The L stands for leading out loud. In today's ever increasingly tense society, we need strong and viable leaders now more than ever. Leadership is recognized and given by followers, not commanded by an individual in place of power. Ground yourself in humility. Hold yourself accountable before holding others accountable. Lead by example, build and earn trust, solve problems, and strive to be a constant inspiration and aspiration to many. Over the years, I've learned not to be consumed with gaining titles or powers. Instead, I learned to focus more on making a difference in the lives of those I serve with and responsible for to bring out their very best. Colin Powell stated, "The day soldiers stop bringing you their problems is this day you stop leading them. They have either lost confidence that you can help them or concluded you do not care. Either case is a failure of leadership." So be conscious about how your actions influence and impact others and practice leading out loud. The A stands for a sense of family and community within and around you. I'm extremely close to my family. My success would not be possible without the support and understanding of them. My husband, retired Chief Master Sergeant Dr. Dominique Hemingway, retired after 30 years of service in the United States Air Force last year. and my son, Andrew Hemingway, who is 10 years old. They are both my anchors. Also, my parents, retired Master Sergeant Deacon Fred King, and my mom, Mrs. and Professor Deborah King, have and continue to support us between multiple assignments, temporary duties, and deployments. Family is one of my core values, beginning with common courtesy, respect for appreciation of others, no matter how old, how young, what they look like, how they talk, where they come from, what they've experienced, where they are, how healthy they are, or who they love. It extends to individuals' choice of who they call family. My value of family extends to community, to sisterhood, and to brotherhood. I feel family goes beyond bloodlines, last names, or obligations. To me, my blood family, my husband, my son, and my Air Force family are people in my life who commit to love, support, and care for me unconditionally. I once heard, when leaders don't care, then leaders don't lead. It's so true. They simply can't be authentic leaders without a caring heart. The family approach gives your people an edge because it makes them stronger, safer, healthier, confident, resilient, empathetic, better, and instills a caring heart. So say hello to everyone you see. Listen to your people when they speak to you and consider their ideas rather than brushing them off. Celebrate their successes and help when they're struggling. Foster teamwork, which shows it's okay to rely on each other. Write an encouraging note, offer to buy lunch or coffee every now and then. Express more love and care no matter what, just like a family would. And last but not least, the why stands for you are built to last. For someone who had no idea what to expect when I left Kokomo, Indiana to serve in the military, I figured out a few habits that have gotten me to this point in my career. Again, I get up every morning at 4:30 and exercise and eat as healthy as possible. Not only do I meet a condition of employment, but I've managed to keep my body and my mind healthy after all these years. I'm also able to demonstrate confidence and focus on doing my best work and bring out the best version of myself and others. I rely on my faith in God to help me make good decisions and get me through challenging situations. I practice self-discipline by doing what I say and what I'm going to do and not let the naysayers derail me off my chosen path. I write down my goals, develop plans to achieve them, and make new goals when I do. I have an arsenal of whys to help me live into my positive purpose and refer to them whenever I need to regroup and self-reflect on why I'm still serving. I learn something new every day and look for ways to share with others. Why all this? I want to leave a legacy for years to come for others who are ordinary like me to live to their fullest by doing extraordinary things. Get out of your own way, create your own path, and stick to your gut instincts to stand the test of time. In my last 6 months of service, in the relentless pursuit of providing democratic freedoms for our nation in an unprecedented time, there's no greater calling than to serve my fellow wingman, no greater contribution than to help the weak, and no greater satisfaction than to do it well. Ellsworth Air Force Base is my 10th and last duty station, and last year I completed my 5th deployment. I stand on the shoulders of giants, those women who were not afforded leadership opportunities in the military. It's an absolute privilege and honor to open the doors of equality and empower women to dream big and persevere in the face of obstacles and discrimination. It's my duty to represent the 250,000 women currently serving today and to always give my maximum effort every single day, infusing passion, self-discipline, energy, confidence, and courage. My mission is to fly, fight, and win. And using my #Slay mantra, stay ready to be ready, lead out loud, create a sense of family and a community within and around you, and know you are built to last. Thank you, take care, and keep on slaying until you can't slay no more.
Hello, everyone. I am Dr. Yolanda Jerry, the Empowerment Advocate. Not only am I a speaker, but I'm also a retired Air Force veteran, author, certified life coach, advocate, and entrepreneur. Today, I'll be sharing my wisdom on the topic tips for busy entrepreneurs. Burnout is real. Now, I know very firsthand from my own experience what burnout feels like. Some of you may have experienced this and some may not have. So it's always good to have a refresher or a new look at how to prevent burnout as an entrepreneur. Just to share my experience with you, I remember in my first year in business, I wanted to make great first impressions, network with a lot of folks, do collaborations, create partnerships, make a whole lot of money, and support everybody I came in contact with personally and professionally. Well, let me tell you, in my mind, that's what an entrepreneur looked like. I just knew I was a boss and I was crushing it. But truth be told, I was doing the most. Do you ever remember hearing people say, I'm going hard in the paint? Well, that's what I was doing, so I thought. Listen here, what really happened was, all this led me to exhaustion, a lot of frustration, being used by people, making no money, which means dishing out more than I was taking in, and it literally took a toll on me financially, physically, and mentally. So hear me when I say this, a sister was burned all the way out. In all seriousness though, I had to literally take a hiatus for a couple of months. I needed to relax, get well, refocus my mind, and rebrand myself. So if you are someone who feels you are on the brink of a burnout, let me share some of my tips with you that I have implemented and executed since my own burnout. Are you ready? Grab your pen and your paper so you can take down these notes. So here we go, and let's get started. Tip number 1, establish boundaries. So you're probably wondering, what does boundaries look like? Well, learn to say no. No is a one-word statement. And guess what? It's okay to say no to people. You don't have to be a people pleaser. You simply can't do everything for everybody. But trust me, I get it. You want to help everybody. You want to be able to teach people. But guess what? Learn to be selective in your helpings. You can't work and grow your own business if you're always saying yes to many tasks and doing stuff for others, especially if they aren't paying you. Know that saying no is a good thing. It's really a healthy act because people will suck the life out of you if you let them. So don't get caught up in the small stuff. Learn to make people respect you. And by setting boundaries, that's what you will do, is learn to say no. Boundary number 2, establish a time schedule. If you don't want to feel like you're on the hook to respond to messages over the weekend or have clients expect instant response time, set a ground rule that will have any client know that you will not have any client interaction over the weekend, even if you are working. That means no phone calls, no emails, no texting, no direct or private messages in your inbox. It's important to communicate when you aren't available. Over time, your clients will learn that you are only available Monday through Friday or whatever days and times you have established. And finally, the last part of establishing boundaries, limit your phone calls. Now, look, I like to talk on the phone, so I know this was a big one for me. I remember in my first year in business, I gave away hours and hours of phone conversations that were straight up brain picking sessions. Wow, what a lot of time I wasted, right? But I knew I had to fix this. So in doing so, I've learned to ask the person or the people kindly, what is it I can help you with? And please send an email that I'll respond to shortly. Now, if they ask for a phone call, make sure to set a time limit on that call. For example, 20 to 30 minutes max. Personally, I absolutely love helping people and love teaching them what I've learned. But think about it. 1.5 hours later on a call, you've lost time, you've lost money, and you've given someone else your years of knowledge. If some individual wants hours of your time, to be honest, guess what? That's a paid invoice session, if you ask me. So now you have some knowledge on how to establish boundaries. So let's go into tip number 2. Revamp your networks. Now, just in life, people are there for a reason, season, or a lifetime. So how do you revamp networks? Well, first, look at your personal social media. Everybody loves social media, right? So for example, I recently purged my personal Facebook page a couple of months ago. I had about 5,000 friends. I maxed out my friends list. But guess what? I also unfriended 2,000 people on my friends list that didn't need to be there. It was a mixture of my family and also business owners. Social media is supposed to be used to socialize and stay connected and be supportive. At least that's what I believe. If people aren't intentionally staying connected, then why are they there? They don't need to be in your personal space. This is what you have a business website for, a business phone number, and your professional social media platforms for. Some people are just connected to you because of who you are and what you can do for them, yet not supportive to you at all. These are the type of people you should disconnect from. It doesn't mean that you don't care for them or have lost respect for them. It just means there's no need for them to stay connected. Listen to me. It's okay to let them go, to protect your energy, to protect your space, and also make room for people who do want to be there. The people who truly want to be there will show up, they will show out, and they will support you without you even asking. So next, when it comes to revamping your network, is partnerships. Partnerships are very powerful. We all need them in order to go further than we can individually go. But we also have to be willing to constantly be open to revamping our partnerships. Usually partnerships come in 3 distinctive phases. 1 is the ground level or startup phase. I call these partner starters. We all need them in the beginning because we need the momentum that starting anything must have. Starters help us carve out and implement phase 1 of our businesses. But just because we start out with someone doesn't mean it's forever. Number 2 is the building phase. And these are the people that will help us to figure out what goes where after we felt the thrust of the initial momentum. These people show us where things go. They bring us more of the how to do something in our business that helps expedite the building phase. Yet, we must be willing again to be open to understanding that we can't perpetually be in a building mode. This brings us to number 3. I'll call them the finishers. We all need people that can help us finish, close the deal, write that check, give the presentation, and boldly ask for the things we need in order to be successful. Still, the ability to revamp all of your partnerships is essential in our journey in order to keep us from burning out. Remember this, your network is your net worth. And again, just as in life, people are there for a reason, season, or a lifetime. And last but not least, when it comes to revamping your network, is your inner social circle. Now, let me tell you, this one here may touch a lot of people, but sometimes you have to revamp that inner circle. And that inner circle is usually the 2 to 5 people you talk to the most on a daily basis. Evaluating your social circle means recognizing that someone may be in your life, but their baggage needs to stay out. For example, if you have a friend who always demonstrates toxic behavior, such as frequent gossiping or complaining. Establish boundaries, like I mentioned earlier. Draw a line in the sand by saying that you're not letting their behavior continue around you because it's draining and toxic. So two things will either happen when you say that. They will either respect what you said or they will walk away. Either way, you have to protect your sanity. The people you bring into your life and allow to stay in your head can make or break your own success. Once you understand the importance of relationships, you can start to surround yourself with the right people. Now that you have knowledge on how to revamp your networks, let's dive into the last tip to help you with preventing burnout. And that is making yourself a priority. This is tip number 3. You are important. So how do I make myself a priority, you might ask? Well, let me help you out. Now, listen here. This list is a little longer than tip 1 and 2, but trust me, it will help you. So first, under making yourself a priority is change your mindset. If you're going to have a hope in meeting your own needs, you're going to need to change your mindset. Decide that you deserve better sometime for you each day. Stop feeling guilty for taking the time and start getting clear that it is the best thing for everyone. Next, book yourself and schedule your needs first. Yes, that's what I said. Book yourself and schedule your needs first. Just like you book your clients and your customers, you can do it for yourself as well. It doesn't need to be a large block of your day, although it could be. Schedule in at least 15 minutes each day for you or a daily ritual. If meeting your base needs such as prayer, fitness, lunch, water breaks, or even sleep is a problem for you, schedule these too. Scheduling you first supports you to establish the habits that ensure you are not the one bumped off the bottom of your priority list. Also, ensure you carve out time for your family because they are your biggest supporters. Next, start a gratitude journal. This is one that I love to do. I love to do this. A study by researchers from the universities of Minnesota and Florida found that when participants wrote down a list of the positive things that happened at the end of their day and why they made them happy, their stress levels were lowered and they had a greater sense of calm that night. This habit also helps to keep you grounded in what you love about your life and the progress that you are making. The human mind easily focuses on the negative, which is useful at times, but without the focus on the positive, you will be in a state of imbalance. Starting a gratitude journal can be challenging at first because it is yet another thing to remember to do. But when you experience the benefits, trust me, it is worth it. So grab any notebook, buy your journal, and then start spending 10 to 15 minutes writing what you are grateful for. Next, work on your business, not just in it. And you're probably saying, what are you talking about, Dr. J? Again, work on your business, not just in it. So what I mean is outsourcing to trusted advisors. You don't know everything, nor do I know everything, and you surely can't do everything. If you are a speaker, for example, then you can't also be creating your own graphics, creating your own media kit, taking your own photos, being your own CPA, doing or scheduling social media posts, and everything else. Doing all this alone, just even hearing me speak it out is exhausting. And yes, I get it. It costs money to outsource, but listen, you are trying to do everything is also costing you money as well. So you are losing possible speaking gigs, consults with potential clients, and much, much more. Remember, outsourcing is key so you can work on growing your business and not just working in it. And the final point to add to making yourself a priority is this: do what you love. I'm going to repeat that. Do what you love. Meaning, just because you have a gift or a God-given talent doesn't mean you love what you're doing. What you're doing is just paying bills. But if you are an entrepreneur, do what brings joy to you, what brings peace to you, what gives you satisfaction, what makes you smile, what gives you happiness in your life. You know, I always reflect back to this quote by Mark Anthony that says, if you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life. And I truly, truly believe that. So again, I can't stress it enough. Do what you love. So in closing, as I stated earlier, burnout is real because I have experienced it firsthand. My hope is that the tips that I've shared with you have been helpful and may be of good use to you. Whatever you decide to do to prevent burnout, just know it should provide relief, it should provide promise, it should provide comfort and a feeling of peace. When you glance through the tips that I've given you, think about other ideas you have or ideas others have shared with you. Take note of the ones that resonate with you, that really speak to your soul. Ask yourself why they stood out and how they might fit into your unique life and needs when it comes to your business. Thank you so much for carving time out of your schedule to listen and hear me speak. I am Dr. Yolanda Jerry, the Empowerment Advocate. Be inspired, be empowered, and most of all, be blessed.
Hi, I'm Kern Cherry, speaker, coach, entrepreneur, #1 best-selling author, co-founder and director of Success Women's Conference. And I want to invite you to a wonderful opportunity to be a part of Trailblazers Who Lead, Volume 2. That's right, we're on our second anthology, and I want you to be a part of it. So if you are somebody who's looking to share their story, maybe you hadn't thought about sharing your story, but it's always somebody waiting to hear your story. So if you're somebody who has created their own business, maybe you're somebody like me, you create your own events, you have your own tribe, maybe you're a super mom, maybe you're that person at work that's climbing that ladder and you are just leading the way. So, or maybe you're that church volunteer that's making things happen behind the scene and you're leading the charge, or maybe you're the minister that has created the whole ministry. Whatever it is, we want you, I want you to be a part of Trailblazers Who Lead. Trailblazers Who Lead, #1, was a #1 best-selling author. And I want you to become a #1 best-selling author as well. What is it about? You're gonna get more than just sharing your story, but you're gonna get visibility. You're gonna be promoted on podcasts, in magazines, all different places like Facebook Live and just different places to promote your story, to share your story, because somebody's waiting to hear it. And so you also get a great special opportunity to either be on a panel discussion or a featured speaker at my conference, Power Up, which is coming to you in June 2021. So go to Coach Kern, CoachKern.com, and click that link for Trailblazers Who Lead, and let me know that you want to be a part of this experience. It's not just a book, it's an experience. So go to CoachKern.com. Click that link, Trailblazers Who Lead, CoachKern.com, Trailblazers Who Lead.
Hello, my friend, and welcome to Back and Neck Pain Relief, the surprising gut and brain connection. I am so excited you're here because I created this online video healing series specifically for you. And I know that you're suffering with pain, and I know that these techniques that I've been sharing with my patients for the past 15 years are going to help you really move forward on your healing journey. My name is Jackie Castro Cooper. I have a master's in physical therapy, and I am so happy to share holistic and alternative techniques so that you can heal.
My name is Tiffany Bell. I am one of the directors for Success Women's Conference, but I am also your nonprofit pro. So for those of you who are in nonprofit management, perhaps you own a nonprofit, or maybe you're wanting to start a nonprofit, but you're not really sure where to start. That's where I come in. I would love to sit down with you and help you develop a plan. Many nonprofits struggle with coming up with finding revenue, having cash on hand, coming up with strategies for growth, being able to get their message out to the community, being able to build their teams. All of those things are things that I have really strong strengths in, and I would love to be able to partner with you to help you push profits to your nonprofit. And so again, my name is Tiffany Bell. I am your nonprofit pro. You can connect with me by sending me a quick email at tiffany@uncommoncourage.cc. I can also be reached at my nonprofitpro.com. Again, all of my contact information should be here on the link for you. But again, if you're looking to grow your nonprofit, I would love to be able to sit down. We can just have a quick conversation, check and see where you're at, and then help develop a plan to get you to where you want to go. Again, Tiffany Bell, I am your nonprofit pro. Thank you.
Well, if you are enjoying Woman on Fire, if you attended Success Women's Conference, I believe back in October, you know there's so much richness as a part of success. And I want to tell you how to connect to success. We want you to connect with us year round. We want to make your experience to be a premium one year round. We have a video vault. We have the Success Mentors Network, and we have Success Women's Magazine.
So we want to encourage you We realize that there are a lot of speakers, coaches, authors that are participating in this conference, over 120. And we know in 3 days, you cannot see everything. So we want to give you the opportunity to go back and relive Woman on Fire over and over again. So for $47, you can do that every day that you choose for a year. So sign up right now.
And of course, we have our Success Mentors Network. It's $15 a month. And the wonderful thing about the network is that you have an opportunity to connect to other people that may represent the same brand that you are in. You're able to make really great connections and collaborations. Our monthly coaching sessions and trainings for the network, we have guest experts that come in and connect with you again. We have a private Facebook group for those ladies. And again, that we're able to get on each month, us as directors, and then, the invited guests that we have priority. Our members network, they get priority when it comes to anything success related. And so as you'll see, there's several members of the network who are actually speakers this time around. And those are just a few of the highlights that we have. But again, for $15 a month, we are able to bring to you very valuable content to help you grow personally and professionally. So we want you to join up.
Yes. And Success Women's Magazine is one of the latest visibility platforms that we offer as part of Success Women's Conference. I am so excited about that. As you know, I'm in the publishing field, and so I'm passionate about magazines. And magazines are an opportunity for you to elevate your visibility. And so we have so many very reasonably priced opportunities for you to showcase who you are. You may want to promote your next book. You may want to promote your coaching program. You may just want to introduce yourself. You may also just want to have a feature, full page feature, so that people can learn your backstory and get to know you better. The Success Women's Magazine is a great place to do that. And you can get more information about it at successwomensmagazine.com. Go online, take a look at it, email us. We're here to help you. Find the visibility opportunity that works for you. So all of those are great ways to connect to Success Women's Conference. If you haven't been onto our website, go right now to successwomensconference.info and check us out.
Hey guys, my name is Eric Swanson. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you very much for allowing me to be here with you and your awesomeness. Again, Eric Swanson, speaker, author, trainer, all the really cool stuff. And let's get started. I'm going to talk about this. Look, I want to share with you guys some principles of success in regard to what I call crush and dominate. So what am I talking about, crush and dominate? Well, it's part of my book right here, as you can see right there, displayed for you. Crush and Dominate. And by the way, I don't know if you can see this, but the subtitle is 13 Strategies to Piss Off Your Competitors. Yes, 13 strategies to piss off your competitors. I'm going to share like 3 major ones right now. So you ready to get started? Let's do this. So number 1 is realizing that it is a mental game. And what I mean by mental game is it's in our mindset to be successful. Okay, so here's the deal. If you aren't playing a mental awesome game with yourself every day, then you may be sabotaging your success just a little bit every single day. So what I mean by this is literally enhancing your attitude of awesomeness. How do you do it? Well, by simple things that you could do every day. to constantly remind yourself that you are in charge of your life. You're not going to allow other people to come in and rent space in your mind, and you're not even going to charge them rent for it. How many of you all know some people like that? How many of you all know some people that they walk into the room and the lights seem to flicker or dim a little bit? Have you noticed them before? That's a sign. It's a sign for you to stay away from people like this, because it's not going to help you. It's not going to help you, and it's not going to help you help other people. So it is realizing that it's a mental game is step number one. Now, what I do is I do 3 major things to keep myself in check every day. All right, now here's number one, is create your awesomeness. I'll explain, actually I'll tell you all 3 and then I'll go right back to each one. Number 1 is create your awesomeness. Number 2, create your intentions. And number 3 is create your dream team. That's what I call it, the dream team. Okay, so number 1, create your awesomeness. What do I mean by this? Well, literally, you have a choice. You have a choice of accepting circumstances that are going to happen around you every single day. I mean, think about it. You get up in the morning, you get lots of things going on, right? You could stub your toe. You could drop the coffee. You could, be late for an appointment. You could whatever, there's so many things, and that's just inside your house. When you get outside, what are you going to allow other people to determine your future, or are you going to? My answer is nope. I do not let that affect me, because I'm very cautious and conscientious about what I allow in my mindset and how I allow myself to interpret what's going on. I have something, a saying that I say to myself, and it's, you have to pee every day. And spell pee like this, P-E-A, okay? So you have to be positive, you have to be energetic, and you have to be awesome every day. Now, how do I do it? Well, create your awesome. What does create your awesome mean? Well, for you, it might mean something else. For me, it means little things like you get up in the morning and create your awesome. Yeah, that means putting some really cool tunes, music on, and having that. You can actually set it with all the different electronics these days and all the music things and so forth. You can actually allow your alarm clock, set your alarm to wake you up with the awesome music that you want to listen to. What's that song that really gets you going, gets you awesome, right? Create that mood. Create the lighting. Have the nice sun coming in through the I was going to say through the trees. I assume you don't have trees in your home, but maybe you do. Through the windows, there we go. But create that lighting, create the ambiance, create the awesomeness. A friend of ours used to call it PME, which stands for positive mental environment. So creating the environment that you want to live in is really, really important. And teaching people how to live in this environment that you want, right? That means teaching others how to treat you. This is the way you want to live. That means when you're going out there in the real world and you come across people, well, you allow them to realize that you're in a state of awesomeness. You're in a state of energetic awesomeness, and you want them to be that way as well. Now, some people will abide by that. Some people won't, and that's fine. Those are your determining factors of who you're going to surround yourself with. So number 1 is create your awesome. Number 2 is create your intentions. What I mean by this is literally set your intentions in the morning, or what I do is the night before. Right? I set my intentions. Okay, tomorrow I'm going to tackle these 3, 4, 5 awesome things, projects that we're working on, and we're going to do it in this fashion, in this organization, in this attitude of awesomeness. All right, so create those intentions. What are your intentions? So I'll give you another example. Every Friday in my company, what we do is we help other people. That's our intention. All Fridays. Every Friday, we don't take any incoming calls for our company, for signing up for our programs or our masterminds or anything like that. All we're doing is we're helping other people with their companies, with their projects. And that's our intention every single Friday. So create those intentions. It's really, really key. And the third thing is create a dream team. What do I mean by dream team? Well, a dream team is people that you surround yourself with, right? Who's on your team? Do you have a team that's supporting you, or do you have a team that's really draining you? Here's the deal, guys and girls, guys and gals. The deal is energy is around us anywhere and everywhere. It's all around us. And it's up to you to determine which energy or energy field you want to bring into your life. Can you just feel my energy right now? And by the way, this is me pretty much 95% of the time. I'm serious. It's not just because I'm on camera right now. This is me. If you meet me, you will see that I'm very similar to the way I am right this second, because I feel energetically awesome this way. And it's okay if others don't feel that. It's okay. You at least know that you feel that way. And now, getting back to the dream team, who are you surrounding yourself with? What I do is I have a series of different exercises or things that I need to ask, series of questions for people to realize if they're going to be a good fit for my group, my project, my team, my employees, etc. It doesn't have to be employees, by the way. It could just be your friends around you. Who is on your dream team of support system throughout your life? Now, obviously, people are going to come and go. There's seasons, right? I realize that. But, there's a saying years ago, people used to say, you are the culmination of the 5 people you surround yourself with and the 5 books that you read. I've got all my book library here and so forth. I don't know if you can see all this stuff behind me here or even below me here. But it's true. It's true. What you're putting in your mindset and what you're putting in your heart and your attitude and your awesomeness, that's going to carry over for outside when you go. And I say outside, it could be physically going outside. It could be going to a virtual thing like this. What are you bringing, and where are you bringing it to? Okay, so build your dream team. Now, who's on your dream team? Why don't you ask them, what are the 5 books that you've read over the last, 6 months? By the way, think about that question I just asked. What are the 5 books that you've read over the last 6 months? If they're not readers, they may not be leaders, right? I want to find people who have read, Think and Grow Rich, Napoleon Hill, who's read all these different books that we have, from, I could name tons, some of them. Brian Tracy, I've got a lot of Brian Tracy because he was my main mentor. If you're not familiar with where I came from is from Brian Tracy. I worked with Brian for years. 23 years ago, I started with him. And I branched off. I started working with other speakers as well. And now I run the Habitude Warrior Conference. You may have heard of it. And it's got a 2-year waiting list to get on our stage. And we have speakers like Les Brown, Brian Tracy, Sharon Lecter, anyone from The Secrets, but pretty much been on my stage. You name it. I mean, so many different amazing speakers and authors and leaders and trainers and world thought awesomeness people. Don't quote me on that one, but you know what I mean. So the point is this. So who are you surrounding yourself with? Now, how do you surround yourself with these awesome individuals? You bring value to them first. So it's almost like a bank account. Right? You're going to open a bank account. You don't go to the bank account and say, great, I'd like to open a bank account. Can I have some money first? No, it doesn't work that way. You have to deposit money into your account, into the bank, and that's what you got to do. So what I do is I seek out opportunities. I look for opportunities to help other people. Right? I see somebody and I say, you know what? I've got a really good market in social media this way. Why don't I assist you and get you some more exposure and introduce you to my tribe? That's awesome. People love that, by the way. You should write that down, by the way. Introduce you to my tribe. They want to know who are your followers, and they'd like your followers to follow them. That's what it's all about. That's what marketing is all about. So that's one way to crush the competition, is by providing so much value to the people you want to surround yourself with, and in return, they start sharing value with you, and boom, all of a sudden, you've got a really great connection. It's amazing. I incorporated something called the elephant list. It's a really cool thing. What you do is this: you write down on a blank piece of paper, you write down 10 names of people that you want to focus in on meeting over the next 6 months. 6 months to 12 years. I mean 12 months, excuse me. Not 12 years. 6 months to 12 months. And put it in this piece of paper. And guess what? It's already going to be in the universe by putting it on the piece of paper. And then sure enough, percentages and the universe will work to your advantage and introduce you to these people. It's amazing. All right, so that's number 1, is really creating your awesome, creating your intentions, and creating your dream team. All right, I want to go into, and that's all the mental game, by the way. That's all the mental game. I want to go into number 2. I'm going to give you 3 major points. Number 1 is the mental game. We just talked about that. Number 2 is raising your rates. It's very simple, very straightforward. Here's the deal. You've got a certain price tag that you've put on yourself, okay? And what I mean by yourself is, it could be, they hire you to be their consultant. It could be they're hiring you to do all the work for whatever project you're working on. If you're an entrepreneur, if you're a business owner, if you're in sales, if you're whatever business you're doing, you have a certain rate that you're charging, right? Does that make sense? A price tag that you've already put on yourself. Now, what I would like you to do is I'd like you to raise that. I want you to raise the thermostat. I want you to raise the price tag that you've placed on yourself. So I'll give you an example. And there's many reasons why to do this, and I'll give you an example though. Let's say you're a speaker, and I'm a speaker, okay? I'm an author, I'm a speaker, I run masterminds and so forth. Let's say you're a speaker and you're speaking on stages and you're only charging $5,000 a speech, okay? And it's a 60-minute speech. Raise your rates right now. Decide right now, and go to your spouse, go to your friends and say, I now charge $8,000 a speech. Just raise it, okay? I'm telling you, here's what's gonna happen. A few reasons why you wanna do this. Number 1 is it will elevate your thermostat of your own what's called self-worth or comfort zone. All right, so you're raising that comfort zone for yourself, and you have to believe it though. You have to believe, because think about it. Ask yourself this question: if someone pays you that amount, whatever that amount is, the higher amount, is it worth it? Is it still worth it? My answer is, of course it is. Of course it is. All right, and if it's not, then maybe you should readjust what your value or your deliverables are. Maybe you need to add some more deliverables. Maybe you need to add some bonuses to the project or program, excuse me. And the program could be anything. Could be a speech, could be, whatever you're offering, okay? So, raise your rates. Now, here's another reason why you want to raise your rates. It gives you more of a threshold to come down to where you were a little bit ago if you need to, do a concession, do a discount, right? Or what I call compassionate pricing, right? So it gives you more flexibility, okay? And reality and mentality is very important on raising your rates. What I mean by this is you putting it down on paper and on your websites and on your literature that you've raised your rates. Now it's sticking in reality for your clients, existing clients and your potential clients. It also is going into your mentality. That means your all of your cells, all of your being will finally step into that new rate, and you will thank me for it. Trust me, it works. So that's number 2. Number 1 is the mental game. Number 2, raise your rates. Number 3, and I'll finish on this. Number 3 is landmark videos. Landmark videos is one of my all-time favorite things. It's written in, I'm basically sharing some principles from Crush and Dominate. 13 strategies to piss off your competitors. Get the book, it's amazing. Or just go through our program. Go through our mastermind. That's what you need to do. Go to awesomemastermind.com. It's awesome. Okay, getting back to this. Number 3, landmark videos. Here's what I teach my students, and it is so good. It's such a great technique. What I want you to do is I want you to vow to yourself that you are going to take a video, a live video. I prefer it to be live, like broadcasting live, to maybe at least 2 or 3 out of the 5 major social media platforms there are out there. Now, which of the platforms? Well, I mean, let's face it, there's a lot of them. There's Facebook, there's LinkedIn, there's Twitter, there's Snappy Chatty, or whatever that is. There's Instagram, right? Everyone's doing the IG, right? Instagram. And then there's YouTube, okay? So there's basically 6 different really cool social media platforms. Now, if you want to follow me on any of them, just go to awesomeswanson.com. Pretty easy, right? By the way, little timeout and bonus for you. Make it easy for people to follow you. All right, make it easy. I could have told you, think about it. If you were talking to me right now and you were saying, oh yeah, Instagram, I think my handle or my username is whatever it is. Actually, I have to think about what mine is. I think it's Habitude Warrior. But if you go to Twitter, it's something else. And you go to Facebook, it's a little slightly different. All right, here's the scoop. Just have one landing page that gets your followers to look at it and say, oh, I resonate with Facebook. I resonate with LinkedIn. And I don't know why they're checking mark, they're clicking it, and they go right to that particular social media platform. Make sense? Make it easy for people to follow you. So for me, it's awesomeswanson.com. Pretty easy, and nobody can misspell it, right? Awesome Swanson, pretty easy to spell. And then just add the .com and get that URL, have the landing page. Anyway, there's your little bonus. Getting back to landmark videos, here's what I want you to do. I'd like you to think about the location that you're in. Okay, where do you live? Now, I live in a lot of different places. I live part-time in the East Coast. I live part-time in Scottsdale and part-time in San Diego, California. And you just pick a place. Like I used to live up north in Northern California in San Francisco. I'll just use as an example. It's a great example. So pick a place that you live. Now, in that case, it's San Francisco area, the Bay Area. You grab your cell phone and a selfie stick. You could use that. Or just grab a friend of yours and say, hey, I'd like you to record me for 5 minutes. That's it. Here's what you do. They're called landmark videos, okay? Here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna go find, once a month at least, you're gonna do this. I would like you to do it a little bit more than once a month, but once a month is fine. It's totally fine. You're gonna do a video that's gonna explain that landmark, whatever that landmark is. That's a really cool, landmark. It's a famous place, like in San Francisco. I mean, just pick it. Golden Gate Bridge. There's the Bay Bridge. I guess that's pretty famous too, right? Alcatraz, right? What else? I like Coit Tower. That was amazing. I did a high five line all the way up Coit Tower and back. It was great. So if you know the area, you know what I'm talking about. So what I would like you to do is this. You let's say you pick Coit Tower and you grab your selfie stick and your video camera, which is this thing, right? Just use your phone. You're good. And take a nice quality. It doesn't have to be rehearsed or anything. It could be just talking to the camera. And here's the way it sounds. Something like this. You get on the camera, you go, hey guys, my name's Eric Swanson. I'm a 5-time #1 best-selling author. Enough about me. Hey, I want to talk about this beautiful location I'm in. I'm here at Coit Tower. Have you guys ever been here before? Look, I looked it up before I got here. I looked it up. The history of this is amazing. It was given to San Francisco by this wife of a firefighter here in San Francisco. And I got to tell you the story, right? I think that is part of the story, actually, because if you look at it, Coit Tower, it looks like a fire hose. So anyway, but the point is, though, you're going to go through this really cool 3, 4, 5-minute video talking about this really cool landmark. So you have something to talk about. Does that make sense? Just like this frog. I have something to talk about. Nobody's asked me anything about the frog yet, but anyway, we'll get back to that later. So the point is, though, and yes, love does conquer all. All right, and yes, you have to believe. Okay, so there's my little things. Okay, the point is, though, you have something to talk about. So some of us are a little timid on video. I'm fine on video, but some of us are not. So it gives you kind of a crutch to lean on, because you're talking about something really cool, right? And then what it also does is this: it allows you to get more exposure out there in this world of internet and Wi-Fi and whatever this is, the social media, right? It gives you more exposure, social media exposure, which is tremendous. And what it also does is you're getting the exposure. People are following you more, but you're not selling them on anything. That's key. The way I sell, here's the way I sell. I'll just tell you straight out. The way I sell is by not selling. I sell by not selling. What I mean by that is, you already know, look, I'm a coach. I train on all these different, if you want to be more successful, if you want to make, $10,000 in a week, great, call me. I'll show you how to do it. It's really easy, right? But, and I run masterminds. There's another thing. Just reach out to us. That's my selling. It's very simple. But if you have the landmark videos that I'm talking about, this gets you the right exposure out there so people can see that you're a real person, you're amazing, you're awesome, you're smiling, and you're just educating the world out there. It gives you such a level up over the competitors out there in your industry. Pick your industry. It doesn't matter what industry, by the way, because most industries, what they're doing is they're talking about their business. They're talking about themselves. They're talking about me, instead of, check this out. Let me share some education with you. Let me share what's exciting for me to share with you. You know, in this case, you know, in San Francisco, it's a really cool place. You can do this anywhere and everywhere, by the way. You know, just pick a place and share that awesomeness with the world. And then at the end, say, hey, if you want more videos like this, or if you'd like to follow us, please go to, and you give them your simple landing page that's going to have more followers, and then maybe there's a button for them to you know, for you to lead gen them, or ask them, you know, call to action is what they call it, right? So that's what I highly suggest. So there you go. I want to end it on that note, actually. Let me just share this. I'll share with you a lead gen and a call to action. Here they are. Lead gen. Go to awesomeswanson.com. Check it out. Follow us. Follow us so we can follow you. It's a great way for us to connect and help each other. I'd love to do that. So just go to awesomeswanson.com. Click on whichever social media outlet works best for you, and let's connect. And then the call to action is pretty simple. We have a mastermind. Our mastermind's amazing. It is amazing, guys. It is a true mastermind. Just to let you know, just to be clear about this, our mastermind is called the Habitude Warrior Mastermind. It is a true mastermind where we actually go through bylaws of rules and regulations on how to run the actual mastermind, which is a 90-minute virtual, just like this. Like, well, we would be on a Zoom, private Zoom link, and we cap it to 14 members per group. And it is awesome, guys. So if you want more information on that, and check it out. By the way, we don't sell you anything either. That's another thing. How many of y'all, I mean, just raise your hand. Have you ever experienced this where, are you raising your hand? Have you ever experienced this where you go to let's say a mastermind, and all it is kind of a platform for the organizer to sell you more things, or to bring in different people to sell you more things? We don't do that. We don't do that. This is a true mastermind. It's such a great experience, such a great support system. It's based off of habits, attitude, and the Think and Grow Rich principles of one of the, obviously the book right here, Think and Grow Rich, Napoleon Hill. So if you want to check that out, please do. You have two choices. Either go to awesomemastermind.com, or if you'd like a guest pass to join us at one of our upcoming mastermind sessions, what I call a ride along. It's really cool. Basically, you're a fly on the wall, or somebody just told me a frog on the wall. Anyway, hey, literally frog on the wall. That's funny. If you want a guest spot just to sit in on one of our mastermind sessions, just to see if it resonates with you, and if you resonate with us as well, then check it out. Go to mastermindguestpass.com. mastermindguestpass.com, and you can sign up. We have limited space for guest passes, but hey, check us out. It's a lot of fun. It's so educational, informative, and the growth patterns from our mastermind members, it is amazing. So we'll see you guys there, awesomemastermind.com, or go to mastermindguestpass.com. Again, my name is Eric Swanson. Love being here with y'all. Enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you so much. Take care.
Hello, I am Tiffany Denise Bell, and I am your nonprofit pro. I'm here to talk to you about turning your lemons into leadership. So when you think of lemons, lemons are bitter. They leave a sour taste in your mouth. Failure does the same thing. But the difference is with failure, you don't have to let that bitter bitter taste stay in your mouth, you have a choice. You can get up and begin to move forward again. And so that's really what I want to speak about today. I want to talk to you about just making sure that those bitter moments that you have in your life, that you're able to travail them well, that you're able to learn the lesson, that you're able to take stock, take notice, learn the lesson, and keep on rolling. Again, as I've said, failure, it happens to all of us. The best made plans are not always the best made plans. The Bible says that, man can roll the dice, but it is God who decides how they fall. It's just, again, a part of life. And I think that everybody, for the most part, at some point in your life, you're going to fall into some pit. Sometimes you fall into the pit by accident. It's not something that you planned on. It's just life. Life just happens. Could be the stock market falling. You did not necessarily make any bad investments yourself. It's just the market fell. COVID-19, who knew? Again, nothing at all that we planned. But being here and having to deal with the fallout, there are businesses now that are closed. Parents are homeschooling that have never homeschooled before. We're all having to find a new way of doing business and staying connected. Again, examples of falling into a pit of life that you never saw coming, but it's not necessarily because you did anything wrong. It's just life. There are other times, though, when you fall into that pit, and it is because you have been pushed. Someone has done something that was not fair to you at all, but because you are connected together in life, you have to deal with the fallout of their actions. Take, for instance, a failed marriage. It's not necessarily because you did not give it your all, that you did not hang in there for as long as you possibly could. But if your partner is not giving back, at some point you got to just throw the towel in. You may feel, let me say this again. You may feel as if it is just best for me to throw the towel in. If your partner had an affair, how long? How many times are you going to remain in that situation? That person could be an abuser. Again, it's not that you have made any errors in your thinking, but people are people, and sometimes their choices we end up paying for a portion of their choices. Of course, then there's the third way that we can fall into a pit. This is a way that I have fallen in several times in life. I've gotten the shovel and I've dug the hole myself. It has nothing to do with life or, other people's choices. I've just messed up, and I've made choices that have not been fair, to my family, that have not been, of best interest for me. And so again, we all of us, we all fall into a pit at one point or another. We all deal with failure, but again, failure can be a good thing. You can fall forward. You do not have to remain in that pit. I want to share just a little bit about, some of my failures. My first lemon, my first failure had a name and his name was Eric. So Eric was my high school sweetheart. I think I kind of sort of remember seeing him for the first time. I was in the 3rd grade and he was coming out of his 4th grade class, walking down the stairs of an outdoor portable. That's been years that I remember that moment, but I do. And so I'd had a crush on him all throughout grade school, all throughout high school. And, eventually we connected and we dated off and on for years, but it was never the relationship that I had really hoped that it could have been. And so, though we tried, it just didn't work. Now, unfortunately, the part of that lemon, which really ends up, being a good thing for me, is that I ended up having a son by him. So he and I joined the military together, and then during our military stance, we got pregnant with my oldest son. His name is Breon. Breon is a great example for me of just knowing how God takes bad situations and he turns it out for good. You know, Breon was an unplanned pregnancy for me. And I wish, you know, that I knew then what I know now. But in that moment, you know, I was 19. I was hundreds of miles away from home. I was by myself. And so I was worried. I didn't feel as if I could have a child. I also felt like I was disappointing, letting down my family. And I didn't want to do that, you know, and honestly, my first choice had been abortion. The only reason why I did not follow through with that abortion, it was mainly because I did not have the money, you know, but again, you know, God is good. It was a good thing that I did not have the money. If I had, you know, followed through with that choice, you know, I wouldn't have my grandkids that I have now. I have a beautiful 6-year-old Leonidas, and then his kid brother Israel is 3 years old right behind him. And, you know, those two boys, they just steal my heart. And so that's another great example of how God just really took a bitter experience and he has turned it into something good, because now I'm grandma and I'm proud, and I am quite proud to be called grandma. And so, again, failure, that failed relationship, definitely did not go the way that I had hoped. You know, with that pregnancy, with the just the whole fear and everything that I went through, just knowing that I would have to tell my family, you know, what were they going to think of me? You know, I felt as if they were going to desert me and leave me on my own. I remember just really being racked with fear, but, you know, thank goodness things did not go that way at all. They were complete opposite. So my first lemon was that failed relationship. My second lemon came many years later when I opened up an event hall. This is after Hurricane Katrina, and we were rebuilding in the area. A previous friend of mine, she owned an event center and suggested that I purchase the event center from her because they were moving out the area. Now, at the time, I thought it was a great idea. Now, hindsight 2020, now I realize there are multiple things about that were not good from the very beginning. You know, post Hurricane Katrina, everything's being rebuilt. Like within a year and a half, maybe 2 years, there were 5 more venues that had been built within a 3-mile radius of the location of my venue. So what does that mean? That means business for me went down. I mean, it just dropped overnight. So the location in comparison to the new venues that had been built didn't compare, you know, or parking. Again, the parking for my area for the location that I was at was not ideal. I really needed more space. And then the size, you know, I could cap out. I was maxed out on the amount of people that I could actually service based on the location. And so there were just several things that were not good from the giddy up. And so, so those are examples of my lemons. Your lemons could be very different. You know, again, here we are in year 2020 and we're dealing with the fallout of COVID. Some of you are not in a position to care for your parents. Some of you have probably lost jobs. Perhaps, again, you are dealing with children and addiction, or, you know, because of the economy, because of COVID, you may not have the money that you need to take care of your bills. Or, you know, there's some of you that may even be facing foreclosures with your homes. And so there are lots of examples out there. Personal examples are, you know, your business. If you're a salon or a bar, you know, those services, in some states are still not open up to full capacity. And so our restaurant owners, there's just so many of us that are just dealing with the fallout of COVID, you know, an example of a pit that we never, ever, ever saw coming. But what are you going to do? You know, are you going to, you know, find a creative way to navigate around this pit, you know, this moment, this season in life? Or are you going to lay down? You know, and of course, I think that it is definitely healthy for us to realize that, again, that failure is just common to everybody. But, you know, the cool thing about failure is that it equips you for success. The lessons that you learn coming out of a failure propel you and really set you up for a better success the next time around. It doesn't guarantee success, but you will definitely come out of the situation with a little bit more wisdom than what you had when you initially came in. You need to know not only does failure prepare you for success, and that know that everybody's afraid of failure. It's normal. You're not weird for feeling the way that you feel, but you must move forward. You need to make sure that your passion to move forward is bigger than your problem, that it's bigger than the actual failure, that your passion, it needs to be bigger than your disappointment, because that passion that you have for the thing that you wanted to do, that's the thing that's really going to help propel you forward. Life, it just doesn't go as expected. Plan for that. You won't be disappointed. However, you know, there is still hope. There is still hope. For me as a single parent, you know, I was determined. I was determined that I was going to have a better life for myself and for my child. Like my son, the getting pregnant with him, it caused a huge turnaround for me. You know, it caused me to be more responsible with my finances. You know, I realized that I was living my life not just for me at this point, but I had another young man, a Black male, who needed to grow up and to be a positively contributing member of society. That was important to me. And I wanted him to have a good role model. And so my failed relationship did not mean it was going to be the end of the road, but in anything, it just gave me a new beginning. And I was definitely determined to move forward. Another thing I think is really important whenever you are dealing with failure is that you need to have trusted advisors. You know, you need to have people around you who are going to not only rally around you and encourage you, but, you know, they're going to tell you the truth, and they're going to make sure that you are talking to yourself in a positive manner, and that you recognize and just know what the truth is, and that you will embrace that thing. You know, one of the things that I love about my good friends, I have two really good friends, and they're great about encouraging me when I need advice. You know, Kern Sherry, when I need advice, I'll go to Kern. Kern is always going to give me the positive. She's always going to, you know, encourage me in how, you know, in that thing. Whenever I need a plan on how to actually go about doing it, who am I going to turn to? I'm going to turn to my left, and Dorothy Wilson's going to give me a plan. She's going to lay it out for me. You know, so I have a circle of friends really that can help cover and encourage me in a variety of different things. If I got issues, you know, dealing with dating, you know, I have single friends, and me and my girlfriends, we're going to get together and we're going to work that thing out. I know that I don't know all things. None of us do. But the thing is that we need to all remain open. You need to remain teachable. You need to remain, you need to stay in the game. You got to be willing to move forward. You know, and again, as I stated earlier, you need to make sure that you are speaking the truth always. Do not in any way, don't give in to negative self-talk. You know, embrace who you are, embrace your value, you know that your opinion and your vision, it counts. You know, get rid of all the negative Naylies, you know, and create a circle around yourself that is encouraging. You know, create a circle around yourself that is, that supports you. You know, you need people who are for you. You don't need to put people around you that are against you. The world is full of negative people. You know, you need to find the ones that are for you. Up until now, you know, all the things that I've talked about, whether, you know, the fact that, you know, everybody's going to fall into a pit at some point or another, and we all have our lemons. We all deal with fear. We all deal with failure, but we all know that our failure can and should equip us for success. You need to make sure again that you have people around you who are going to encourage you and tell you the truth and help you stay in the game. And again, all of that's all about, healthy, and those are all examples of leading yourself in a healthy way. But this next point that I want to kind of camp out on just for a moment, it's really about leading others. And I think that this is really the thing, when it comes to turning lemons into leadership. It's one thing to do it for self, but I think after you get out of the pit yourself, I think it's really important that you turn around and that you do what you can to help pull others out of the pit. Lead yourself first and lead yourself well. And afterwards, be willing, be determined, go out and be a help to other people. So you remember the pit that I talked about earlier, right? So you want to grab that shovel and you want to put the shovel back into that hole. You want to have the person that's in, grab it. You want to pull them out. And why? So that they too can get a hand out of the pit. They can go back and rebuild and try again. And then they themselves can go back to their pit and help pull the next person out. That to me is just what we as humans, we are designed for each other. We are a gift to the world. We are unique. We are very talented individuals, and God has placed something in each one of us that we are to bring to the world. And so, for me, I realized that between the first relationship that failed, the unplanned pregnancy, me considering abortion, and then having the failed business, all of that right there has equipped me and set me up well in life. So now, what I do full time, I'm an executive director of a pregnancy center. I totally understand and I can relate to women who find themselves in an unplanned pregnancy. But the difference is that I understand they're never, ever going to get any judgment my way. I am not going to beat them over their head with the Bible and tell them they're wrong for choosing abortion. No, people who are are dealing with difficult situations, they really need to have a voice. And they need to be able to have a place that is safe for them to be able to share their hearts without being judged. But at the same time, they also need someone who can tell them the truth that is founded and grounded in love. And so, I believe strongly in just meeting people where they are and then where they're at. And then I can take my own personal story and I can show them, hey, I've been there. I've done it. I understand. But here we are, X amount of years later, things are not what they were then. And so I love that, again, my failures at the time were indeed failures. But, over time, those failures have come into, they've come a long way into me being able to encourage, motivate, inspire, and connect other people to the hope that I did not have when I was in those situations. Again, just a quick recap. You want to make sure that you just remind yourself that everybody fails, that it's just a season. Find people who will encourage you. Make sure that you stay, in a positive network of people. And then when you get out of the hole, you want to make sure that you go back and you pull other people out. I am, again, Tiffany Bell. I am can be found at mynonprofitpro.com. If you have a nonprofit or are looking to start a nonprofit, connect with me. I would love to help you along your journey. Take care.
amazing place that you have chosen to be in today. And my name is Natasha Grano. For those of you who haven't met me yet, well, hey, and it's such a pleasure to be here today. I feel this is so cool because we're like virtually doing this. I'm on the other side of the world here in London, and I'm here to bring you a heap of knowledge all around social media and Instagram, and getting your brand out there to the world, making you go global, upping that revenue, turning that annual income into that monthly income through social media in your business. Basically making your Instagram a cash cow for you, generating new leads and monetizing. So who is excited to be here today? High fives, people. Woo! I'm so excited. Get your pen and paper ready, and I'm gonna reveal some of my best tips and hacks and blueprint winning formula. So you may have seen me on various different talks, you may have seen me on my Instagram. So I'm the one that built my following in 1 million in under a year and gained $1 million from it. And that was all in the first year, and you can do that too. When somebody first told me about it, when I had a mentor, right? So I had a mentor for a few years before I even started Instagram. And I didn't understand what she meant by monetizing and making money. I couldn't even understand how to make $10,000 at the time. I was like, how on earth am I gonna do that? How am I gonna reach this many people? But once I studied and got that mentor, it all fell into place. So now I'm here with years of knowledge, years of studying, and I've packaged it all up into these programs for you. And today I'm just gonna give you a little taster on how I can serve you further. So why do you need Instagram for your business? You see, it's the easiest and most cost-effective form of advertising. In advertising and marketing, they've actually predicted that it will be worth a $15 billion business by the end of 2022. So if you haven't yet jumped onto social media, particularly Instagram, then you really are in the dark ages. So I really encourage you to get an Instagram open today if that's you and you haven't got it. And if you have got it, amazing, because I'm gonna show you how to up the ante, up your game, and take it to a whole new level. Are you ready? Let's do this. So do not miss out on millions. And today I'm gonna show you some of the tips and hacks that I used in growing my following and exactly what I did to create a business online and take it global through social media. You no longer have to pay for advertising fees. You don't even have to rely on anything external. Literally through using social media and Instagram, you are able to generate new leads, new revenue, and gain millions. I'm serious, it's so easy once you know how. Again, all the studying that I did, I've packaged so you don't have to worry about years of studying. The knowledge that I give you is always instant. That's the generation that I've come from. It's instant, it's now. We want fast action results. Who wants fast action results? Say yes. Everyone type yes if that's you. Woo! Okay, so don't miss out. FOMO, do not miss out. I missed out for 3 years. Like, I think it was like 3 to 5 years where Instagram had been open and I hadn't used it. Gutted. Biggest mistake ever. I should have started, I should have executed, I should have got it going. Because once I've started it, the opportunities have been endless. I get flown around the world privately, and just, I don't ever pay a penny because of my Instagram feed. So it doesn't matter which side of it you're on, you'll get endorsements. I get free restaurants everywhere, VIP service, but better still, I'm constantly reaching a new person. For every follower, it's not entirely 100%, 1 million followers does not equate to 1 million people on your database, but mine's pretty strong. So I have things from other places, so now millions on my database, right? If you gain 1,000 followers after this, that could be 700 new leads for you. But for sure, that's 1,000 new leads that you're gonna go for. 700 will probably be like, yes, I wanna buy, because with all my tips and hacks, I show you what to do. So let's do this. Let's get straight into the juice while you're here. And by the way, everyone, if you are here until the end, there is the most amazing bonus that I have given just for you guys. And I'm so excited. So just because we're here today, female empowerment, I am ready to give you that. And so, at the end of today, you'll be able to take that away. So the first tip of today, I want you to write this down. The first hour of engagement. Okay? So what does it mean by the first hour of engagement? So when I was first told about the first hour of engagement, I was like, what does that mean? So when you first post on Instagram, when you put your post up, you've got a window of about an hour where everything has to happen. All the comments, all the likes, all the people pressing save, all the people sending it to stories, you sending it to the story, all of those people sharing it with their friends. That's your little box where you can go viral. And by viral, it means you can go on the explore page and you can reach hundreds of thousands of people. It's awesome. Me and some of my buddies who have got millions of followers on Instagram, we have gone up by tens of thousands from one post. We've gained millions of views on videos just from one post, and you can do it too. So what I want you to do is the first thing I want you to do, as soon as you've put your post up, right? And again, in my bigger programs, we go into detail on what to post, the value of your content, how to get all of this. But I'm going to show you some really quick tips right now, as much as I can pack in while I got the stage and got you guys here. So I want you to post, and then as soon as you've posted, I want you to like your own post, save your own post, and send your post to story. In a second, we'll come on to what that means. And then I want you to comment on your own post. And when you comment on your own post, I want you to put 30 hashtags in. Hashtags is a whole other topic. But for now, before we learn that at some later stage, if you guys continue letting me serve you, just use stuff that is relevant to you and your brand. So if you are in beauty, it would be like hashtag beauty courses, hashtag beauty treatments. You'd always hashtag your brand name or your business name or your name, whichever is important. If all three are important, great. So you put all those things in straight away, okay? Underneath that, that's now where you put your hashtags. You don't put them in the caption. So anybody that thinks that you put them in a caption, you don't. You basically always put your hashtags into the first comment. So you like your post, you save your post, you comment on your own post with your hashtags, and you send it to the story. It's a little rhythm, okay? This is the very first thing you do, because we're showing Instagram, the algorithm, within 0.5 of a second that your post is active. Something is going on straight away, okay? Which means it will get fired out to even more people. We want this post to be seen by as many people as possible. So the next thing that I want you to do is I want you to think about how, and some of you might already know this if you've seen me do any of my talks before, how to get this post noticed. Well, you want to get as many comments, as many saves, as many likes in that first hour of posting. So here's what you're going to do. You're going to have a look at, say, 5 accounts that are similar to yours. 5 accounts that you think the audience of that person or brand would like your stuff. Okay, so let's say that you're in beauty. Then you might think that Revlon, I'm just using beauty because it's easy for me to use today. You could be in food, in any field at all, in services, whatever it is that you're in. Look at the brands that are similar, so Revlon, I don't know, Givenchy, all these different things that are similar to your thing. You'll choose those brands and you will go into their latest post and you'll see who's commented. Now, all the people that have commented on your like-minded accounts page, on their latest post, A, they love to comment. B, they're interactive. C, they are interested in that brand. And D, they're probably going to come back and like your page and comment on yours. So this is amazing. We are going to target those people and get them to come back to your page. So here is the news for you. 1 hour before you post and 1 hour after you post, I want you to get interactive with your like-minded pages followers. So what do I want you to do? I want you to have a look, okay? And the reason we do it 1 hour before, 1 hour after, just to let you know, if you do all of the work I'm about to tell you, the hour before, and all of the work the hour after you post, the likelihood of all these people who you commented on the hour before you post coming back and liking and commenting on your post when you post is super high. And all the people who you go for afterwards, the same thing. They'll go back and have a look at your latest post. So this is going to gain you huge engagement, interaction on your post. So what I want you to do, and this is the method. It is called my 3, 2, 1 method. I want you to go on the like-minded account. and I want you to go onto their latest post. And on their latest post, they've got 100 comments, 200 comments, 1,000 comments. Guys, try and go for accounts that have got big numbers, okay? Like over 50,000 followers, because you want people who have got a lot of comments and a lot of followers. Otherwise, you're just going to run out of things and people to go to. So you could get through about 50 accounts in 20 minutes. So that, like, if that gives you a time frame of what we're about to do, okay? So which means an hour, you could probably do like 150 accounts if you're a speedy whiz. So what I want you to do is I want you to go on your like-minded accounts, latest post, and they've got 50 comments, let's say. And I want you to go on every single person who's commented. So I want you to tap onto the latest comment and have a look at who that is. That might be Mr. X. Go on Mr. X's pages, and now I want you to do the 3, 2, 1 method, which is where you go. You like their third most latest post. You like their second latest post. You like their latest post, and you comment on their latest post too. 3, 2, 1 method. Got it? So you go onto the like-minded account, the beauty brand that's similar to yours, the service that's similar to yours. You have a look at their latest post on their page, and they've got X amount of comments. Systematically work through every single person who has commented, and you click on their name, and then you go to their page, and then you do the 3, 2, 1 method, and you like their latest post, like their second latest post, and then their most recent, or if we were doing that the other way, their third most recent. Basically the top 3 that are showing on their page, okay? And then you comment on the most recent, and you are going to say something in your own words along the lines. This is a proven winning formula. Something like, love your work, or love your page. We love your blah, blah, blah. Let's get connected. Let's stay connected. Something along those lines. It's a winning thing. Write it down, okay? Who is enjoying this so far? Yes! Woo! I wish we were doing this on stage, but don't worry, guys. We soon will be. So, okay, good. I'm loving this. So excited. So, guys, please go on their page and remember the 3, 2, 1 method. Do that for 50 different accounts before you post, 1 hour before you post. And then you're going to post. And then you're going to do your saving on your own post, your liking on your own post, your commenting on your own post, your sending to story on your own post. We'll come to the story in a second. And then you do the same method again, the 3, 2, 1 method, the hour after you post. Okay? Got it? Is everyone following? So it's super simple once you know how. This is just a method to get loads of new people who are already buying from your similar account back onto your page, because they want to know what you're selling, and they're probably really going to like it as well. When they see what's on your page, they're going to say, oh my God, I love what's on her page. I love what's on his page. This is so awesome. Okay, does it make sense? Right, so that's the 3, 2, 1 method. Are you enjoying yourself so far? If you are, guys, then feel free to take a screenshot of you watching this masterclass with me. And if you tag me on your story on Instagram, you put @NatashaGrano, I will repost as many of them as I can to my millions of followers. So feel free to screenshot any part of this exciting talk that you're enjoying and just tag it, and then I will get reposting whoever puts anything up. Okay, so let's go to Instagram stories. This is one of my favorite things. In fact, this is probably one of my biggest growth methods. This is how I would say I didn't realize, but I found hundreds of new lead gens. In fact, the crazy thing was, when I was like, I've got multiple businesses, right? And when I was starting each one, I wished that I had known this when I started my first one, because it is so lucrative. There is so much revenue to be made from your story. Right? Once you've got 10,000 followers, you can swipe up, which means that you can attach a website. For anyone that doesn't have 10,000 followers right now, when you got 10,000, you can put a website. Do you ever see people writing their stories? You'll see it on mine. See more, swipe up, all these kind of words. And you can swipe your finger up on the Instagram story, and it takes you to a website of the person's choice. And it's so cool. I can sell anything from there. I can be like, guys, go and pick up the latest version of, and thousands and thousands and thousands of people will see it every time, which is amazing. And as you grow, thousands and thousands of people will see it, and then tens of thousands, then you end up having a story which is so lucrative. Okay, but you got to start somewhere. So start today. FOMO, guys, do not stay in the dark ages. It is so important. Social media. It is the new business card, by the way. When you meet somebody and they say, hey, what do you do? What's your business? The business cards no longer are powerful. The art of the business card's gone. Business card is your social media. It's your Instagram handle. The first thing people do is they go and have a look at how reputable you are, at how known you are. And they go on your Instagram and they type it in. So your Instagram needs to be popping. It needs to be amazing. It needs to be classy, elegant, offering value, powerful, whatever it is that you are and you believe in, your message needs to come across on the gram. It needs to be so profound. It is not just for influencers in the beauty and fashion world. It is for everyone and anyone who wants to be in business, who is in business. You can do so much promotion for free on Instagram. You can gain so many new leads and so much revenue through Instagram. It is profound. It will change your entire game. And you'll sit here and you'll go, you know what, in a year, she was right. Oh my God, that was so worth investing my time in. Like, I learned so much. Okay, so let's do Instagram stories. I could go on about this forever, but you know when you just know something is so good? You just don't want anyone else to miss out. I just want everyone to have a feeling of instant success. It is so good, and it feels so good because I don't have to worry about this person, relying on this person. I can just do the whole thing on my Instagram. Okay, so Instagram stories. When we did the post in the last section where we just did the engagement, the first hour of engagement, okay, so you've got your post and you send it to your story. So what I want you to do when you send it to your story is I want you to add something like this, and it will say new post, okay? So you go to your sticker bar at the top of the story panel. It's a little square face, okay? And then you click new post. You type in new post, or you can type in anything you want, like click here, watch now. When you stick that feature over the top of your post, it will take them to the post. Okay, so you want to do something like new post. That's what I like to do. I think it's really good. And I don't really reveal the post. I just show a little bit of the post, which is really cool. Okay, so after we've done the new post, we now send that to the story. So now everybody who didn't see your main post has got a chance to see it through your story. And that's another few hundred eyeballs, okay? Or hopefully when you get bigger, it will be thousands and then tens of thousands of people. So also, when you're on the story, I'm just going to show you something really awesome here, which I would love you guys to do. So what I want you to do is go onto your story. So you swipe across to get onto your story, or you just press story. When you're on your story and you've got a picture up, let's say, I want you to get really interactive with your people. And so what you do is you go to the top on the sticker bar and you go to poll. So we're going to do different interactive games, and this is one of them. You can see, and we'll ask them a question. So you go on the sticker bar at the top where you just found the new posting and you type in poll. You'll see poll. It's you don't even need to type it in fact, it's just literally there. And you grab it and then you put a question. This is where you're going to find your new lead. So ask them a question. Ask them, who wants to know more about our latest courses? Who wants to learn about da-da-da? Who wants our latest discount code? Who wants da-da-da-da? You ask your audience, and then you have the yes or no boxes right below it. Is this making sense? Once you've got that is gold dust. Let me explain why. Within 24 hours, you're going to go back onto your story, and you're going to have a whole heap of people who have typed yes and no, but the yes button is the one we want in this instance. And they have typed yes, and there may be how many people? Let's say there's 100 people there who have typed yes. 100 new people want to know about your courses, and you didn't even know they existed. So this is awesome. I want you to go through that list, and this is the next thing I want you to do. I want you to click on every single one of their names. And then, this is my super tip right here, you're going to create pre-written DMs, pre-written direct messages. That's the private message section. Okay, you can create them before we even do this. Okay, as you can see, I have some saved on the side for you, just some templates. So you would have them with a shortcut name, so they're already pre-written. And all you got to do is you press your saved DMs. You'll be able to work this out later. So you just press the plus button in your DMs. Do this separately from story. Just pre-prepare them. Go into your DMs and you need to pre-write your saved messages. Stuff like, here's our discount code. Nice to meet you. We're so excited to work with you. We really want to deliver. Whatever it is, you pre-write them, okay? And then what you do is you will go into your story where we were, onto the yes bar. You'll go through every single person and you'll send them one of your saved DMs. So if they're asking, yes, I want to know more information about your discount code for your new course, you'll say, hey, your pre-written message with someone like, hey, we saw you were interested in hearing a little bit more about our latest course and we are so excited to send you some info on it. What's your email? Boom! They're in your database. As soon as they find you and you have their email, you are winning. You've got their email. That goes in your database. That's another 100 people. Do that poll every single day. You can do the math, guys. That's a lot of people every week. That is more people than you're going to pay for when you pay for your lead gens for all the other stuff you're doing. And I'm not saying that's not a bad thing to do, but sometimes you don't want to invest the money. You don't maybe even have it in your business right now. Start this way and work backwards. This is breaking the system. It's disrupting the mold. You're going to be successful. This is how you got to start though. Instagram, okay? Best thing I ever did was getting that mentor. Oh my God. Honestly, without her, I would not be where I am now. She taught me everything that I learned. And then I studied. I went through the, whirlpools or whatever you call it of YouTube, going down and watching all the tutorial after tutorial after tutorial, and just nothing was happening. So I'm just so happy that I was able to get the mentor and study and research and then put it all together. And now, boom, we've got it here for you. So you got your pre-written DMs. Those DMs you can also send out anytime somebody comments on your page, anytime somebody reaches out to you. You can send them one of your pre-written DMs. Is that making sense? And you'll message them and you'll just say, hey, we saw that you're interested, whatever it is, and we can't wait to serve you. Here's what we want to do for you. Just be genuine, like get in touch with them. So coming up shortly, I'll be giving you something very special. But if you've been enjoying this so far, this is just a sneak preview of what I have for you coming up later today. So this is my instant Instagram success course, how I gained 1 million followers and $1 million, and all the in-betweens and everything that we're going through. So I'm just gonna, this is a lady who's been on one of my programs and had huge success. She's rocking some big numbers on her Instagram now, and she's a real superstar. She's a very well-known voiceover artist.
Natasha, oh my goodness, girl, you have changed my entire life in less than a week. My fan engagement was up 300% in the first 5 minutes of working with you. I want to extend my deepest gratitude for you communicating concepts and strategies that everyone can understand, especially people like me who are maybe tech averse and not social media savvy. But you made it easy. And to those of you that are taking steps right now toward your dreams, congratulations. You're in good hands with Natasha, and I look forward to hearing your success story.
So these are some stories which will help you to understand how well people are doing. 300% turnover, like she killed it. Her engagement went up like crazy. Okay, so the blueprint winning formula that you guys are going to learn on this special thing that I'm going to be giving you in just a second will teach you all my, well, not all, because there is a lot of them, but quite a few of my top hacks and blueprint winning formulas, and it will help you to understand Instagram and use it to your advantage to monetize and find new leads. So hit the link right now if you want to receive in just a few minutes my free Instagram mini program. This will show you so much that you're gonna love. Hit that link, take it now while it's free. This course is worth $4,000, and with my shout out that I do on the major course as well, it's actually worth $7,000. So it's a $7,000 course. If you were buying it in full, that's what it's worth, and you guys are getting a mini version of it for free. So I hope you enjoy, and you get all of this stuff here. You can see it's about 30 minutes, unbeatable footage, interactive exercises. Okay, who wants one more tip before we wrap up? I think we've got time. I haven't got a watch on, but I think we've got time. Who wants one more? Yes, type yes right now. Woo, let's do this. Okay, pen and paper, collaborations. Okay, so what does collaborations mean? So collaborations, when you're working with somebody, it goes across all forms of life, all across social media. Collaborations are so important when you are getting your brand out there, when you're getting your business out there to more people, because that's how you're going to get noticed, through the collaborations. Okay, so if you have a look at sort of any person who's similar to your field, any brand or business that's similar to what you're achieving, what you're wanting to achieve, I want you to have a look at what they're doing, okay, what they're putting out there. So first of all, that's a really good thing to look at. Secondly, have a look at some other businesses that are similar to yours, similar size following, maybe a little bit more. Go cheeky, go a little bit more, okay? And then have a look at how you guys can collaborate. And by that, I don't mean that you'll just sort of have a conversation. No, we're going to take it further. You're going to message these brands and businesses who are similar to yours, but not going to overlap. For example, if you want to collaborate with a brand who is offering the exact same product as you, they're just not going to want to do it. So you want to do a company which is giving another product similar to yours, but not quite the same, because then they'll want to promote yours because they'll want you to promote theirs. So it's a perfect collaboration. And so what you want to do is offer them value, and you want to go with an amazing pitch, and you want to go to the company, the brand, on Instagram, or you can email them, but most people do it through the private messages, the DMs, as we were talking about before, and you might already have this saved. But always add your personal touch. I love to voice note. That's my thing. I mean, I just love to voice note. I'm a single mom. Like, I do not have time to be sitting typing on my phone all day. So I just voice note. I'm like, hey, what's up? I'd love to work with you, you know. So what you want to do is get personal with them and just say, look, I'd love to collaborate with you. What can we do? Can we do something together? Where? And here's your pitch, what I would go for. I would go to them and say, my audience will love what you are selling, and I'm sure your audience would love what we're about. So I would love to do a live session with you, or a pre-recorded Zoom video with you, where we both, you know, do a live tutorial on what we're offering, and interact, or do an interview style chat, anything. Or, excuse me, well, the hiccups. Or what you do is you go the other way and say, you pitch them with something like, we would love to work with you on doing a giveaway or a product sell together. But you don't have to go and create a product together. You just take a picture of their product, they take a picture of yours, and you both promote it on your pages. It's a super simple method. And it's something which you can do, anyone can do. And again, it's free. It's not influencer marketing, but it's almost there. It's super clever. So go for a brand which has got more followers than you. So if you've got 5,000 followers, make sure they've got 15, right? Or 10. If you've got 2,000 followers only, then 10,000 followers would be pretty strong at that point. So you're looking for businesses who've got more followers than you, but not too much. But you know what? I've always been super overt. I'm so out there. I will just aim high. You know, I'll just be like, 10 million followers, not a problem. I'm going to have 10 million in about 3 years. I was like, no problem. Bring it on. Let's collaborate. Sometimes they say yes. And then you're like, that was so worth it, right? If you don't ask, you don't know. You don't get. So you've got to go for it, okay? So you want to collaborate. So you can collaborate in so many ways. You can do live chats with other similar brands, not too similar. You could do live Zoom chats and then put them up on your pages. You could do giveaways together where you both give away, let's say you're selling watches and they're selling hats. You guys can give away a watch and a hat together in a giveaway on both of your pages. There's so many things you can do. There is so much you can do. I just realized it's raining outside right now, guys. Oh my God, this is London for you. You guys, I don't know where anybody is right now. We've got people all over the world here. I'm seeing a lot in the States, but yeah, it's raining. So if you can hear this like heavy rain, it's really raining right now. I'm craving the sun. Oh my God. Anyways, and it's only the new year right now, but it's beautiful. We started the year so well. So we're going to start it even better with this stuff, because this is going to get you out out there to the world. Okay, so another way that I want you to think about collaborating is cross promotion, where you could go to, say, a business or somebody and say, hey, we'd love to work with you, and you'll promote directly their product on your page and they'll promote yours. Could even be a person. You'll give them a product for free. That is influencer marketing, and that's a whole other topic which we go into, and I just don't think we've got time to even touch that one. It's such an amazing topic, influencer marketing. As I told you, it's a huge industry. Okay, so you want to focus on how to get the collaborations bigger and better. Don't give up. They need to be an absolute priority. You should be doing probably one a week. You want one different person a week. Do live sessions with a different person every week. Make that your new thing. Advertise it on your story every evening before you do it, right? So times of postings, that I get asked this all the time. We don't actually, we do that. I think you might find out that on the program that I'm giving you. But posting, guys, evenings are the best. Local time to you between about 6 and 9 p.m. Fridays are amazing. Saturdays are amazing. Sundays amazing. But Friday and Saturday at the moment, as of 2021, are epic for posting. So make sure you guys are doing that. So if you don't believe me, let me show you a few more little success stories. This is from a testimonial from Success Resources. They came on my program, and they are the world's largest seminar organizer. I've spoken on their platform a couple of times. I'm sure you guys know them. They have Tony Robbins, and they look after some really fantastic names, the biggest names in the world, in fact, and we all speak on their platform and do lots of wonderful seminars. And this is what
Hi guys, it's Yewande from Success Resources UK team, and I'm just here to just express how much of a blessing Natasha has been to our organization in terms of coaching us and guiding us on the best social media strategies to really grow our Instagram to what it is today. I mean, to be honest, like the tips and tricks that she gives in her speeches, in her trainings, is things that I haven't found online before. Strategies and, unique ways and unique, things that you wouldn't even think about that, you can use to help grow your social media accounts or to grow other people's social media accounts. These are universal. That you don't have to be a rocket scientist. You don't have to be super savvy tech person. It's very, very easy to understand, very, very detailed, and very, very, interactive in the terms of where it is small groups. She really does focus and get into your questions. She goes into your page and really just, does an analysis, helps you out, does all these different kind of boosting and sharings with you on her own personal page. And I really feel like if you are, you really stuck, you don't know where to start and you don't know how to start, having this one-on-one guidance is very, 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 very beneficial. And we, as Success Resources, definitely endorse her that you should definitely invest in her course, and that, us working with the top names in the industry, you think it'll be easy for us to just, post a post about a speaker on social media and it go viral, and that's not the case. But Natasha really breaks down the ways that you can, help gain more traction, help interact and get more engagement on social media through her tips and tricks. So definitely consider, talking to her about the course. If you're unsure about it, I would say try it, definitely. If you're trying to grow in social media, which is such an instrumental part of any business these days, Natasha is your girl. So thank you so much. Peace and love.
And this is another review from a lovely lady who came on one of my programs. Now there's other versions of the program, so you can do it all on demand in your own time. But the course that you've got is on demand. It's 30 minutes. And it's such an amazing investment because it's free, but it's your time, and that's what you're investing. Without that, you won't go anywhere. So you got to do that. You got to invest in yourself. And I'll just play you one more of a lady who went on my main program as well.
Hey guys, it's Stephanie Molina from Switzerland. I am so excited to tell you all about the 5-day course that I have just completed with Natasha Grano on Instagram training. I've been trying to grow my business for 2 years, and I have not known how to do it, and I have been completely afraid of Instagram and how to use it. I hooked up with Natasha, and in 5 simple sessions of approximately 1 hour each, she was able to hold my hand and walk me through all the steps. And now I am the proud, versatile user of posting. I know all the tips about tags, about hashtags, about growing, about stories. I know it all, basically, thanks to Natasha. So if you have the chance to do this course, do it with your eyes closed. You can grow your business and you can have so much fun. Natasha is full of energy and insights. It's amazing. Do it now.
So I hope you guys enjoy the gift that I'm giving you. And if you're not already following me on Instagram, make sure that we get connected. Feel free to screenshot. You can screenshot any part of it and I will repost it on my story. But it would be great to connect with you. I love hearing your success stories. I love to hear what you thought of the course and how you got on and how I can serve you further. We've got so many resources for you and it's been a pleasure to be here today. There are so many amazing talks, so I hope you guys have fun. And Happy New Year. I hope this year is amazing for you. And if you're here today, then you know it's gonna be, because you've connected with us lot already, and we are gonna help take your business to the next level. Instagram is such a huge part of that. So don't miss out and stay in the dark ages. Get active, get connected. I can't wait to meet some of you guys one day, get connected with you. Peace and love, and wishing you so much love and light all the way from London, wherever you are in the world today. Thank you.
I know you have enjoyed this afternoon and probably have seen so many speakers. Your brain is full, right? And I know you didn't get to all of the workshops and hear all the dynamic speakers. So if you missed those moments and you want to have an opportunity to enjoy in some of the things that you didn't get to hear, we want to encourage you to go by the Video Vault. That's right, the Video Vault. You'll have a chance to see everything all 3 days. When you spend that money to get the Video Vault, which is only $47. So I want to encourage you to go right now and get your Video Vault right now.
And of course, you know, our goal with success is that we want to be connected with you year round. And so we want to make sure that you have, if you've not already signed up, we are strongly encourage you to go and join our Success Members Network. And so, Success Mentors Network. And basically that gives us a way to provide excellent content, opportunities for training year round with you. And so the Success Mentors Network, it's really cheap, $15 a month. Now that price will be going up in the new year, later on in the new year, but for right now, for anyone who's attended our Woman on Fire Success Conference, you all will get it for $15. So that's a great number, great value. You know, that's a couple cups of coffee throughout the year. I mean, throughout the couple cups of coffee.
That's right. It's so good. She can't even get it out right, y'all.
Is
That's
what
right.
saying.
And
That's
you can save even more by paying $150 and wipe it all out in one swoop.
Yeah,
So,
and that gets you 20% off. If you pay the $150 throughout the whole year, it's 20% off. It's 2 free months. So it's definitely worth it.
Yes.
And if you're wondering what else we have, let me just tell you about tomorrow. We're
Yes.
starting back early, 8 a.m. So you already know from today, get your snacks prepared early, get your coffee ready, okay? Get your tea. I'm a tea person. Whatever it is, you get yourself prepared. Join us at 8. Yeah, glass of wine. Hey, on Tiffany.
Hello.
All right. Listen, so look, these are some of the folks who are going to be coming at you tomorrow. Candace Camille, Maggie Cook, Brian O's, and the butts in the seat queen herself, Kern Cherry, is going to be the keynote tomorrow night. Yes, it's going to be all the way lit. Okay. And then the directors, we will be joining you, and we love hanging out with you in the Zoom room We're going to be joining you live at 4:30 Central Time for the Woman on Fire panel, okay? And so I can't tell you how many presentations, how many speakers we have. I lost count. You know, Kern, look, she's booking speakers in her sleep. So look, all you need to know is whatever it is that you need to get lit, to be ignited, to be on fire, you will be able to get that tomorrow. How many of you want to put your hand out and say, all right, light me up, I'm ready. I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
Hey, it's Dr. O'Shea here, the doctor of rethinking, helping you to remix your thinking so you can make money, manage money, and of course, multiply money. And I want to offer you a free case study video about changing your mood, your mindset, and your money. And so are you one of those people who find yourself kind of addicted to the struggle, find yourself not living in the abundance of peace, love, and joy around your money as you know that you should be? You make good money, but you really don't understand how to make your money work for you? Well, that's what's going to get started. Get into the mind on your money, learn a couple of manifestation tools as well. And then, of course, jump on a call with me. I would love to talk to you, get to know you a little bit more. What are some of your frustrations, your challenges, some of your concerns around money, and even what's your vision of your life that you're finding yourself hard to get to because you're holding yourself back from maybe some psychological money, memories, identifications, or thoughts. So, check it out. And I would love to get to know you a little bit better. Bye.
Everyone, how you doing today? My name is Jumi Ogunyemi, and I am the founder and creator of Glam Naturally Oil. I hope you're having such an awesome day today. Thank you so much for tuning in. I am so excited to do this. Is so amazing. So thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you for coming and tuning in into our brand. Just a little brief history of how we started. So I suffered postpartum alopecia about 3 years ago, and I wanted to create something which was organic based that was going to work for me, and that was what birthed Glam Naturally Oil. It's been such a blessing to be able to bless thousands of women to grow back their hair to health. I'm telling you, this is the brand to go to if you've suffered alopecia, or you've suffered postpartum hair loss, or you've suffered any kind of hair breakage that you just cannot control. We have so many amazing products to cater to your needs. So thank you so much and have an awesome day. Bye.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lee Mariano. I am a life and success coach, a C-suite executive, and the founder of Alexidom Coaching. What I want for you in 2021 is for you to show up, show out, and change the game. Now, I work with women who are frustrated with their current level of success, whether it's in their life, career, or their relationship. We work through how to remove those limiting beliefs holding them back from getting to the next level in their career. And so my free offer for all of you is a free 1-hour clarity session where you and I can talk about what's holding you back. It's free, no expectation, just you and I having that conversation. So make sure you schedule your free 1-hour clarity session with me, and let's get you to the next step.
Hey, Woman on Fire. How are you ladies doing? I hope that you've enjoyed the conference, but I see that you're here in the expo, so that means you're taking a real quick break, and I would love to be able to share an opportunity with you. I am a 2-time best-selling author. I just released a book in November called Leading with Uncommon Courage, which was an international best-selling author. But my next book project called Parenting with Uncommon Courage, I would love for you to consider being a part of it. So now when you think about parenting, especially in light of COVID. Culture has changed tremendously over the past decade, over the past 2 decades. And for several, we can see a difference over the past 4 to 5 decades. And so my goal is to help women, to help men, to help families be able to grow and to grow in strength and to have clear vision. And I believe that the best way of doing that is for us to learn from each other. So I'm inviting you to come aboard with me. Consider sharing your story of parenting, or perhaps you're an adult and you feel as if your parents did a wonderful job and you want to be able to share your childhood experience again as a way to help other families and communities grow. And so if you have a story, perhaps you have a story, an adoption story. Your story really could be an abortion story. It's to parent or not to parent. Perhaps your story deals with dealing with a difficult teenager, or perhaps you're dealing with a child that is connected or addicted, dealing with some type of addiction. And again, just being able to kind of share the tools that you found to help you and your family cope through these difficult situations, the tools that you found in providing an environment for your child to thrive. All of that is very valuable information, and I would love to be able to share this platform with you so again you can help other families grow. If you're interested, I need you to do 2 things. 1, I want you to send me an email, tiffany@uncommoncourage.cc, and in the subject line put put a book anthology or parenting with Uncommon Courage, and I'll be sure to respond with you as soon as possible. The second thing that you can do is go on Facebook and connect with me. Send me a private message or just comment, "Hey, Tiffany, I saw you at Woman on Fire and I'm interested in being a part of your anthology project." Whichever way works best for you. I just want you to know that I would love to have an opportunity to have a personal conversation with you so that we can learn how we can best help each other and help strengthen family and help strengthen our community. Thank you so much.
Who are you? Where are you going? And what's your strategy to get there? I've come today to challenge you to stop wishing. Stop thinking about it. Stop trying to make it happen. Become unstoppable. There are 8 giants that you're going to have to slay to become unstoppable. My name is Dorothy Wilson, and I want to tell you what those giants look like and how you defeat them. But first, let's go back. In 2012, I was laid off from a well-paying media job. That was a time when newspapers were shrinking rapidly, trying to survive. They were swinging that layoff axe every 6 months, it seemed. The easy answer for me after I was laid off was to take another corporate job. The thing that I really wanted to do, though, it was to create my own and never work for somebody else again, to never give anybody else that kind of power over my career, my future, my financial success again. The thing that I didn't know how to do, become an entrepreneur. The thing that I didn't have money to do, start a magazine. The thing everybody else thought I should do, or what I should do or expected me to do, go to work for a major company in PR and marketing. And the thing I knew that I couldn't do, it was compromise my dreams ever again for a paycheck and a job title. I was done with living inside somebody else's box. You know, we all are contained in boxes that we didn't create. In 2019, I published a book, a compilation of chapters called Unboxed. And the goal behind that was to encourage women to break free and to soar. This was so important to do. And here's why. As women, we tend to have the tendency, more so than men, to be boxed in by other people's expectations of us. By nature, you know, we're nurturers. We want to take care of everybody else. And yes, we should be true to our nature. That's part of who we are. That's part of our DNA. That's part of what we were equipped to do. But we also must take care of ourselves. We must push past negative words, for instance, that have been spoken over us that have boxed us in. Sometimes the very people we care for and we're taking care of, those are the ones who speak down to us, speak negativity over us. We must understand also that we're not our job title or the rank that we hold. Don't get caught up in that. We have to determine in our heart to be everything, all that we were created to do. So back to my layoff story. I turned that layoff into a layup. I knew at that time, really 2 years before I was laid off, that I was made to do more. I had become addicted to the strongest drug that's out there, a big paycheck and benefits. Paycheck and benefits, it's like a drug. Guess what? Drugs might feel good in the moment, but in the end, they're bad for you. What are you holding on to that's bad for you? That's what the question is. How are you compromising your values to hold on to a job or a position? I was laying off people left and right, okay? Sending them home. And then I would go home, and at night, I'd stay up in my bathroom crying for hours because I was compromising who I was. I was slowly killing myself on the inside because I was doing my job. And boy, I was good at it. 2 months after I was laid off, I walked into my destiny. 3 people had told me that a local woman's magazine was for sale. So I set out to locate the owner, and I just kept running into obstacles. You know, this person, she wasn't part of the business circles that I was in. She kept a low profile. You know, I had seen the magazine before, but I had trouble locating a copy of it. It published every 2 months, and it was at the end of its publishing cycle. And so copies were scarce. But one afternoon, I was driving north on a major highway in traffic, and I heard, I don't hear God audibly a lot, but I heard him say to me, "Pursue Gulf Coast Woman." That was the name of the magazine. And I'm gonna tell you, I wanted to get out of my car right then, sling the door open right in the middle of traffic, and just look at the sky and start screaming and saying, "I have been looking for it. I have been pursuing it for 2 weeks now." Well, the next day, I walked into the Knight Nonprofit Center, and I was headed to a board meeting. And there, sitting right in front of me, was a fresh stack of Gulf Coast Woman magazines. I teared up, and I know the guard who was sitting at that front desk was looking at me strangely, but I knew that that stack being there was confirmation to me. It was encouragement that what I had heard the day before was true, and it was saying, "Go ahead, do it." And as they say, the rest is history. I've taken that little magazine that was 24 pages, stapled booklet, and it's become a well-respected publishing platform, reaching 113,000 monthly online and 65,000 people in print every issue. We've gone from 6 issues to 12 issues monthly. The staff has grown from 1 or 2 people and a part-timer to 10 plus and a number of contributors. Revenue has increased 85% in 8 years. Let me just say that again, 85% in 8 years. I've become one of the most connected, influential, and successful women in my state. And I'm not bragging on myself. I just want you to understand that you can become the woman of your dreams. Every one of you. I'm publisher of Gulf Coast Woman Magazine, which is a regional and well-respected magazine. I'm managing partner of CWR Digital Gulf Coast, which is a full-scale digital advertising marketing firm. I'm co-founder of the Success Women's Conference, the #1 conference for professional women globally. I was named Business and Women Champion by the SBA. I've been recognized as one of 25 top African Americans in the state of Mississippi. I've been named a top 10 business owner by the National Association of Business Owners. I operate a publishing and branding company that helps to amplify others' messages and to elevate their influence. I'm a best-selling author and a best-selling editor, having produced a New York Times bestseller after Katrina. And I'm living my dream. I am living my dream. I am super passionate about impacting the lives of women through career coaching, creating publishing platforms to elevate them and to amplify their brands, and crafting winning business strategies. I love coaching business owners. I love teaching them what I didn't know. Somebody had to teach me. But to get to that dream, first I had to slay some giants, okay? And that's what I want to help you with. To get to your goals, you're going to have to defeat these same giants. I call these giants the 8 L's. Lack of vision, lack of focus, lack of joy, lack of resources, lack of sleep, lack of support, lack of confidence, and lack of effort. Those are your 8 L's there. Let's break those open. I want to start with lack of vision, because without vision, you perish, okay? Quit reaching for every little shiny thing that comes your way. Go get a spiritual gifts assessment, take it online, take the Clifton Strengths Finder test, ask successful people around you what you do best. Ask yourself, take some time, meditate on this, get quiet. Ask yourself, what am I doing when I am most satisfied? Write it down. See a vision that's bigger than who you are and what you do. And then just do it. Just do it. Lack of focus. One of my favorite sayings is, a goal without a wish is just a plan. It's just a plan. We all have plans. We all have wishes. We got to get going, making it happen, making them come true. Get a coach. I got a coach last year. Yes, I spent a lot of money on it. It was well worth it. Write a plan. Set a timeline. Just do it. Lack of joy. If you're feeling kind of empty right now and you're feeling like I should be excited, I should be raring to go and getting into some new things. I got all these things around me that's popping that I can sink my teeth into. Guess what? Comparison. Looking at what other people have, what other people are doing. That steals your joy. It slows you down. It sends you on a bunch of rabbit trails, and it causes you to lose your heart, causes you to lose your way. It causes you to not be feeding your soul when you're looking at what's on somebody else's plate. Quit looking at other people's plate. Do you. Just do it. Lack of resources. That song says money can't buy you love. And it's not always required to launch a successful endeavor, whether it's a conference. When Kern Cherry and I founded the Success Women's Conference back in 2015, it wasn't that we had money that we wanted to burn, that we wanted to try. We wanted to try something and hope it worked, throw it on the wall. No, it doesn't always take money. If you know people, if you're willing to put in the sweat equity, if you're focused, you can just do it. I paid for that magazine company with sweat equity, my skill sets, and just a little bit of cash. Just do it. Lack of sleep is an L. That's one of those 8 L's. You have to create a positive, healthy rhythm in your life. Set boundaries. Make time for the people who really matter to you. Unfortunately, too often we're running around trying to do stuff for people who we want to like us. We want affirmation from. No. Make time for the people who really matter to you. The people who are investing back in you, into you, the people who truly love you, not the ones who are saying one thing in your face, smiling, liking your Facebook post, saying all this wonderful stuff on your Facebook post, and then the next moment they're turning and they're sending a mocking post or sharing by messenger something about you to somebody else. Those are not the people that you need to be investing in. One of the most painful mistakes you can do is to work so hard that you don't take time to see what's going on or where you're going. Look at the people around you. See beyond your obstacles and what's right in front of you. On the road to success, timing is so very important. You can miss the right connection. You can miss the right timing. You can even miss the right angle if you're working tired all the time. Get some sleep. Take a day off just for you. Just do it. Lack of support. If it were going to be easy, everybody would be doing it, right? And everybody would be wildly successful, right? You're going to have haters. You're going to have to get past them, push past them. You're going to even have people that you thought were your good friends, and they actually are the ones with all the back channel traffic talking about you. People don't want you to have more than what they have. They want that success for themselves. You have to be willing sometimes just to go it alone or to go it with just a few people. And you have to be willing to remove some people from your inner circle. Separate yourself. Keep your eyes on God and what He's called you to do. And if you do what others are doing and not what, don't keep your eyes on what others are doing and not doing. Let me say that again. Okay. What others are doing or not doing, that has no impact on you. That has no impact on you. You don't need other people to affirm what God has already confirmed for your life. Just do it. Lack of confidence. This is about faith, nerve, gumption. If you think you can't, you never will. My youngest son is a school teacher, and he says that to his students all the time. If you think you can't, you never will. You need to get a GPS. If you know where you're going, you're more likely to get there. You need a coach. You need a strategy. Just do it. And then lack of effort. That's the final L. But perhaps it should be the number one L. While you're looking at what everybody else is doing, they're gaining ground, gaining traction. Take your eyes off of them. Get up early, work late, get it done. Be relentless. Just do it. This is what I call my GPS. This is what it looks like. You develop a goal, a goal bigger than you, one that you can't even imagine or think that you could do in a short period of time. And then you build a system around it. This is a strategy. So many people are not successful because they create these big goals and then they just start working toward it without any real strategy. That's why I love coaching with people to help them develop strategy. If you can build a solid strategy, a solid system for how you can win every time at achieving your goal, you will be successful. If you're selling something, you need to understand what is the system, what is the lead generator, what happens after you generate that lead, what is your pitch, what do you do to ensure that they can't say no, okay? You need a system. Do you have all of the technology in place? Is it automated? Put a system in place. So goal, that's your G, system is your S, and your P is processes. Your processes What that looks like is after you develop your strategy, then you have to build the framework for how to be successful. I see this happen so often. So many people, they're very successful to have really, really creative ideas. Their ideas, I mean, wow. I mean, they're just like out there, and it's like, man, I wish I could have an idea like that. But what they don't do, they don't take the time to build processes in place to ensure that they're successful. You have to build your success from the ground up. And then after you have your GPS, then you have to prioritize. This is what I told my team when we did our planning recently for the next year. We will have to take some things out into the parking lot and kill them. You can't get everything done. You can't try to do a little bit on this and a little bit on that and a little bit on this. You need to know the one or the two or the three things that you really are going to focus on, and then do those well. Everything else, either find somebody else to do it or take it off your plate for now. It may not be the right season, the right timing for that. Still may be a good idea, just may not be the right timing. And then team, so very, very important. You need to understand what you're really good at, what your weaknesses and what your blind spots are. And when you're putting together your team, you're not just hiring for skill, you're hiring for people who can shoot the gap for you. They can cover your weaknesses. They can bring in the things that you don't have. I'm a visionary. I'm a big picture person. I create processes and systems. But guess what? Don't ask me to focus on every little detail day in and day out. I am not good at washing the windows. I am not good at doing the dishes. But if you bring me into the house and you say, look around and tell me what I need to do to renovate this house, remodel it, and make it look great, I will rearrange all your furniture. I will order furniture. I'll go shopping for you. Look, that's how you will be looking great, okay? But don't ask me to put the furniture in place, okay? Don't ask me to do the heavy lifting of the furniture. No, get the moving company to do that. You understand what I'm saying? Know what you're good at and surround yourself with people who can fill in the gaps for you. I want to share something with you, and this is an excerpt from a book by Tim Grover. It's called Relentless. And Tim Grover, he works with a lot of professional athletes. He says in April 2013, 4 days before the initial release of this book, my long-term client, Kobe Bryant, tore his Achilles tendon. It takes years of tireless dedication and unimaginable hard work to build a legacy like Kobe's. It takes a single instant to change everything. 1 minute, you're finishing the regular season and preparing for the challenge of the playoffs. The next minute, you're preparing for surgery and the challenge of rebuilding your body and your future. I'm not talking about the split second it takes to sustain a potentially career-ending injury. I'm talking about the moment immediately after the unthinkable happens, when your instinctive reaction determines everything else that's about to happen. No one would have blamed Kobe for collapsing in pain and frustration. He could have allowed his teammates to carry him off the court to the predictably solemn applause that loyal fans give their fallen heroes. But instead, he went to the free throw line to finish his work. To me, the only question was whether he made one shot or two. Made them both. Then he walked to the locker room. That is relentless. That's what relentless looks like. That's what superstars look like. And every one of you are a superstar in your lane. But you have to be relentless in order to be unstoppable. Quit wishing, quit hoping, quit looking and comparing. Lift your eyes above your setbacks. Lift your eyes above things that people have said that have held you back. Be unstoppable. You have what it takes already on the inside of you. Be unstoppable.
Welcome to my webinar today. And before we get started, I'd like to talk to you about how important success habits are for your business success in your life. And one of the things that I love to do every single day, as I'm going to show you, is that I have my timer for my business set up every hour. You see that? So every hour, no matter what I'm doing, I'm stopping everything that I'm doing. And what I do is I take 30 jumps. And I found through research that when you do that, you get the blood circulation in your body and your brain. You're able to think better. You're able to retain more information. And so before we get started on this webinar, I'd love to do that with you. If you don't mind, please stand up. That's right, you, where you are right now, stand up with me and we're gonna jump 30 times. You ready? Here we go. Go. Whew, awesome. Thank you for doing that with me. You see the difference? You feel different? It's so amazing. Love doing that every day. So here we go. So we're gonna welcome you. Welcome to the 7 proven secrets to 7 figures for successful entrepreneurs. Overcoming overwhelm and frustration to become even more successful. My name is Maggie Cook, and we're here to discuss how you can create new opportunities in uncertain times and save 10 years or more of struggle so that you can achieve stability in less than 2 months and experience true success personally and professionally. I'm gonna give you the tools, strategies, and mindsets that you can apply effortlessly to have a life of balance, stress-free, and grow your company exponentially. So I want you to take out a piece of paper right now and take some notes. What I'm about to share with you is worth millions, as it was for me. I want you to draw a line down the middle. And on one side, you can write the steps you will be taking. And on the other side, a dollar figure of what it will be worth to you. So several years ago, I was sitting in my tiny office and I just started my company. And I had sold all the product that I made for my friends that week. And I was waving a thick stack of $1 and $5 bills in the air with my eyes closed, with a big grin, shouting in my mind, "Woohoo, I'm a millionaire." And then my life partner at the time, she walks in and she says, "What are you doing? You look so ridiculous right now. You're not making any money. Why don't you get a real job?" She laughed at me and then she walked out of the room. And I'm going to tell you that my joy was interrupted momentarily, but I learned one thing from that experience, and that is to lock the door next time. This kind of mindset, along with my tools and strategies for success, landed me a contract to supply one of the largest retail supermarkets in the country after being rejected by 90 other retail outlets in one day. The amazing thing is that I went from making $12,000 per year to $1.9 million. I've found that if you want something, if you truly want something that you've never had, you have to be willing to do something you've never done. So my ultimate outcome for you is to walk away with the 7 proven secrets to 7 figures transforming your business. Take, for example, Santina. She said, "I attended a 5-hour class Maggie taught on success. She guided us to unlock our deepest desires within. During one of our lessons, we were instructed to write a list of 4 dreams we wanted to achieve and give it to the universe. Everything that I listed came into fruition. I increased my income immediately by $25,000 plus purchased a piece of property that I thought it was impossible to obtain. Nothing is impossible. Thank you, Maggie. So no matter what you've been through, how smart and successful you are, you may still feel frustrated. You may still feel anxious and unfulfilled. If you've ever felt like you were overwhelmed and alone, maybe you want balance in your life and in your business, maybe more money, maybe having peace of mind and happiness, then you're in the right place. I'm going to share with you what I've found are the secrets to grow your company from 6 to 7 figures or more in less than 2 months. How to overcome adversity, discover the tools and strategies that give you immediate success. So as soon as I discovered these, my business actually grew more than 500% in less than 1 year. And I received top awards from the Small Business Administration, many other state and national awards, including an International Noble Entrepreneurial Prize. Today, I'm blessed to help millions of people and get them the success they want professionally. I'm on TV and I've spoken on many stages nationally and internationally. So if you're looking to discover the barriers that are holding you back from your true success and are looking for more tools and strategies, tips and tricks, then let's get started today. What I see a lot of business owners do is exhaust all your resources to grow your business, but you feel stuck and you don't know what to do. You try to do everything yourself because you think you can do it best to save money. Or maybe you pay a lot of money for advice from the wrong people. Who's done that? Or you're struggling with change as it relates to innovation and marketing solutions. You find that your challenges continue to grow and it becomes more difficult to find the resources to stay in business or scale. You overspend on your business budget and are getting rejected for financial assistance. Or maybe you're experiencing a high employee turnover. If this is you, I can relate. I've been there, done that, and I'm gonna show you how you can get out of it. What you're gonna hear in the next short time is gonna be so valuable that you're gonna be happy that you invested in yourself here today. I just want to let you know one thing, that all the proven skills and strategies do not work if they're not coming from someone who has not walked the walk. So my outcome for you today is to provide you with actionable tools, strategies, mindsets that you can immediately take action on, but most importantly, to get the results that I've achieved and thousands have achieved before you. So we have limited time here, and I want to make sure that you stay to the end. I have a very, very special offer that you're going to be more than happy you did. So let's get started on what no longer serves you. Take control of your life and business and live the life you deserve because your birthright is abundance. There's no better time than right now, guys. The 7 secrets to 7 figures is the formula that gives you the blueprint to get the skills and resources to grow just like I did so you can have that success as well. So let's jump in. The first secret is unleashing your inner hero. Number 2, redefining your why. Number 3, the surrender list. Number 4, the genius business think tank. Number 5, hiring the very best. Number 6, staying relevant. And number 7, proximity is a superpower. In the very short time that we have here today, I'm going to walk you through one very specific exercise that gets you to the root of your true success for the 7 secret formula. And when we're finished, I'll let you know how you can get the rest. So let's jump into the root of the 7 secret formula, which is the 3 R's of highly successful people. Number 1, how to be resourceful. Number 2, how to be resilient. And number 3, how to be relentless. First, I want to talk to you about resourcefulness. I want you to write the answer to this question on your paper right now. What are the greatest resources that we have? See, the greatest resources that we have are within us. There are superpowers. Many business owners believe that they need a lot of money to make more money. They believe that they need to have the perfect team or the perfect business partner in order to be successful and grow. And when they're not, they begin to experience failure and a perfect opportunity to blame everybody else. The truth is, everything emanates from you as the leader of your company. If you know what makes you successful, then you can create it for the rest of your business. My greatest resource, my superpower, is knowing how to use my mind to manifest more success. By simply creating clear and specific actionable goals that I can measure, I'm able to set the intention of what I want to achieve and put the steps in place that are necessary to achieve them. When my business hit the $1 million plateau, I decided to upgrade my software. I took out a piece of paper and I started writing very, very powerful and specific affirmations. I wanted to have my products in the largest retail stores in the world. And I didn't specify which ones because obviously I didn't want any limitations. I went through my whole process of writing these affirmations and turning them into custom meditations with powerful, inspired music that I would play and listen to every single day. After 29 days, I got a call while I was in my office. My partner was actually down the hall in another office, and the woman on the phone said, "Hi, is this Maggie?" I said, "Yes." She said, we were looking online at 10 different other salsa companies, and we thought that yours was the best. Do you want to sell your products in Walmart? Oh my gosh. I quickly got up and I ran down the hall to tell my partner, it's Walmart. They're asking me if we want to sell our products in their stores. And my partner said, she said, "It's a prank, hang up." And then I thought to myself, wait a minute. I've been using this every single week, every single day, accessing divine intelligence with this asking. Within a month, I was in Bentonville, Arkansas, meeting with the man who was the head of all the Walmarts and Sam's Clubs in the country. I was shaking his hand, just like I had written and visualized in my custom meditations. Do you know how hard it is for people to get into Walmart? In here, they were calling me directly. Now, can you see how this process can truly change your life? So here's how you write a very powerful and specific goal as an affirmation. You start with the words, I am. Then use gratitude, something like grateful, thankful. Stay in the present moment as if you are already there. This is important. Now that, this moment. Use a powerful emotion word, just like joyfully or playfully. Use an action verb like experiencing, living, exhilarating. State the specific outcome. For example, it could be a place, time, event, a thing. You can think about colors, talk about colors, smells, other details, but most importantly, use your 5 senses. Then use a date, by a certain date. And lastly, always state or something better. So a powerful affirmation will read like this. I am so grateful and thankful now that I am joyfully making $5 million in gross revenue from, and you can say whatever your product or service is, by the date or something better. Now, this is important. You have to ask specifically what you want. The subconscious mind does not know the difference between $1 or $1 million. And here's another thing. It also loves dates. I always say, or something better, because if there are opportunities to have or be something better, I want to leave the door open for them, right? So I want to encourage you to come up with as many powerful emotion words and action verbs as you can think of, and you make your affirmations to make them more interesting and powerful. Next, I want to talk to you about what it means to be relentless. You need to have a relentless mentality. This is a mental discipline. You have to make a decision. You have to be willing to do whatever it takes. No matter if you're faced with a challenge, uncertainty, or even someone tells you that you can't achieve something, to change your approach, even if you have to do it 1,000 times, just like Edison did. You need to know that there's always a way where there seems to be no way. Learn to access your genius business think tank. Here, you'll uncover creative ideas and immediately take massive inspired action and take action on them. Identify where you are and have a clear picture of where you want to be. Then what you do next is you create the process and implement the proven strategies. And you try different things and you drop the things that are not working. When I first started my company, both the FDA and the Department of Agriculture had to approve my products for distribution. Now, in order to do this, they had to inspect my production processes, including the shelf life of my products. Because my products were all fresh and natural, they only had a 15-day shelf life. That's right, 15. The top inspector told me that my products wouldn't make it. She said that by the time I delivered my products to the distribution centers, 3 to 5 days would be lost. And that by the time they distributed to the supermarkets, I would lose another 5 days. leaving me with potentially 5 days to sell those products in the store shelves. Therefore, she told me that I should cook my products just like everybody else, but I didn't want to be like everybody else. Cooked products tasted different than fresh products and could last on the shelf from anywhere from 3 to 8 years. So I told her, no, I'm going to stick with what I have and I'll figure out a way to make them successful. I didn't know the how, but I believed that with all the processing technology that was coming out in the future, I was very hopeful. So later I discovered that my greatest challenge was indeed at the store level. So I visited several supermarkets and I asked their employees to show me where the products were in their cooler. And what I found was that my products were at the very bottom of their shelves and other products were stacked on top of them. So my products weren't being placed on the shelves by the employees on time. So what did I do? I tried something else. I hired a brokerage company. So when I hired this brokerage company, they took 5% of my product sales and they promised that the shelves would be stocked. But I later found out that they were representing so many other products that it was practically impossible for them to be at 2,800 stores every single day to take care of my products. So then I decided to try something else. I tried grassroots marketing. But as soon as I tried that, I was denied access to do in-store demo products with my team. And instead, the retail company that we were working with at the time, they offered to do our demos with their specialized teams for $15,000 per store every week. Now that's $42 million per week. And I wasn't even making $1 million then. So this is what I did. I decided to go into my genius think tank and I asked many questions. Where am I right now financially and where do I want to be? So the first question that stood out the most was, who are the people that are dealing directly with my products at the store level? And they were the employees who put the products in the shelves, right? So I thought, how can I thank them for putting my products in the shelves? And I came up with this amazing breakthrough idea. You're not going to believe it, but I went to a store and I bought bags of candy. What I did was I placed one piece of candy inside my product cases before they shipped. Weeks later, I started to receive calls from supermarket managers. And the first thing I thought was, oh, I'm in trouble. But they were so amazed and they said to me, what you're doing is so amazing. They said, our employees cannot wait to get your products because they're waiting to get that piece of candy before they put your products on the shelves. Isn't that amazing? Later, I discovered technologies such as MAP, which is MAP, modified atmosphere packaging, and HPP, which is hydrostatic high pressure processing, which increased the shelf life of our products naturally by up to 60 days and gained distribution in 38 states across the country with stores such as Costco, Sam's, and Walmart's. And here's an eye-opening moment. Years later, I was at a food festival selling my products and I came across the top FDA inspector who had approved my products for distributions years before. And she told me, remember when I told you to cook your products like everybody else? And I said, yes. And she said, I'm glad you didn't listen to me. So you must condition your mind to believe that there's always a solution to any challenge and be proactive about taking decisive and massive inspired action. Now I'm going to give you a tool, one of many, of how to access your genius business think tank. You ask a question for the challenge that you're about to have, that you have. For example, how do I, or how can I? The thing to remember here is that the quality of the question you ask equals the quality of the answer that you get. Before you go to bed, ask your subconscious mind to show you the solution or opportunity in that challenge and trust that you will receive the answers. Now, the more you practice this, you'll be amazed at the little miracles that happen just like they've happened for me. You need to have a notepad beside your bed in case you wake up in the middle of the night with the answer so you can write them down. Do this before you go to bed, or you can also do this in meditation. Lastly, I want to talk to you about what it means to be resilient. You need to adapt a mentality of resilience. If something unexpected happens in your business or you come across a great challenge, how do you deal with it? How do you see it? I love the famous quote by Dr. Wayne Dyer that says that if you can change the way you look at things, the things that you look at change. Be excited about expecting challenges because they allow you to grow and discover new profitable opportunities. They create change and you can act upon the new opportunity with inspired action. See the opportunities in all of your challenges. What are they teaching you? Now, I want you to remember this. The obstacle is the way. The impediment of action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. Now, one of the things that I struggled the most in my business was finding balance. Who has trouble with that, right? Having too much to do when you're growing your business almost broke my spirit. So I started working on possible solutions, and one of them was my to-do lists. They initially worked for me, but I suddenly became so overwhelmed that I was so anxious about even going into the office. Some days I was just so emotionally drained and I got physically sick. For everything that I had done and put down in my to-do list, 3 more things were added to it. I remember walking through the production floor every day with my voice recorder, just adding 1 more thing to my list. One day I realized that I couldn't do everything myself, obviously, especially if I wanted to grow my product line and expand distribution nationwide. This was one of my greatest challenges. The moment that I sat down and asked myself, what is the opportunity that I can use to capitalize on this challenge? And everything changed for me. So I created a system using the 80-20 rule, where 80% of my outcomes are the result of 20% of my actions. I also created what is called the surrender list, and I taught it to my management team. And at first, I was met with a lot of resistance, but once they implemented it, they were thanking me the following week. And the reason why is because they were focused and they were doing the most important things first. So the surrender list is a tool where you take the 20% of the things on your to-do list and make a decision to delegate, automate, or eliminate. This is a system of tools that I realized I can use and get done in 1 year what most people get done in 10. So I want you to do this today. I want you to write down the list of the things that are the most important to you and make the decision to automate, to delegate, or to eliminate. Do it today. Come on. I want to share with you a story of a girl who was born in a compound in a third world country. She lived a life of extreme poverty, constant hunger, physical and mental abuse for many years with no escape. She wanted so badly to come out of there and experience a life of freedom, even though she really hadn't seen anything outside the barbed wire fence. She saw an opportunity to play basketball in middle school, and she practiced for hours daily in a dirt court of an orphanage. She got so good that the Mexican national team recruited her after she graduated from high school. She lived small victories, but suffered many setbacks. Right before she was set to leave for the national team, she broke her collarbone, and that dream got scratched. One summer, her orphanage traveled into the US in a bus, and during the trip, she got recruited to play basketball for a university here in the US. She graduated college with a Bachelor in Arts, but she couldn't find a job, so she became homeless, and she lived in the streets and in the woods for months. Everything changed for her when she got invited to participate on a salsa contest for the state. And guess what? She won by unanimous vote. During that event, a stranger approached her and gave her $800. He told her, I want to do something for you with one condition, that when you become successful, you also get to pay it forward just as I have done with you or for you today. Isn't that amazing? She now saw an opportunity to create a food manufacturing company, and she took it. Not knowing anything about business, she started a salsa and dip company. Now, it wasn't an easy journey for her, and at times she felt unworthy. She experienced a lot of rejection from many different types of people and organizations. She was frustrated that sometimes she thought about giving up. When her company grew quickly, she felt overwhelmed because nobody would help her and she felt alone. One of her greatest life lessons was choosing the meaning she gave to her challenges. She saw them as opportunities. Within 11 years, she sold her company with Garden Fresh to Campbell Soup for $231 million. That person is me. Now you have to wonder, how is it that some of the most successful companies in history started with nothing, yet those who started with everything failed? There are answers, and you can have them too. Everything is possible. Now, to recap what we talked about so far, on the root of the 7 secret formula, success is based on the 3 R's of highly successful people. Everything that you do moving forward with your business, you must become resourceful, resilient, and relentless. This is the fuel to unlocking the 7 proven secrets to 7 figures, which are: number 1, unleashing your inner hero, the mental success strategies. Number 2, redefining your why, rediscovering your purpose. Number 3, the surrender list, how to do in 1 year what most get done in 10. Number 4, the Genius Business Think Tank, how to overcome any challenge, implement your key business strategies for growth, and unleash the power of innovation and creativity. Number 5, hiring the very best, the strategies for hiring and retaining lifetime employees. Number 6, staying relevant, how to stay ahead of the game. And number 7, proximity is a superpower, how mentoring and networking will make you millions. Are you ready to upgrade your operating system? The most important thing here is that you've already got started, and you've begun to make the changes just by giving yourself that knowledge and understanding that you have options. There are things that you can do, and this is just the beginning. And if you're here and you're saying, you know what, I'm ready to break the barriers that are holding me back from my business success. I'm ready to take action, take my company to the next level. I want to finally have the peace of mind and have lasting change for my business, my life. I want to save myself years of struggle and achieve stability. You don't want to spend years of spinning your wheels and going nowhere. I spent the first part of my business years reinventing the wheel because nobody would help me. We can do this very quickly and easily and overcome what's holding you back and increase your true financial goals. If you'd like to be able to make these changes and have all this, and you're very, very serious and you've tried many things and you still feel stuck, then this is now the time to get help. I work privately with a small group of individuals that are serious about identifying the challenges they have and are ready to make the necessary changes to grow their business. This is for people who are struggling to find balance, who have exhausted all the resources and still feel stuck, or have paid a lot of money for advice from the wrong people. If you're struggling with change as it relates to innovation and marketing solutions, or you find that your challenges continue to grow and it becomes more difficult to find the resources to stay in business of scale, or if you overspend on your business budget and are getting rejected for financial assistance, or maybe you're experiencing high employee turnover, if you truly feel like you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, you're ready to invest in your success and ready to stop trying doing it alone, if you want to stop doing what isn't working, if you're looking for a proven system, working with someone who has been there and knows how to show you the way, if you're ready to take yourself to the next level and make the rest of your life the best of your life, then by now, you know you must choose. Choose you. Let's set up a time to talk. The first 10 people who take action now will get a free strategy session with me valued at $750. You'll be asked to fill out a consultation form to see if you qualify. Go to meetmaggie.com and set the time in your calendar right now. You know, we find that 90% of the people that get this far don't follow through. So if you're interested, go to meetmaggie.com right now and reserve your spot. When I was homeless, my father told me that I would never amount to anything, that I would die in prison and with AIDS. And that's because I came out of the closet, as they say. He slowly began to see my success, but he never acknowledged it. But to be honest with you, he didn't need to. A week before he passed, he wrote me a very powerful letter doing so. This is what the letter said. I am so proud of you. You won't know what I mean, but you are from the old school, from the old generation, maybe 50 years back, the generation that had a work ethic, discipline, and most of all, a dream and willingness to labor to make that dream a reality. You are so caught up with what you're doing at this moment that you can't fathom where you'll be in 5 years, in 15, and 25. Because of your willingness, it is going to be big. I hope that one day you might have children to carry on your tradition. America needs people like you and your values passed on if it is to survive. You are one big asset to everyone in your life, sweetheart. I'm very proud of you, papi. After he passed, my company sold to Campbell's for $231 million, and I became one of the most successful kids that ever came out of that compound. So wherever you are today, no matter how overwhelming and difficult life seems to be for you, at this point, you're not alone. You have all the resources available to you. All you have to do is take the first step. If you don't want this to be another year of struggle, then take action now. Set the appointment and fill out the form, and I look forward to hearing from you. Remember that you're already a successful 7-figure plus entrepreneur. Reserve your spot now. Go to meetmaggie.com and put yourself on my calendar, and I look forward to helping you start living the life that you deserve. Before we finish here today, I have one last gift for you, and I'm going to show you a very inspirational video. And after that, I can answer any questions that you may have. And here it is. My name is Magdalena de la Cruz Garcia. I am the founder of Maggie Salsa LLC. This is a company that I started with a gift of $800 when I was homeless, and a company that sold a Campbell's soup in 2015.
When I first tasted Maggie Salsa, I was blown away. It was awesome product. I could tell it was fresh. I could tell it was made with quality ingredients, and knew that it would be a great product for Walmart.
I am from Mexico, and this was life in an orphanage. And yes, these are my 68 brothers and sisters. Ever since I can remember, I mostly worked in construction, digging ditches, cutting trees, and gathering topsoil from the mountains. At times, we had no food for weeks, so some of my brothers and I resorted to hunting with our bare hands. We basically hunted at night using spotlights and nets to catch our prey. When I was about 6 years old, I started digging caves in sides of mountaintop canyons. These were my secret hiding places to rest. This was a way to try to escape, to cope with the things that I saw and lived. As a way out of the orphanage, I pursued basketball and got recruited in high school to play for the Mexican national team, but I broke my collarbone. My ticket out was months later when I got recruited to play basketball for the University of Charleston, and that's how I came here. I learned to play basketball really good by covering my eyes with the help of an orphan kid named Pancho. We found Pancho in a dumpster as a baby. He couldn't walk because he had spinal bifida, and my job was to carry him everywhere I went. When I graduated college, I couldn't find a job and I became homeless. I ended up living in the streets and also in the woods in a nearby forest. But to be honest, I didn't even know that I was homeless because that's how I lived most of my life. In 2004, I started my salsa company with a gift of $800 when my friends entered me into a salsa contest. I won the contest and I had an aha moment. I started my business and it grew very, very fast. My products sold in 38 states to supermarkets like Walmart's, Whole Foods, Sam's Clubs, and many more companies carried my products. Shortly after my company was sold to Campbell's, I went back to Mexico and helped save 31 orphan children who were in grave danger. Some of them were victims of sex trafficking. We later were able to involve the federales and the military in the continuous pursuit of the safety of these kids. The best type of giving currency is not money. It is the willingness to give your life for the service of others. Never take for granted one single moment of your life. Change starts now.
I know you have enjoyed this afternoon and probably have seen so many speakers. Your brain is full, right? And I know you didn't get to all of the workshops. and hear all the dynamic speakers. So if you miss those moments and you want to have an opportunity to enjoy in some of the things that you didn't get to hear, we want to encourage you to go by the Video Vault. That's right, the Video Vault. You'll have a chance to see everything all 3 days when you spend that money to get the Video Vault, which is only $47. So I want to encourage you to go right now and get your Video Vault right now.
And of course, you know, our goal with success is that we want to be connected with you year round. And so we want to make sure that you have, if you've not already signed up, we are strongly encourage you to go and join our Success Members Network. And so, Success Mentors Network. And basically that gives us a way to provide excellent content, opportunities for training year round with you. And so the Success Mentors Network, it's really cheap, $15 a month. Now that price will be going up in the new year, later on in the new year. But for right now, for anyone who's attended our Woman on Fire Success Conference, you all will get it for $15. So that's a great number, great value. You know, that's a couple of cups of coffee throughout the year. I mean, throughout the couple of cups of coffee.
That's right. It's so good. She can't even get it out right, y'all.
Is what she's saying.
And you can save even more by paying $150 and wipe it all out in one swoop.
Yeah, and that gets you 20% off. If you paid $150 throughout the whole year, it's 20% off. It's 2 free months. So it's definitely worth it.
Yeah.
And if you're wondering what else we have, let me just tell you about tomorrow.
Yes.
We're starting back early, 8 a.m. So you already know from today, get your snacks prepared early, get your coffee ready, okay? Get your tea. I'm a tea person. Whatever it is, you get yourself prepared. Join us at 8. Yeah, glass of wine. Hey, on Tiffany.
Hello.
All right. Listen, so look, these are some of the folks who are going to be coming at you tomorrow. Candace Camille, Maggie Cook, Brian Oles, and the butts in the seat queen herself, Kern Cherry, is going to be the keynote tomorrow night. Yes, it's going to be all the way lit. Okay. And then the directors, we will be joining you, and we love hanging out with you in the Zoom room. We're going to be joining you live at 4:30 Central Time for the Woman on Fire panel. Okay. And so I can't tell you how many presentations, how many speakers we have. I lost count. You know, Kern, look, she's booking speakers in her sleep. So look, all you need to know is whatever it is that you need to get lit, to be ignited, to be on fire, you will be able to get that tomorrow. How many of you want to put your hand out and say, all right, light me up, I'm ready. I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
Well, hello. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm so excited that you're here. I tell you, I am Lynette Brown with the Brown Benefits Financial, and I want you to go to my site, click on book an appointment, brownbenefitsfinancial.com, and book an appointment. Let me tell you why. As an entrepreneur, even if you're a home-based business owner, you're a mom, you're thinking about possibly opening a business, or you just want to know about all the tax loopholes and the tax shelters, go to brownbenefitsfinancial.com. And I'm gonna tell you why else. Did you know that you could actually write off insufficient funds? Yes, your bank fees are actual tax write-off. I tell you, I'm so excited for 2021. There's some major things coming down the pipe. We have the PPP, we have tax incentives for anybody that had COVID. I mean, there's so many things. So let me tell you this, you don't need a tax preparer. You need a tax professional that will definitely help you plan your tax life, because that's really where you'll be able to see the majority of saving your money. It's about what? How much money you keep, not necessarily how much money you make, right? And so definitely excited. We'll look forward to all of you joining me at my site, as well as all of you who actually click on the link and sign up for a free consultation. You'll actually go into a drawing for a free Google Mini, a home Google Mini. So I am just blown out the water with this wonderful event. I look forward to meeting all of you. Take care.
Hi, I'm Kern Cherry of PRN Home Care. We've been serving the Mississippi Gulf Coast for over 23 years. As a professional and personal caregiver, I know what it's like to provide care for your loved one. Our goal is to help you keep your loved one in the comfort of their home. We provide sitter service, homemakers, bath aides, errand runners, light housekeeping, and shopping service. We serve veterans, the elderly, and the disabled. For your friendly and reliable caregiver, call PRN Home Care at 888-782-3316. That's 888-782-3316. And if you're local, 228-385-8503. That's 228-385-8503. Call us at PRN Home Care.
We are again excited to kind of talk to you guys about our virtual expo that's happening right now. We have over or nearly 50 vendors that are sitting there waiting to share with you their products and their services. Kern, tell them real quick about the giveaways that they can get what they visit.
So what we want to encourage y'all to do is to go over there and make sure you visit each booth. All the booths have giveaways. Of course, we have people giving away products, people like us that are giving away different things in our booths, maybe a card, Visa card, things like that you can utilize, y'all. These are free giveaways, but you got to click on the link. You got to click on the booth so that you can register and get sent a link in order to find out who won. So Dorothy, tell them a little bit about how everything works.
Well, the thing that I love about our virtual expo is that we have participants, merchants, coaches, professionals offering services and products from all over the world. And if you're looking for a coach, you attended Woman on Fire, you've been here with us, and you're like, you know what? I need some help. I know that now. Go over there to the virtual expo, check it out. Check out the coaches who are in there. If you're looking for some products that have been developed by successful women, go to the virtual expo, check it out. There are all types of products and services that are in there to help you be more successful, to help you be healthier, to help you look great. And so go check out the virtual expo. Be sure you register for all of the giveaways, and then also make sure when you get a follow-up call or email or whatever from those in the virtual expo, take the opportunity to get to know that professional and support their business, because you know what? When you give first, you always get back. Okay.
So make sure you go down below on the broadcast screen and click the virtual expo link. And if you can't find that, you can always go to successconference.info. So click the link below and visit all of our exhibitors in the virtual expo.
Thank you for stopping by my vendor's booth. I'm Natasha N. Mackey, Empowerment Specialist, and my specialty is to help people who have everything put together on the outside but are broken on the inside. I help you to live an empowered, fulfilled life and find clarity on your vision. I'm like an angel with supernatural wisdom and counsel, and I'm here to assist you in reaching those goals and your God-given, God-designed purpose and destiny for your life. And so as part of the mission, I have several different products. Today, I'm showcasing my new program, 90-day transformational program called From Pain to Purpose, 90 Days to a New You. So if you haven't been meeting your goals and you're feeling like a failure, you haven't met the success that you expected in your life, your business, relationships, in your health goals, then I am definitely the one who will undergird you and support you in that endeavor. In addition to this wonderful 90-day transformational program, I also have t-shirts that I've designed based on scripture. In addition, I'm also a published author, speaker, singer, and songwriter. So I have worship CDs as well as books that are available on Amazon. So you just Google Natasha N. Mackey and you will find exactly what you're looking for. I have one book, Touching Heaven, Shaking Hell. It's a book on prayer. And then also another book, Walking in Kingdom Authority. If you want to know how to gird your loins up and how to stand strong in the confidence that God has given you as a kingdom citizen, then you definitely want to grab a copy of that book. And of course, if you want some good worship music that's going to motivate you and going to encourage you, check out some of those worship CDs. One is called Whispers from the Heart of God. Also, I have a new single called Do You See Jesus? Thank you so much in advance for your support.
Welcome to Turning Connections into Collaborations. I'm Kern Cherry, speaker, coach, #1 best-selling author, entrepreneur for over 23 years. I've been in the healthcare field for over 30 plus years. And I am the co-founder and director of Success Women's Conference. Today, I'm going to talk to you about my favorite two subjects, networking and collaboration. What is networking? So networking increases your net worth. That's right, your net worth, your bottom line. Your bottom line, whether you're looking to increase it in business, career, or even personally. But you shouldn't, many people think as networking, it's just handing out a business card. And it is not. Networking and connecting is about building relationships. And from those relationships, you can find some very profitable collaboration. One of the biggest collaborations that I've had outside of my book, Trailblazers Who Lead, where there were 29 of us who brought this book to the #1 best-selling spot. I've also been blessed to have Success Women's Conference as the best collaboration that I've ever been involved in. So that being said, people often hear me talk about how Success has grown from 540 to over 1,000 people, and now we're virtual. But I don't often talk about You know, one of the ways I met my partner, my success partner, was that I went to a board. I was at a board meeting for an event that we were doing. And I decided that I wanted to do something more than just attend the meeting. I wanted to make sure I get to know this woman who was running a magazine that our event was going to be featured in. And so after she left that job, I continued that relationship by sending referrals. I always say it's better to give than to receive. It's definitely better to give first before you receive. So that is how our relationship developed. And one day we were just sitting and talking as one of her clients and talking about our brand. And we just decided that women here need a conference. So why don't we just do it? And so, as I said before, we're now sitting at an international virtual event. So today I want to talk to you about 5 different things to make you an effective networker and to turn that networking into a collaboration. So what's the first thing? You want to become an effective networker and connector. Number 2, knowing who your target audience is. You want to make sure that you have a purpose, a reason. Who are you targeting? Number 3, how to use social media to work a room. And you definitely want to know how to work a room. Number 4, how to use and build your own emotional intelligence and to recognize other people's emotional intelligence level. And number 5, what is collaboration and how can it be used to make you money? You definitely want to be profitable. You don't want to be wasting your time. You know, even though it's about relationships, you still want to make sure if you're collaborating that it is profitable. So how do you be effective at connecting and building your network? Number 1, which some people will think is going to become obsolete, but it never will. Business cards. You got to have the right business card. Even virtually, you're going to need a virtual type business card as well. And then when we all get back to connecting in person, you're going to need it as well. So therefore, your business card, and you need to make sure it's a good business. I say great. You want to make sure it stands out. Professional headshot. You don't want one taken with your camera. Number 2, if you hadn't learned anything from COVID, you should have learned that at any moment that you can have a major change in your job or position or whatever. So always have your cell and your own email so that people can reach you. You know, sometimes you work in a position, you hand out a business card, and then the next thing you know, unexpectedly, you're not there anymore. Now you got to start all over connecting with those people and finding people and people looking for you. So have have your email, your cell phone. And then in addition, website should always be on there as well if you can. So make sure you have that, a good little description. And if you can't, have your social media links. So at least if the other stuff can't be there when it's all gone, at least you're connected on social media. Make sure you include LinkedIn because everybody eventually is going to have a good LinkedIn account. So number 2, you want to have that elevator pitch, the perfect pitch, right? And the reason why it's called an elevator, because you should be able to tell what you do by the time you get on and get off an elevator. So 30 seconds to a minute or less, you need to be able to say who you are and what you do. So if you can't do that, you definitely need to work on it. And I'm gonna give a little secret. Go on and use a program like Zoom and practice in front of a camera. It's live, so you're being challenged to get it right. So make sure that you develop your own elevator pitch The other thing is try to be memorable. Number 3. So many people call me the butts in the seat queen. And if they're not calling me that, they're calling me the tag queen, because I do both of those very well. I put butts in the seat, as you can see with the Success Women's Conference. And if you saw my Power Up and Level Up conference, I am really good at getting people to tune in. The other thing that I do well is I tag. So I want to make sure that people see and hear about what we have coming up. And if you're here now, you probably saw it on social media as well. So the other thing you want to do is listen. Listen is a skill. And I say that because a lot of us talk more than we listen. One of my favorites, Dr. George C. Frazier, said, when he meets somebody new, he talks for a minute and he lets the person talk for the other 9 minutes. He allows that person to share, because people like talking about themselves and their family and all that other stuff. And it allows you to learn who they really are. So listen more than you talk. God gave us 1 mouth and 2 ears for a reason, because you were built to do more listening than you are talking. So keep that in mind. So the other thing is, next is, who is your target audience? And when you're deciding who that is, the first thing you want to do is make a plan with a purpose, that is. But make a plan. You want to know who those people are that you want to target. You don't want to just go in and try to tag everybody, because then you'll come out with nothing at the end of the day. You may get fortunate and hit a few, but it's better always to plan. I say about events, I'm known for creating events. I've been doing that for over 15 years. And I always went into it feet first, and then I would figure it out later. And so I learned to make a plan. And with networking, you also need a plan. And trust me, just because we're online doesn't mean you don't need a plan, and doesn't mean that you shouldn't be networking. Networking is important to your bottom line. So make sure you have a plan, and that you get the list of people that you really want in that plan. So the other thing is, that plan should include what you're trying to achieve from that relationship. It could be, as I do in the event world, it could be that you're looking for a sponsor and to figure out if anybody in that pool of people are a great sponsor. You may be networking with them to build that relationship, to hopefully one day have them as a sponsor or connect you to a sponsor. I always say that one person knows 7 people, and 7 people, those 7 people each know 7 people, and on and on and on. You never know where your next connect is coming from. So your agenda may be to connect to a sponsor. It could be making a career move, finding your next job. But you definitely want to make sure that you have a purpose in your plan. So number 3, what are the career fields and organization areas that you want to focus on, that you want to connect in? So this is going to help you narrow your focus so that you accomplish your mission on what you're trying to accomplish. So what's the other thing is, and it seems kind of crazy to say this, but what's the financial range or income range of people that you're trying to connect to? I'm basically saying, are you trying to connect to the CEO, the CFO, COO, or hey, it could be just a janitor? Never underestimate where your connection or referral is going to come from. Always, and I say this, never leave out the gatekeeper, the secretary, or the assistants, because they could be your entry into that connection that leads to that profitable collaboration. So how do you use social media to work that room. So I always say, again, you definitely want to create a plan, right? So if you're using social media, you could be all over the place. So just sit down and come up with a list of 3 to 5 people that you would like to contact. And the other thing you're going to want to do is check the event list. You know, whether it's in person or not, you still want to check the event list to see who's on there and to make that list, 3 to 5 people from that list. And I always say have a backup list because sometimes people don't show up. They plan to attend and things happen. So you want to end at the end of the day, any event, live or in person, trying to make 3 different connections, right? And even when I'm on virtually, I'm often looking to see where they are on LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook. I don't have a lot of space on Facebook, so I'm normally doing Instagram, LinkedIn, or Twitter, just to see who they are and if I want to connect to them. And a lot of times I'll do that while I'm online. So keep that in mind when you're trying to make connections virtually. And in person, you want to study them ahead of time. And one of the ways to study people is go to their pages. I think I said this before. It's okay. My daughters, they call me a cyber stalker because I like to know who I'm connected to, especially that now with Facebook, with already being at almost 5,000. I want to know who am I connecting to before I make the connection, especially if you're at that level. As far as connecting, you would have to almost disconnect with people to bring people on. So check out who you're trying to connect with or who's trying to connect with you. Make sure that you go to their profile, see what they like to do. Some post pictures of their kids, their family, their dog, their friends, their events and things that they're over, their groups. There's just so many ways to study and see what people do. But again, I go back to LinkedIn business-wise. That really tells you what type of business person they are. Now, a lot of people are still getting to know LinkedIn, but I will tell you right now, there are people from Walmart, from the janitor to the CEO, that as far as Amazon and all these big companies are there on LinkedIn. So make your connection there on LinkedIn as well. So create your own personal and business ambassadors. Now, why would you want to do that? You want to make sure that you have people out there talking about you when you're not even in the room, but they know who you are, they know your product, they know what type of person you are, and they can talk in favor of you. Not just clients, but just people who are your support system. And you can be their ambassador too. So think about creating a type of tribe that you all work together and support each other in different ways. And so this is something you can do, whether it's virtually or in person. And if you come to an event with a friend or a colleague, make sure that you go in with a plan. I always say, look, either call each other on the phone. If you're in the car, talk out your plan. So when you walk in that door, the goal is to divide and conquer. You want to win. You don't want to come in and hang out with the same person that you walked in the room with. So you want to divide. They go one way, you go the other way. You have their business cards, they have yours, and and they know what your agenda is for the day. Imagine how many more contacts you'll make. And remember, I said, it's not about handing out your business cards. It's about developing relationships. So you're not there to hand 20 business cards to people. You want to actually try to meet the people that you came to meet. And so if that person gets in a conversation with one of your ideal connects, they can go ahead and tell them about you and introduce you to them as well. So So make sure you have ambassadors, and make sure if you show up with somebody that you divide and conquer. Even if you're sitting at the table, you can try to split, or just make sure one of you work one side of the table and the other work the other side of the table, so that you leave with more connects as well. So that being said, always check out, again, the event page, see who's attending. You never know who's actually going to show up. Sometimes people sign up and they don't, but sometimes the CEO of a major company shows up, and you don't want to be the person that wasn't prepared to pitch your product or pitch for your sponsorship. You want to be ready, and you want to know who that person is. So always check out the event page, and always do your homework. So what are you going, so you're getting ready to take it to the next level. You're ready to take those relationships that you've been working on, and you want to turn it into a collaboration, and you want to make sure it's profitable, right? So you want to build that relation out to something more. So number one thing that you need to look at is emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is the capability and the ability to understand not only your emotions, but others' people's emotions as well. You want to be able to discern between the difference of feelings and label them, because it's going to be important that you're with a person who has the ability to show empathy and understand other people as well. You don't want to be with somebody who is just about their own agenda. So empathy is really a high quality in emotional intelligence. And when you're forming a partnership, you want to make sure that you're with somebody who has an IEQ, right? And so you definitely don't want to land with a person who may be considered a sociopath, because all it's going to do is drain your relationship, right? So the ability, so what are some of the qualities of emotional intelligence? So I'm going to go through them really quick. It's the ability to be self-aware of them. They need to be self-aware of their own emotions as well. Being able to do that and to monitor whether you have your negative emotions or not, whether they're verbal or nonverbal. That person needs to be able to manage their emotions, right? You definitely want somebody who can manage when something happens that's negative or disruptive. Now, sometimes that person may still be only using that to their advantage, but you need to be able to discern that as well. So you want to be in a relation with somebody who definitely has the ability to manage their own emotions during a negative situation. They also need to be self-motivated. Who wants to be in a relationship of any sort where you got to motivate the other person? You need to work with a person who can self-motivate, and they have the tendency to those people have the tendency to be more committed and to be more goal-focused, right? They also need to have social skills. They need to have the emotional understanding and be able to make real connections, not fake. And I have to say that because some people don't make real connections. They think they do, but they're not. They're just using. So you definitely want to be in a relationship with somebody who knows how to connect and make real connection with other people. And then they also need to be able to actively listen, whether it's nonverbal or not. So a person that listens and pays attention and that are concerned about you as well, that's going to have a healthy relationship. You don't want to be a person married and And then in business, you're married to somebody who just drains the whole relationship down. People with high EQ, high emotional intelligence, make good collaborative partners. So you definitely want to do that. So let's say we're gonna take these lemons and turn them into lemonades. So now you have been working on this relationships, and you want to take it up to the next level. And the opportunity has come up now that you do see the opportunity to collaborate. So remember, I was just talking about being in the wrong relationship. And in the Bible, it says in Corinthians 6:14, you want to be equally yoked. Now, that doesn't maybe sound important to some people, but it's really important in any type of partnership. You know, some of my friends say being in a partnership, a business partnership, is like being in a marriage. Yeah, you need to be able to trust that person, know that their integrity and that they got your back no matter what. So it's important that you are equally yoked and that person is willing to invest the same amount of time and the same amount of money and their resources. Of course, you want to respect each other's resources, as long as they're willing to do it and not charge you and be part of a team. That's what collaboration is about. Collaboration, the first thing it's going to do in a good collaboration is going to save you money. It's going to save you money because you're splitting everything. You're not doing it by yourself. You're splitting it with that other person. You're also bringing your team and their team together. So now you have double, right? You also have double the visibility because now their tribe is with you as well. Can you see your network expanding? Yes, because now you're in a partnership. You're in a relationship where you respect each other. And then the other thing is you're bringing your gifts to the table. Each one of you, every person, have natural born gifts. And in a collaboration, you get to bring that to the team, to the collaboration for free. And they're bringing theirs for free. You know, the Bible says, if you make room for your gifts, the world will make room for your gifts. So imagine bringing that to a collaboration. Man, you got the world at your fingertips, times two. So think about that. When you're in a collaboration, you can actually you don't have to be in one. You can be in several. So just imagine that you both are bringing all these resources and opportunity, and this is going to allow you to do more. You're going to be able to do more because you're not putting just all of your energy. There's their energy and your energy and their team. So you're able to form not just one collaboration, but you can form several. If you've been paying attention to me, I have collaborated on many things this year, from Trailblazers Who Lead, now Make It Happen book project coming your way. And you've seen Power Up, Level Up, and now Success as well, and many other things that I've collaborated on. Now, as I said before, I'm Kern Cherry. I'm on many social media platforms under Kern Cherry, Kern Crockett Cherry, PRN Home Care, my sitter service, and you can find me on any of my websites. CoachKern.com, that's CoachKern.com, and you can go there and connect to me through a discovery call. You'll also find my coaching program, Creating Your Own Profitable Event. That's right, that's another thing that I do, and I love doing that in a collaboration and working with people and helping them. You can definitely connect with me there, and you can also connect with me on all my social media platforms and go to successconference.info, and my home care company, PRN homecareservices.com. Again, I'm Kern Cherry. You can find me on any social media platform. Thank you for joining me to turning connections into collaboration.
Hello, ladies. My name is Dr. Cheryl Wood, and I am a woman on fire. I am so excited to be here for the next 30 minutes or so, just to share with you some specifics on a topic that I know many of you, especially those of you who are in business or considering pursuing a business, that you're going to find valuable. And that is how to speak your way to 100K. Here's what I know. I know every single one of you has a specific assignment, what I call a divine assignment. In fact, you might want to type that in the chat. I have a divine assignment. And a part of that divine assignment is connected to everything that you already know. It has nothing to do with the classes you're going to take in the future, or the courses or the degrees or certifications you're going to get in the future. It has everything to do with what you already know, with the things that you've already experienced in life, with both your failures and your successes. You are sitting on what someone else is waiting on. And one of the best ways to be able to impact people's lives, to touch people with what you know, is through the power of expressing it verbally. Now, there are a host of platforms on which you can share your voice and literally touch lives and leave a legacy. What we're going to talk about today is some of those platforms that you can maximize and leverage as a woman in business, and how to monetize those platforms so that you are hitting the 100K and then some mark. Okay. So we're talking 100K plus, but I know that there are a lot of women in business who aren't even hitting the 100K mark when they really should be, because what they're delivering in the marketplace is powerful. What they're delivering in terms of serving others is impactful. So I believe that if you serve well, then you should be served well. I believe that if you are pouring into other people, if you are serving them with your unique story, with your gift, that divine thing that you do so well, if you are sharing with people your unique experiences so that their lives can be better, if you are creating solutions in the marketplace, your bank account should be reflective of your high level of service. So I want you to type that in the chat. I want you to write it in your notes. I deserve to be highly compensated for how well I serve in the marketplace. I'm going to repeat that again because I don't want you to forget it. Type it in the chat, put it in your notes, pin it to your refrigerator. I deserve to be highly compensated for how well I serve others in the marketplace. And with that, I want to share with you the concept of taking this thing called public speaking and making it a viable revenue stream in your business. Doesn't matter what other things that you're doing to generate revenue in your business, speaking needs to be a part of those revenue streams. So the first thing that I want to share with you is this. There are 6 ways that you can maximize your voice in the marketplace. I'm going to give you all 6 of those today. There are 8 steps that I have created as a part of my speaker pyramid to success. I'm going to give that to you. And I'm even going to give you 20, y'all, count them, 20 other revenue streams that you can incorporate to generate more revenue. And guess what? You guessed it. It's all based on you sharing what you already know, your unique life experiences, all the things that you went through that were meant to break you, but you broke through it. And now you're still standing. You're on the other side as a victor over the very thing that was meant to break you. When you are a victor, you have a responsibility to reach back and help other people who are struggling through the pain that you were once in, to come out of that pain by simply sharing what you know. And it's beautiful because it's a gift that you can use to serve other people, to give other people hope, to inspire them, to help them out of the pain that they're in, but you get to monetize it at the same time. So I always tell the clients I serve, why not impact the lives of millions while you're generating millions? Yes, you have that ability. Now, before I give you all those pieces of those components, those 6 ways that you can monetize on stage, and those 8 pillars of speaker success, as well as the 20 things that you can be doing to generate more money speaking, I want to make sure that you stay connected with me. So I'm going to gift to you 2 things before we get started. Number 1, I'm going to give to you the opportunity to become a part of my VIP mailing list so that you can stay abreast of the things that I'm doing in the marketplace, the opportunities that I have, and that I'm extending to mostly women entrepreneurs to be able to share their voice, whether it's on a stage, a platform as a part of a conference or a summit, or if it's writing your story as a part of some type of anthology project, book anthology project. So if you want to be on that VIP mailing list, then I want you to go to CherylEmpowers.com. CherylEmpowers.com, and simply enter your name and your email so that you can become a part of our VIP mailing list. All right, here's the second gift, the goodie, the juicy thing I'm going to give to you. I am going to be hosting a free webinar that is going to continue this conversation, because I have 25 minutes, so I can't give you everything that I've learned in the past 11 years of speaking in 25 minutes. So I want to make sure that we continue this conversation almost as a part 2 through a free webinar that I'm going to be hosting. So if you're interested in the free webinar, which is part 2 of this topic, Speak Your Way to 100K, simply go to bit.ly/speaker mastery, and you'll see the date and time, and you'll be able to sign up for that free webinar. Free is the key word. Again, you're going to go to bit.ly/speaker mastery. All right, so we've gotten that out of the way, and now I want to give you the goods, like what you really came for. Dr. Cheryl, how do I speak my way to 100K? Well, the first thing to acknowledge is that there are steps, if you will. There are steps on a pyramid to be able to become successful and profitable as a speaker. Now, the most important thing for every one of you to really acknowledge is that you never want to be the woman who values popularity over profitability. Ooh, I know I'm stepping on toes. You do not want to get henpecked into the space of valuing popularity, meaning, cheering fans and applause over profitability. Profitability is a thing that's going to transform the trajectory of your life. It's going to give you options. It's going to give you choices. It's going to allow you to pour back into communities. It's going to allow you to be able to hire people from your community. And there's so many things that the profitability piece will afford you to do that the popularity won't. So that's the first thing. Get over the whole idea that, I just want to be popular and speak everywhere and share my voice, but not profitable. So if we're going to get to the top tier of this pyramid, and the top tier is profitability, there are 7 other steps on the way up to step number 8 that we're going to have to implement. Let me give those to you. Number 1, mastery. Number 2, clarity. Number 3, visibility. Number 4, consistency. Number 5, authenticity. Number 6, transparency. And number 7, credibility. And then the 8th tier on that pyramid is profitability. But a pyramid isn't built from the top down, it's built from the bottom up. So we've got to start at the bottom in order to get to the top of profitability, of generating that 100K through speaking. So the first tier is mastery. Mastery means, look, you've got to be the master of something. What is that niche area that people say, oh my God, if you want an expert to come in and speak on that, or to facilitate a training, or to do a webinar, or anything that's related to you verbally expressing a message, there has to be some niche area that you are known for. So what is your unique lane of brilliance that you're going to put yourself out there in the marketplace for? You're going to promote yourself. You're going to market that, hey, I'm the guru in this thing. For me, I am America's #1 developer of women speakers. So when you think about mastering the art of speaking, when you think about how do I figure out the framework of what my keynote presentation should look like or what my workshop should look like, when you talk about the power of storytelling, how do I leverage storytelling in order to be able to captivate and connect with audiences, but also to be able to convert audiences into paying customers? Whenever you're thinking about the business side of speaking, what is my contract? What should it look like? What should be as a part of the contract? How do I set my speaker fee? How do I negotiate if the company is not able to pay me my full speaker fee? How do I negotiate monetary concessions outside of the speaker fee? When you talk about all those things, guess who I want you to think of? Dr. Cheryl Wood. That's my niche area of expertise. I am a subject matter expert in the area of public speaking, and specifically helping women to develop their signature story, their signature speech, and the business side of speaking so that they can monetize their unique voice. So I ask you again, what is your unique lane of brilliance that you're going to market in the audience, market to the audience and in the marketplace? It is not enough just to say I'm an expert in, let's give an example, teaching women or teaching people how to discover their passion and purpose. Ladies, that's a buzzword. Those are buzzwords. We don't do buzzwords. We are going to be experts in a specific area, and we're going to help people to accomplish specific results. What does that look like for you? So when you hear things like, oh, I'm going to help you discover your passion and purpose, or I'm going to help you go to the next level, what does that mean and who is it for? You've got to get more specific. So again, for me, it would literally be developing women speakers or speaker development. You could be an expert in diversity and inclusion. You might be an expert in financial planning, health and wellness, goal setting, budgeting, estate planning, peak performance. But there has to be a specific niche area that you are an expert in order for your name to get put in the hat. So you've got to master something so that people are always looking for you. They're always seeking to hire you because you have created this space for yourself, carved out a space in the marketplace as an expert or an authority. All right, so that's mastery. Number two is clarity. You have to have clarity about who specifically you want to serve. So who is your avatar? Who is that audience of one that you know you are equipped to serve? You are equipped to help them to solve the pain that they're currently in. And then you have clarity also about what is your solution for them. How do you help them to get out of that pain? Do you have a certain process? Do you have a system, a step-by-step guide, a blueprint? How are you going to get them from where they are to where they desire to be? You've got to be clear about that, because if you don't have clarity about it, you're not going to be able to confidently express it to others. Number three is visibility. Write this down. Visibility will always trump ability. Ooh, that's good. Visibility will always trump ability. Visibility is the thing that will get your foot in the door for the opportunity. So you've got to be visible. You've got to be present on social media. You have to have a digital footprint. You've got to show up and speak up and let people know that you're in the room. But then your ability will keep your foot in the door. So once you get the opportunities, once you get that visibility and people are recognizing that you're an expert in something specific or an authority, and you get in the room, now you've got to perform, which means you have to know what you're talking about. So make sure as a speaker that you are teaching what you know, not what you think or hope will work in theory. Number four, consistency. That simply means you can't do something one time and think that it's going to produce results. You've got to be on social media consistently. You've got to do your Facebook Lives. You've got to show up in the marketplace, do your podcast. You have to have all these various touch points for people to be able to consume the content that you are delivering consistently. Okay. Number five, authenticity. Authenticity simply means just be you. Show up as in the speaker world as you. Don't try to look like, walk like, talk like, or sound like any other speaker, because they're already taken, right? You are created as a unique, original masterpiece. Nobody can do you like you. So always show up as the real, authentic you. You are good enough just as you are. And don't ever question that. You are enough, you are worthy, and you are capable of impacting lives through your message just the way you are with your unique delivery style. Number six, transparency. Transparency means, look, you've got to be willing to share not just your success with audiences. If you're going to captivate them, if you're going to connect with them and convert them, you've got to also be willing to share your mess. So both your success and your mess have to be a part of your messaging. Your success is your credibility with every audience. It's the thing that says, okay, you know what? Maybe I should spend my dollars with her because she has accomplished all of these things. But the mess says, wow, I'm going to spend my dollars with her because she can empathize with me. She understands my pain because she's been there, done that, and she's already come out on the other side of it as a victor. But she knows what it's like to be in this pain. She can empathize. She knows what it feels like. And that means she can help me. So you want to make sure that you're transparent. Share your mess and your success. The success is your credibility with the audience. Your mess is your connection to the audience. Here's number 7, credibility. Credibility means, look, if you're going to tell me that you have a viable solution that's going to solve my pain or my problem, you got to have some kind of proof in the pudding. So did it work for you? Do you have that credibility to show me that whatever your system or your process is, that it worked for you? I want to see that. I want the proof in the pudding. Also, who else has it worked for? Who else have you helped to get from point A to point B? And that means you've got to have testimonials and people who are willing to speak up and say, hey, it's because of this person that I have accomplished this thing, or that I'm in this place, or I'm no longer in that pain, or I was able to fulfill this desire. So who are the people who become your walking, talking billboards, even when you're not in the room? They're speaking about how much you've impacted their lives. Credibility is always going to lead you down the road to profitability, which is the top tier of the list. Number 8 is profitability. And profitability simply means you've got to know, how do I get to the place of profitability? Not just revenue generation, but profitability. And that's what we're going to go into now. I'm going to share with you 7 ways that you can start becoming, aligning yourself, I should say, on the path of becoming a profitable speaker, getting to that 100K. First, you've got to know this. There's a quote that I love by Henry Ford that says, whether you think you can or think you can't, you're right. So first, understand that your money can't go where your mind won't go. Ooh, I'm just saying, that was a good one. Write that down. Your money can't grow where your mind won't go. So you are never going to be able to hit 6 figures, multiple 6 figures, 7 figures, multiple 7 figures, if you don't even think and believe that you can. So first, upgrade your internal dialogue and start telling yourself some good stuff about what you have the ability to accomplish. Yes, I will be. For 2021, I will be a 6-figure speaker. Or and within the next 24 months, and by 2022, I will be a 6-figure speaker. Speak the things that you want to see manifest in your life and in your journey and in your business. And then don't do like a lot of new and emerging speakers do. They put all their eggs in one basket. And so they never hit the 6-figure mark or beyond because they're trying to generate all of their revenue from one thing, putting it in one basket. But I'm going to give to you right now 7 ways that you can leverage, maximize, and monetize your unique voice, your expertise, your experiences, so that you can actually generate revenue and profitability. How do you do that, Dr. Cheryl? Let's get into it. Number 1, there's always paid speaking. Now, this is where a lot of new and emerging inspiring speakers kind of fall short because they get to paid speaking and that's it. They're just like, okay, well, that's the only thing I know. That's the only way I know to be able to speak my way to 100K is through paid speaking. But it's so much bigger and broader than that. Paid speaking is just one stream of being able to speak and monetize it. Paid speaking simply means, hey, someone wants to hire you, they contact you or your people, and they ask, what is your speaker fee? You share what the speaker fee is. They say, great, that's in our budget. They hire you, you go and you perform, and fantastic, you get your check. That's what every speaker wants. That's like the big dream, the big goal, and that will happen. Most times it doesn't start there, or if it starts there, the pay is not quite what you want it to be. When I first started speaking, I was generating like $250 to $500 to come and speak for an organization. And I would pour all of me out just like I am now, just like I do for every platform. However, I had to start somewhere. And I was willing to start. I was willing to start where I was and not despise small beginnings. So don't despise small beginnings. We all started somewhere. Now, fast forward, I've been in this game, in this industry for 10 years, developing credibility, showing my authenticity, sharing my mess and my success, mastering my craft and my skill set of speaking, and then also teaching others. And so now that $250 to $500 fee is now a $12,000 to $15,000 speaker fee to come for a keynote. So don't feel like you're going to be stuck where you are forever. No, but paid speaking is just one stream. Let's get to the other ones. Number 2, speak to sell. Speak to sell is when a company or organization, conference, association says, hey, we want you to come in and we want you to speak to our audience. We can't stroke you the check. Y'all, that does not mean it's an automatic no just because they can't stroke you the check. If they have your audience, your avatar, the people that you want to serve, and they say, we will give you permission to be able to speak and sell from our stage, you might want to consider that. Because even though they didn't stroke you the check, you can still get a check. So I want you to write this down. Every speaking engagement is a paid speaking engagement when I am intentional and strategic. Every speaking engagement becomes a paid speaking engagement when you ask the right questions, when you make sure you know who's going to be in the audience, when you have crafted a customized training course, as I call my CTC, that's going to be applicable and appropriate for that audience. And you've gotten the permission of that organization to come in and sell from the front of the room. You can absolutely generate your full speaker fee and then some. Now, I can't give it all to you right now because time is winding down. But if you want to know how, if you want the how of this, the techniques of what that looks like, you got to make sure that you're signed up for my free webinar. How do you get there? bit.ly/speaker mastery, bit.ly/speaker mastery. Don't miss out on this session, this free webinar that I'm going to be hosting next week. All right. When you go to the page, you'll get all the information, the date, the time, all that good stuff. All right. So speak to sell is number 2. Number 3, revenue share. That's when a company says, hey, we want you to come and speak, but we can't stroke you a check, but we're going to let you sell. But the caveat is, there's going to be a percentage that the house is going to keep. The house means that company who brought you in. Most revenue shares that I've participated in have either been 70-30 or 60-40. Most are 60-40, which means anything that I sell as a part of that event, that conference, that virtual summit, I'm going to keep 60% of that. And then I'm going to share that revenue share with the house, the company that booked me, because they did the work. They are the persons who put on the conference, they marketed it, they promoted it, they did the ads, they hired the speakers, everything that needed to be done. I just had to show up and share my gift. So guess what? A percentage of something is better than a percentage of nothing. So don't get greedy and feel like, well, I don't want to share, and you have nothing when you could do a rev share and have 60% of something that you otherwise would not have had because you wouldn't have had access to that audience. All right. So consider that as an option for monetizing and speaking your way to 100K. Number 4, lead generation. Even when you can't sell on a stage, collect the information. People pay you with their information. So you want to make sure that you are asking them, hey, become a part of my VIP mailing list. Give them a call to action. Have them to text in some word, a keyword to your text message marketing system. I'm going to share that. Hint, hint. I'm going to share that on the free webinar. I'm going to share the system that I use. So you want to make sure that you're there. bit.ly/speaker mastery. All right. 5, pay to play. Sometimes that can be greatly beneficial to you. If you want to get in front of more people, new audiences, you can invest in a speaking opportunity that then you will be able to monetize because the company will say, hey, you invest this amount, we'll put you in front of our audience and you can sell. And whatever you sell, you keep 100% of those proceeds. So that's an option. Number 6, what I call speaker sponsorship. And a sponsorship is just that. You're going to sponsor someone's company. Maybe the sponsorship is minimal. Maybe it's 500, maybe it's 1,000. But in exchange for that sponsorship, you are going to make sure that a part of your sponsorship is the opportunity to speak on that platform or on that stage. I've never had anyone who's been hosting an event to turn down a speaker sponsorship where they're willing to tweak whatever the deliverables are in the sponsorship package to incorporate 15 or 20 minutes of a power talk for me to speak to the whole audience. What does that do? It puts me in front of new people who have never heard my message before, who now may want to become what? Paying customers. So consider that as an option. That's going to give you a great return on investment. If you have your program, your course, your blueprint, your ebook, whatever it is that you're going to sell ready, and you've created projections about how much and how many you need to sell, and you know the right information, you have the correct information in front of you about what that audience is going to bring, what that conference is going to bring. So are they going to have 500 people, 300 people? And are you going to be able to close at a high level so that you can not only generate what your speaker fee would be, but also you're going to be able to replace that speaker sponsorship. And then last but not least, of course, is create your own stage, right? And that is simply, look, put some skin in the game. Place all bets on you and be willing to say, I'm going to host the conference. I'm going to host the virtual summit or whatever the program is or platform is. And I'm going to sell whatever it is that I have, my course, my program, my system, my process. All right. So those are the 7 ways that you can monetize and generate money from speaking, right? And that money is going to add up where you're increasing your profit margins. I hope this is juicy for you. If this is juicy, just type that in the feed. Type juicy, just type the word juicy. I just want to know, is it good? Is it good? All right, we're going to keep it moving. I said that I was going to share with you, not only I've already given you the 8 steps on the 8-tier pyramid of how do I become a successful and profitable speaker, right? We gave you those. And then I just gave you 7 ways to be able to monetize your voice on various platforms as a speaker. Now I'm going to share with you the final piece of this session. And I know this is a lot coming at you at one time, but that's why you need to make sure that you're a part of the webinar next week, bit.ly/speaker mastery. I'm going to keep saying it because I need you to be there. It's free. And because we're going to take a deeper dive into this when we have a little more time. And I'm going to offer you the opportunity to be able to ask questions. All right. How juicy is that? So here's the last piece of this particular session that I want to share with you and pour into you. Every speaker, if you're going to speak your way to 100K, you need to make sure that you have what I call a DPO. A DPO stands for a diversified portfolio of offerings. I'm going to repeat that. Your DPO, diversified portfolio of offerings. Basically, that's your menu. Do you have a menu of services and products and deliverables that you can offer people simply by what you know, your experiences, your expertise, your knowledge? Do you have a menu of options so that they can choose what they need, what they want at that season in their life? You want to be able to meet people where they are. Not everyone is going to be ready to perhaps play with you at a higher level, a premium level, right? So people hear you speak on stage, it's great, but really the action, the transformation happens after you step off the stage, even if it's a virtual stage, and they say yes to signing up for whatever your package is, your program, because that's where the real transformation happens. And I need you all to understand that. Transformation never happens without a transaction. Please type that in the chat. Tell them Dr. Cheryl Wood told you. She said it and she ain't backing down from it. Transformation never happens without a transaction. So people can have an awareness of what's possible on the opposite side of their pain because of what you spoke about on a stage or a platform or on a podcast or a webinar. That's great. Or even what they read in a book. However, their life is not going to be transformed just because they heard you give an amazing 30-minute speech or 45-minute speech. Just doesn't work that way. That's with anything in life. If you're going to get physically fit, you can't just go and let the personal trainer tell you how amazing you can look, but you don't swipe your credit card to sign up for the personal training sessions, right? Anything in life that is really going to give you transformation, there has to be an investment financially, investment of your time, your energy, your effort. And so when you're speaking, you're in a power zone. You're firing people up. You're getting them energized about what they could have or the pain that they no longer have to be in. But transformation, that is your profit zone. When you are able to partner with them and walk them through a process or a system or a course or a program and hold their hand through that to get to the end result that you've promised, that is their transformation and it becomes your profit. So let me share with you 20 things that can become a part of your DPO through speaking and sharing your voice. Now, sharing your voice can be done verbally and it can be done in writing. So this is going to be a combination of those two. Are you ready? You got to take notes quick. I'm going to go through them quickly. Number 1, individual coaching. That is going to be you speaking into someone's life, but you're doing it on an individual basis. You're hearing what their mission and vision is. You're hearing what their challenges is. Perhaps you're presenting them with solutions. You're helping them to get to an end result. You're supporting them. You're cheering for them. So individual coaching. Number 2, group coaching. Number 3, digital training courses. Number 4, live training courses. Number 5, paid monthly membership programs. Number 6, downloadables and printables, things like templates and questionnaires, checklists, and how-to guides. Yes, you can actually charge for those things as a speaker. You're simply taking what you know, your story, your experiences, your expertise, and your authority, and you're sharing it both in verbal platforms and written platforms. Number 7, ebooks. Number 8, certification programs. So I have a women speaker certification program, which is a high level program, a premium program for women who want to be certified to speak. All right. So that is my premium. That's a part of my premium offerings in my DPO. An ebook will be just the opposite. It's in my lower tier. offerings as a part of my DPO. Okay, so number 7 was ebooks. Number 8, certification programs. Number 9, book anthology projects. I do a host of book anthology projects. I have 4 book anthology projects that I'm spearheading just this year alone in 2021. The first one is Women Inspiring Nations, Volume 3. I'm Still Standing. That launches in January. Then I have the I Am a Victor book anthology project that launches in February. It launches in March. And then I have the Women Crushing Mediocrity book anthology project that's coming out and launching in May. And then I have Women Unapologetically Walking in Greatness. That's a book anthology project that will be coming out a little bit later in the year. And several others. I have at least 2 more projects. So those are things that allow me to serve the world, right? And to use my platform to create and open doors for other women, but there is an investment as a part of that. So that becomes their transformation, their opportunities to become an author, to share their story, to get in the spotlight becomes my profitability. Their transformation becomes my profitability. Number 10, webinars. You can do free webinars that lead to a sale, or you can do paid webinars. Number 11, merchandise. So don't just sell the book. You can sell the book. You can sell a mug that accompanies the book. You can sell t-shirts. Like, you can create merchandise specific to what you do, what your messaging is as a speaker. And that is also going to lead you to that 100K. Like, y'all, you got to bring all of you this year. All of you to 2021. Don't leave anything behind. One of the things that I started selling, I'll show this to you really quickly, is this box here. I literally just launched this, and this is called Her Speaker Life. It connects directly to what I do and what I teach. What does it say? Let me show you. Here, your voice will be heard, your story will be told, your impact will be felt. So I took this and I turned it into merchandise, Her Speaker Life. You open the box up, it's a beautiful box. Now, of course, this one is empty, but in this box comes a host of merchandise that connects to what I teach women in terms of sharing their voice. So there's a mug that comes in here. There's a journal book and a pen that comes in here. There is tea. Why? Because speakers need to preserve their voice and their vocal cords. So I made sure I incorporated tea leaves. There's a tea infuser. There's a t-shirt that says Unleashing My Voice that comes as a part. All of that is merchandise. So take your creative ideas and monetize those ideas. Okay, ladies, make sure you're monetizing those ideas, especially if they're viable ideas and you've kind of tapped into the marketplace and see that there is a need or there is a space and that space has not been filled. All right, number 12, masterminds. And your masterminds are going to be those intimate spaces where people who are kind of on a similar level are going to be there not only to get your guidance and support, but also from each other. So your masterminds might not be more than 4 or 5 people, but it's your premium price point because it's exclusive access to you and other individuals who are in alignment and at a similar level as the other people who are in the mastermind. Consider that. Number 13, bundle packages. What can you bundle together? So don't just sell one thing. Say, hey, you can get this 3-part audio, plus you can get this book, plus you can get this masterclass, plus you can get this t-shirt as a bundle package for this much. But if you break it down and pay for each thing individually, it might be $97. But as a bundle package, we're offering it for $67, right? That's going to get you more people. So here's typically how it's going to work when you're talking about speaking. And again, you're sharing your voice verbally and in writing. So you're either going to have a high volume, you can have a high volume with low price points, or you can flip that around and you can have a low volume with high price points. Does that make sense? Or premium price points. So if you're going to have a $67 product, that's fine. You can sell that while you're selling your $6,700 product. You can sell them simultaneously. You don't have to only sell one or the other. That's why we call it a DPO, a menu of offerings, right? So that you can meet people where they are. I might be a client who can't invest in your $6,700 premium offering, but I sure can start with the $67 offering. So you want to make sure that you have all of those things in the marketplace available for people. Let me go through these last 6. Number 14, expert audio and video recording. So are you able to connect with other experts who will come to your platform, share what their core expertise is, and then you offer that in the marketplace? Now you can do that and simply get the person's permission, or you can do it and you can do it as a rev share of your own with that individual who's an expert. Number 15, affiliates. So if you're going to be directing people to sign up for certain things, if you're going to be directing people to sign up for equipment, or for me, if I'm telling my speakers, hey, you need to have this 3-ring light, or you need to have your Yeti microphone, I want to have an affiliate set up with the companies that I order from so that I'm getting a kickback from every person I refer. And you can do that same thing with other people who are in the marketplace and generate great money. Okay. I have several affiliates that I'm a part of, and people have pulled me into affiliates where they're like, hey, I want to recommend my people to you because I teach this thing, but they need you for the speaking piece. So can we do an affiliate? And guess what? Here's how much of a percentage you can pay me for every person who signs up. Those work beautifully, and it gets you in front of new audiences and new clients. All right, last couple ones. 16, repurposed content. So all the stuff that you think is no longer relevant, y'all, go back and get that stuff and repurpose it and sell it. Sell it as digital programs or digital offerings in the marketplace or audio offering that people are willing to pay for, because just because you've moved on and you're in a new season doesn't mean what you knew last season is no longer relevant. Number 17, revenue share partnerships, right? We talked about that a little bit as one of the 7 core ways to generate money as a speaker, but that's on this DPO list as well. Revenue share partnerships. Number 18, books, like just your paperback books that you still sell. People still buy books. 19, virtual summits and conferences that then you're able to pour into people, and then you're able to extend to them what I call an NSI, a next step invitation, which is an invitation for them to partner with you and work with you so that they can get access to your knowledge and your expertise. You can do that through your summits and your conferences. And last but not least, number 20, paid spotlights and features. So if you're an influencer or you have access to a really large audience or tribe or community, you can say, look, if you want to be featured to my audience, my tribe, whether it's through social media or whether it's through your CRM and your list, and you can offer that at an investment. Hey, we'll feature you to our 10,000 followers, or we'll feature you to our 20,000, 30,000, 5,000 followers, whatever it is. And you set the price point where you spotlight this person perhaps who is in business, and you set that up beautifully, you create it and design it. And guess what? You can charge for that. So all of those are ways that you can speak your way to 100K, whether it be through you sharing your message verbally on a stage or a platform, or you sharing your message in writing through a book or through an ebook or templates or questionnaires, or whether it's you speaking with other experts and selling that. But take everything that you have access to and make sure that you are maximizing it. And as a reminder, in closing, what I want you to remember is this. There's a quote that I live by Tony Robbins, and he says this: a real decision is measured by the fact that you've taken a new action. And if there is no new action, you have not truly decided. So have you decided that you no longer want to be a broke speaker, that you no longer want to be popular, but instead you want to be impactful, transformational, and profitable? If so, make sure that you are implementing and executing some of the things that we talked about today. Start where you are. You have to do everything at one time, but you do have to get started. Again, I invite you to continue to connect with me. Make sure you go over to my website, CherylEmpowers.com, and get on my VIP mailing list. You will not regret it. I'm always sending out some good, juicy stuff. Again, if you thought this was juicy, type it in the chat. Juicy, just type it. Go ahead. I want to see you. I want to see you. Juicy. Dr. Wood, this was juicy. I want to know that this really touched you and impacted you and added great value to you. So make sure you go to my website, CherylEmpowers.com, get on the VIP mailing list, follow me all across social media. I'm on Clubhouse, I'm on Instagram and LinkedIn and Facebook at Cheryl Empowers, and be sure to register for my free webinar. That's going to be the continuation of this conversation. We're going to take a deeper dive on that webinar, and it's going to be on next Wednesday. So you want to make sure you get registered for that ASAP by going to bit.ly/speakermastery. bit.ly/speakermastery. Until next time, I'm going to keep being a woman on fire. I challenge you to also continue walking in your gifts, honoring your divine assignment, sharing what you know, maximizing the power and the impact of your voice, and being a woman on fire. Thank you.
Hello, beautiful women. I am your girl, Tanisha. My friends call me T, so feel free to call me T. T stands for tenacious. Are you ready to dare to love in 2021? I wrote a book called Daring to Love, and now I just developed a coaching program to go along with it. You can get my book from my publisher, Wordee, WORDEE, Wordee.com, and pre-order the workbook. I can't wait to go into 2021 with you, daring to do all the things that we dream about doing, especially about love. Shoot me an email at contact Tanisha, TANEISHA, now at gmail.com. Because it doesn't matter who we were in the past. All that matters is who we are now. Let's get together. See you soon. Bye for now.
Hi, my name is Adriana Morrison. I'm a fitness professional, women's empowerment speaker, and author, and I'm super excited to share with you the title of my book, From Embers to Fiery Blaze, a Power Woman's Guide to Torching the Old Mindset and Bringing Back the Youthful Flame. This book will launch on January 25th of 2021, just in time to take back your decade. I'm super excited about this book. This book is designed for any woman who has experienced profound setbacks and want to go ahead and crush it and elevate it to the next level. As a mom to 4 kids, special needs mom, going through job loss, going through a severe car accident, failed marriage, all of that, I share with you my journey, and I share with you a specific call to action to set you up for success, never looking back, and embracing age regression that allows us to put our best foot forward. Please join me at FromEmbersToFieryBlaze.com, where you can get the link to purchase the book at pre-launch and all of the details. And I'm super excited to see what you think. Thanks for joining me.
I know you have enjoyed this afternoon and probably have seen so many speakers. Your brain is full, right? And I know you didn't get to all of the workshops and hear all the dynamic speakers. So if you missed those moments and you want to have an opportunity to enjoy in some of the things that you didn't get to hear, we want to encourage you to go by the Video Vault. That's right, the Video Vault. You'll have a chance to see everything all 3 days. When you spend that money to get the Video Vault, which is only $47. So I want to encourage you to go right now and get your Video Vault right now.
And of course, you know, our goal with success is that we want to be connected with you year round. And so we want to make sure that you have, if you've not already signed up, we are strongly encourage you to go and join our Success Members Network. And so, Success Mentors Network. And basically that gives us a way to provide excellent content, opportunities for training year round with you. And so the Success Mentors Network, it's really cheap, $15 a month. Now that price will be going up in the new year, later on in the new year. But for right now, for anyone who's attended our Woman on Fire Success Conference, you all will get it for $15. So that's a great number, great value. You know, that's a couple of cups of coffee throughout the year. I mean, throughout the couple of cups of coffee.
That's right. It's so good. She can't even get it out right, y'all.
Is what she's saying.
And you can save even more by paying $150 and wipe it all out in one swoop.
Yeah, and that gets you 20% off. If you pay the $150 throughout the whole year, it's 20% off. It's 2 free months. So it's definitely worth it.
Yes.
And if you're wondering what else we have, let me just tell you about tomorrow. We're
Yes.
starting back early, 8 a.m. So you already know from today, get your snacks prepared early, get your coffee ready, okay? Get your tea. I'm a tea person. Whatever it is, you get yourself prepared.
Glass of
Join us at 8. Yeah, glass of wine. Hang on, Tiffany. All right.
Hello.
Listen, so look, these are some of the folks who are going to be coming at you tomorrow. Candace Camille, Maggie Cook, Brian O's, and the butts in the seat queen herself, Kern Cherry, is going to be the keynote tomorrow night. Yes, it's going to be all the way lit. Okay. And then the directors, we will be joining you, and we love hanging out with you in the Zoom room. We're going to be joining you live at 4:30 Central Time for the Woman on Fire panel. Okay. And so I can't tell you how many presentations, how many speakers we have. I lost count. You know, Kern, look, she's booking speakers in her sleep. So look, all you need to know is whatever it is that you need to get lit, to be ignited, to be on fire, you will be able to get that tomorrow. How many of you want to put your hand out and say, all right, light me up, I'm ready. I'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
Hi, I'm Kern Cherry, speaker, coach, entrepreneur, #1 best-selling author, co-founder and director of Success Women's Conference. And I want to invite you to a wonderful opportunity to be a part of Trailblazers Who Lead, Volume 2. That's right, we're on our second anthology, and I want you to be a part of it. So if you are somebody who's looking to share their story, maybe you hadn't thought about sharing your story, but it's always somebody waiting to hear your story. So if you're somebody who has created their own business, maybe you're somebody like me, you create your own events, you have your own tribe, maybe you're a super mom, maybe you're that person at work that's climbing that ladder and you are just leading the way. So, or maybe you're that church volunteer that's making things happen behind the scene and you're leading the charge, or maybe you're the minister that has created the whole ministry. Whatever it is, we want you, I want you to be a part of Trailblazers Who Lead. Trailblazers Who Lead, #1, was a #1 best-selling author. And I want you to become a #1 best-selling author as well. What is it about? You're gonna get more than just sharing your story, but you're gonna get visibility. You're gonna be promoted on podcasts, in magazines, all different places like Facebook Live and just different places to promote your story, to share your story, because somebody's waiting to hear it. And so you also get a great special opportunity to either be on a panel discussion or a featured speaker at my conference, Power Up, which is coming to you in June 2021. So go to Coach Kern, CoachKern.com, and click that link for Trailblazers Who Lead, and let me know that you want to be a part of this experience. It's not just a book, it's an experience. So go to CoachKern.com, click that link, Trailblazers Who Lead, CoachKern.com, Trailblazers Who Lead.
My name is Tiffany Bell. I am one of the directors for Success Women's Conference, but I am also your nonprofit pro. So for those of you who are in nonprofit management, perhaps you own a nonprofit, or maybe you're wanting to start a nonprofit, but you're not really sure where to start. That's where I come in. I would love to sit down with you and help you develop a plan. Many nonprofits struggle with coming up with finding revenue, having cash on hand, coming up with strategies for growth, being able to get their message out to the community, being able to build their teams. All of those things are things that I have really strong strengths in, and I would love to be able to partner with you to help you push profits to your nonprofit. And so again, my name is Tiffany Bell. I am your nonprofit pro. You can connect with me by sending me a quick email at tiffany@uncommoncourage.cc. I can also be reached at my nonprofitpro.com. Again, all of my contact information should be here on the link for you. But again, if you're looking to grow your nonprofit, I would love to be able to sit down. We can just have a quick conversation, check and see where you're at, and then help develop a plan to get you to where you want to go. Again, Tiffany Bell, I am your nonprofit pro. Thank you.